All right, this is our last call. If you have not signed in, please come see me.
Hey, if y'all are wondering about lunch today, we're going to feed the kids. So don't fret about. We're going to take a break at about 11:45, I think, um, and as soon as the food gets here, so that we can get it set up and that kind of thing. So don't worry about feeding the kids today. Start in just a moment. If there's anybody needs to do anything, kiddos, anybody need to go to the potty, do it now. We're gonna start in 2 minutes. And I will. I'm glad that I just said that. I'm stumbling into things that have happened in the past. Y'all do your best when your fellow competitors are speaking to stay in your chairs. Okay, it's a long day. I get it, and especially for those of you that go early this morning, it's a long day to sit. But please do just sit. Let's not be walking back and forth to the bathrooms and walking back and forth to see mom and dad and get snacks and that kind of thing. We're going to take breaks pretty often, and so you can do all those things when we take a break. But but do me a favor and do your best to stay in your chair while people are speaking. Folks, they are live streaming the speeches today. If you have people that would like to watch these kiddos that are not in the room with us, they can go to taylorfort.com. That's the rodeo's website that shows all of the live streaming. We just did it on Hope's phone, and if you scroll down through three or four of the competitions, you'll get to commercial steers, and you can click on it, and up come the kids. TaylorFort.com. It's TaylorFort.com. Okay. Okay, let's get started. Welcome to the 2026 favorite day of the commercial steer show. It's speech day. And it's our favorite day of the competition because we all believe on this committee, and we started this 28 years ago, and this belief has not changed, that there's a common trait that runs through all successful people, and that is the ability to effectively communicate. And you're going to get that opportunity today. And I'm so very proud of how you look and all of the work that you've already done. I told you guys last night, and I want you to hear me saying this. All the work that you have put into this speech has already done its job. You've already gotten all of the benefit out of all of the hard work that you have done. Today is just fun. Today's the day you get to get up here in front of your friends and your parents and your ag teachers and your county agents and all the people in this room that love you. And that includes us. We love you. And you get to show us all of your hard work. Some of you are going to mess up. It's okay. I want you to put one foot in front of the other and keep going. All right? Because we're all rooting for you in this room. I got to tell you, as we start this morning, I'm a little bit sad because For the last several years, at this moment, I got to hand the microphone to Luke Gola to do our prayer for us this morning. And I don't get to do that today because Luke has grown out of our competition. Gola family, I hope you will tell him how we miss him right at this moment. We love you guys and we love that boy. And so now I'm going to pray over us. If you'll remove your hats. Lord, I just thank you so much for this group of kids. This is the finest group of kids that ever gather in one room. I am convinced before it gets served them. Lord, today's a big day for them. I ask that you take control of their senses and literally fill them with your presence and empower them with your energy. Thank you for all the work that has gone into these kids and all the work that they have put into it. It's in your holy name we pray. Amen. Okay, let me do some introductions. Let me start with Miss Molly McAdams. She is the Executive Vice President of the Texas Beef Council, and maybe more importantly, she raised a kid in our show. She has been a parent and has had a child sitting at this table, at these tables. Molly, would you share some thoughts with us?
Yes. Good morning, you guys. This is a fun contest for me to come back to. As Trace said, my son, who is now about to graduate from college, went through this program. And so, for all the parents that are sitting here all day, and the ag teachers and the instructors, my heart's with you all because I know it is a really long day. But it's so fun when I think about you guys and the skills that you're building. Um, the great thing about what you have going on this morning is you've got a common thing that you're sharing, right? So that builds empathy, it builds compassion. Those are really important skills for you to have as adults. They're great skills to have as kids. They're critical skills as adults. So think about that. As you're rooting for your fellow contestant, you're going to root for them. You kind of want to root for yourself a little bit more, right? Everybody wants to win this thing, but keep that empathy and compassion in your heart. And so for any of you that are having a hard time today, remember you got a whole group of people that are rooting for you, as Trace said, including us. So good luck today. Y'all are ready.
Colin Woodall is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. I lovingly refer to him as head of ranch security. Colin, thank you for coming back.
I always enjoy this event. Everybody take a deep breath because it's going to be okay. Y'all are going to do a fantastic job today. You're ready. Don't worry about it. There's nothing else you can do. You're ready. This is one part excitement, one part terror, right? Use that anxiety, use that terror to help just focus yourself a little bit more because all of you are going to knock it out of the park. I always look forward to seeing what topics that you choose because a lot of times they're topics that I'm working on every day. And also, this is a bit of a job interview because there was one time that I hired a graduate of this program to come work for me. So I always like to see where the talent is because we have to advocate for ourselves. Nobody's going to advocate for us. And this is how we get a great start is learning how to send a very clear and concise message on everything that's great about being a cattle producer. So good luck today and have a lot of fun.
Thank you, Colin.
Good morning, guys. I also want to reiterate you guys look fantastic out there this morning. Just to give you an understanding what's happening up here, the judges up here will be while you're giving your speech, the judges will be giving your animal a live evaluation and judgment on their quality grade and yield grade. Can you hear me, Trace?
I can hear you. I wish it was a little louder.
Okay. Well, I'll speak a little louder so you can
Okay.
hear me. So who we have here this morning, and they choose to speak to you after the competition. You'll hear plenty from them. But we have two of the industry's leading experts in meat science, both of whom dedicated their lives to the education of young people like yourselves and the research and improvement of meat science, both of whom have also coached collegiate teams in livestock judging as well as meat science that have gone on to win numerous national titles. To my far right, San Antonio Livestock Show's own endowed chair in meat science at Texas Tech University, Dr. Mark Miller. Please welcome Dr. Miller. And to my immediate right here, in the 100+ years of livestock collegiate judging competition, the all-time winningest coach, Dr. Ryan Rathman, to my immediate right. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Tracy.
Okay, why don't you keep talking on that microphone? You can sing the national anthem for us if you would like, because we're adjusting the
I
volume.
might like it, but nobody else in here would like that. I promise you.
Okay. All right. I think that's better.
Is
All
it
right.
better?
We ready to get started? Your microphone is on and hot. Ryan Yannick from Lavaca County 4-H is going to kick us off. Go get it.
Nowadays, you can't scroll through your phone without somebody announcing the sky is falling. According to the loudest critics, cattle are destroying the planet, ranchers are stuck in the Stone Age, and apparently, the fastest way to end civilization is to order a cheeseburger. I can't help but laugh at these claims because I know the same people shouting the sky is falling usually haven't looked up from their phones long enough to see the sun illuminating an industry shining brighter than a new show buckle. Hi, I'm Ryan Yannock, and this will be my fourth and final year competing in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show as a proud member of Lavaca County 4-H. At 18, I've seen the industry do what the headlines miss. That is, improve at a rate so fast, even an auctioneer couldn't keep up. And nothing shows that progress better than what's happening on the ground, literally. The first point of progress is regenerative farming. From rotational grazing to adaptive stocking rates to restoring native grasses, cattle are essentially becoming environmental doctors. We are seeing increases in soil carbon, water holding capacity, deeper root systems, and entire pastures coming back to life. The truth is, because of improved grazing strategy and overall efficiency, we are producing more beef than the 1970s using 36% fewer head of cattle. Turns out, stewardship isn't just a slogan, it's common practice on ranches every day. The second thing going right is technology. And no, I'm not talking about a new squeeze chute or a better pair of gloves that Grandpa found. I'm talking about AI and camera systems so advanced, it makes certain feed yards look like a NASA space office. Banks of monitors, real time health alerts, and dashboards track everything from growth to intake to disease risk. As a matter of fact, AI can detect a sick steer up to 48 hours before symptoms surface, simply by analyzing micro behavior changes. That means healthier cattle, less stress, fewer antibiotics, and better performance. The third major innovation is in animal health tech, especially smart ear tags. Gone are the days where an ear tag is just a piece of plastic with a number on it. Now it's a Fitbit, thermometer, and GPS tracker all in one, quietly monitoring the animal's temperature, grazing, and health signals like a clip on vet. And then there's the frontier that gets me the most excited: genomics and gene editing. Genomic enhanced EPDs already let ranchers evaluate important traits like feed efficiency, growth, marbling, and maternal traits before a calf ever hits the ground. And gene editing will take that one step further. We're talking natural resistance to heat stress, parasites, and major diseases. This isn't sci fi, and it could reshape the next 50 years of beef production. Here's the truth: all the noise, all the criticism misses something big. While the loudest critics tear it down, the beef industry drives progress. And the people in this room: ranchers, breeders, feeders, and families. are pushing this industry forward with real progress. This may be my last year in this competition, but it is far from my last year in this industry. Not even close, because I have seen the promise of what's to come. The future isn't just bright, it's bold, it's efficient, it's sustainable, and it is built on the best people and the best technology out there. And no matter what the headlines say, out here, the sky is not falling. It's a fresh canvas, and we're going to build the future of beef on it. Thank you.
All right, Ryan. Hey, way to lead off, man. That was a great speech. I really enjoyed it, and I think a lot of the things you're talking about, certainly things that are going to make a difference in our industry. So, I'm going to give you two options. This is your last year, so I want to make certain you feel good about the question that you answer. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So this is option number one. You talked about regenerative farming, and I'm totally with you. There is a way that we can use cattle on the offense instead of the defense of people saying, like you said, that hey, ordering a cheeseburger or cattle are bad for the environment. So either A, more specifically explain to the audience how cattle can actually be used as a tool to improve, say, soil organic matter and sequester carbon, or B, explain more specifically why people should not be afraid of AI and instead embrace it in regards to how we can better manage cattle in a feedlot setting.
Okay. Yes, sir. Those are two great questions. I'm going to go with the first one though about the regenerative farming and the practices. So, as far as regenerative farming goes, how we can embrace it and how that exactly helps with sequestering carbon. How does that get carbon in the soil? How can we be more sustainable? People paint cattle as these villains. They produce so much methane and carbon dioxide and these emissions, but we are developing strategies such as rotational grazing. That's a very big one. And one of the biggest drawbacks for people with rotational grazing is, how do we implement it? Ranchers nowadays are stretched so far between what they can do and what they want to do. And with rotational grazing, to see optimal benefits, it's called intensive grazing, where you put cattle on about an acre of land and you rotate them every 1 to 2 days. That takes a lot of time and effort that ranchers don't have. And so, one specific innovation that we have in that field is collars, shocking collars, basically, or where basically you map out a field where you want the cattle, and it holds them in that area. And the way it works, if they try to go, it's virtual fencing, is what it's called. And the way it works is whenever they try to go past that area, it first gives them a beep, and then if they try to cross the boundary, just like a hot wire would, it provides them with a shock stimulus. And so that's one way ranchers can adopt these practices to sequester carbon. And, it's easier, it doesn't take as much time. And a lot of people say, oh, the upfront cost. There are government programs that helps with that. And so, like I said, rotational grazing, but how does rotational grazing and this intensive grazing do that? Well, it allows the cattle to be in one specific area and intensely graze that grass. Usually it's about I think 60-40 as far as the amount of grass you want eaten and the what's left there. And so it gets that grass and then it leaves, instead of having cattle on 100 acres where they're constantly grazing different parts and stepping on it, it allows it to rest then for a specific period of time, usually 40 to all the way to 100 days, some people do. And then lastly, one thing about rotational grazing is whenever cattle are on a broad field, their manure is spread pretty much everywhere, right? You got a pasture and you got manure everywhere. With rotational grazing, it gets concentrated in this one area. And the cattle stomp the manure in the ground better because they're concentrated. And this adds to the biomass of that ground. And what we're seeing is this increases water holding capacity, deeper root systems, about 2 to 6 inches deeper root systems, which allows the grass to thrive better. It allows it to be healthier and to produce more, even when drought does come. So, thank you.
Ryan, I'd say you were very prepared for that question.
Yes, sir.
Good job, man. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
That's a way to turn one speech into two right there. Good job, Ryan. Thanks for kicking us off this morning. Let's go to Clara Wright from Robertson County 4 H.
Picture this. You have spent months raising the perfect set of steers. They have fabulous genetics, feeding, and care. You look at them and see dollar signs. And then you realize your payday is hanging in the balance of a 70-year-old system. Hi, I'm Clara Wright from Robertson County 4 H, and this is what is happening thanks to the yield grade formula. Yield grade predicts the percentage of boneless, closely trimmed retail cuts, commonly referred to as cutability or red meat yield. It is a scale from 1 to 5 used to identify differences in the percentage of lean meat. Yield grade 1 is the leanest and 5 is the fattest. It is calculated using ribeye area, fat thickness at the 12th rib, along with hot carcass weight and percent kidney, pelvic, and heart fat. The formula was introduced in the early 1960s when the industry was trying to shift to grid-based marketing that applied premiums and discounts to individual carcasses. Here's the problem. Those cattle simply don't exist anymore. According to Dr. Dale Warner, Texas Tech University meat scientist, the current yield grade formula is now only 15 to 20% correlated to actual red meat yield. Today's beef cattle are a melting pot of high performance British, continental, and American breeds. They have larger frames and more muscle, but are still being valued using a formula based on a research herd of only 162 short, fat Hereford steers from 70 years ago. Breed type is not the only thing that has changed. Average days on feed is longer, and carcass weights are reaching all-time highs. Also, in the 50s, implants were just emerging. Beta agonists didn't even exist, and the process of steam flaking corn was a brand new concept. This problem is intensified by the fact that the only tool beef producers have as an indicator of muscling is ribeye area, which is only 4% related to the total red meat yield. When producers single trait select for ribeye area, the separation between the ribeye and the rest of the carcass can increase. In the 60s, the main tools were dot grids and rulers. Now camera grading saves time and is more consistent, but still doesn't predict actual red meat yield. Technology could be the answer. Researchers are exploring three-dimensional imaging and CT scanning. 3D imaging can capture thousands of measurements and is being tested with artificial intelligence. CT scanning has allowed us to see the muscle, bone, and fat with a high level of accuracy, but is extremely expensive, time consuming, and standard machines aren't built for anything larger than a human. Even after a solution is discovered, there's one more challenge: getting people to actually adopt it. Implementing a new formula will be a hard sell. To address this issue, the Beef Checkoff and National Cattlemen's Beef Association have created the Red Meat Yield Roundtable to advocate for advancements in technology and more accurate values for producers. Based on these facts, will you be ready to embrace the future and be paid on actual red meat yield? Thank you for your time.
Claire, good morning. That was an awesome speech and great, accurate detail of what we're facing in the industry from reflecting value back to the people that produce the cattle. Can you give us a relationship of how quality and yield values relate to one another? Are they antagonistic or are they synergistic? So, example, is quality when it goes up, does that mean that yield normally has been going up? or has yield been going down as we increase in quality of beef cattle?
Um, Yield grade is cal- has fat thickness in it, which can also translate to the intramuscular fat, which is the marbling. And so as quality goes up, yield grade can um, improve too.
Great job. You better run. Your steers, you did a great job feeding them, and that was an awesome speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
How about that for a thank you very much? Hey, that was Clara's first speech here. She's first timer. That was awesome. Way to go. And now we got another first speech. Let's go to Mr. Jose Soto from San Marcos FFA.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Soto. I'm 13 years old from San Marcos, Texas, where I proudly represent the San Marcos FFA chapter. I'm here to discuss a hot topic, or should I say cold topic. Anyone who's lived in Texas for more than a few months knows one thing: our weather is unpredictable. Have, on Christmas Day, having record-breaking highs of 88 degrees, instead of cold air and jackets, we had heat. We had heat stress conditions in the middle of winter. You may be asking, Benjamin, why is this relevant? Well, for farmers and producers all across the 50 states, whenever it is cold, they eat. Whenever it is cold, they eat less when they're supposed to eat more. And now, when and some parts of Texas has received snow on the ground, and whenever snow comes, they have to stop grazing on the grass, causing producers to turn to other means to purchase feed, driving up the prices. At a ranch level, prices can skyrocket. Producers are producers are forced to go up. Prices are forced to go up in high demand. And an example of climate change today is one one of a big ranch in Oklahoma has received a fire has caught fire, but he's gladly been put out. But they've still lost a ton of head. The Gardener's Ranch. For long as I remember, I've been going to their sales. With heat and cold going week by week. Last week in San Antonio, it was into the 80s, and now this week it's pretty cold outside. Once again, my name is Benjamin Soto. Thank you for your time.
Jose, you did great, buddy. You fired off. You've got a great natural voice. You're going to be an awesome speaker, okay? So I look forward to seeing you back year in and year out here at this contest. Jose, you started talking about the inconsistencies in our Texas weather patterns. So my question for you is, what impact does the weather have on the performance of your cattle? And when I say performance of your cattle, I mean their growth rate, right? And so the temperature, the humidity, the seasons of the year, what kind of implications does weather have on cattle growth?
Well, sir, it's causing the cattle to eat less, which overall affects their average daily gain.
Excellent. Everything comes down to intake. You're right. Great job. Proud of you.
Good job, Mr. Soto. And now we're going to go to the biggest, tallest cowboy in the whole room, Mr. Clancy Burton from Jones County 4 H.
When heading out to work cattle with my family, my pick in our string is typically a little black pony named Hondo. Hondo is gritty and fast, and if I'm not paying attention, he will usually try to sneak a bite of grass while we're riding, buck a little, or a lot, and even possibly try to head back to the barn before we're done with all of our work. Um, Good afternoon. My name is Clancy Burton. This is my first year in 4 H and doing commercial steers. and today I want to talk to you about salt. Salt provides two essential minerals, sodium and chloride. Cattle, without enough sodium and chloride, cattle can't regulate fluids properly. Their nerves and muscles don't function correctly, and their appetites decrease. And salt also encourages cattle to drink water. When cattle consume salt, they naturally increase water intake. Water intake is directly connected to feed intake and digestion. Without, I mean, that also reminds me about one more thing about salt. Salt provides, salt adds value, salt makes things better. In the Bible, Jesus says in Matthew 5:13 through 14, "You are the light of the world, you are the salt of the earth." And for people in this industry, we can be like salt too. Bring value, integrity, and stewardship to the work we do. Just like Hondo craved that salt block, we were created to crave Jesus. So whether it's with my pony Hondo, feed yard cattle turning feed into beef, or the role of God in your life and family, salt may seem small, but it makes a really big difference.
Clancy, great job. That was your first speech, and I'd have to say you did a great job of being the salt and showing us what it's all about. Love the horse, and I hope that you and he have a great relationship. And I look forward to you being back next year as well. Well, I just want to ask you a question. Whenever you eat your beefsteak, if you were able to cook a steak out of one of your two steers, what would you add to it to make it taste better?
Probably a lot of salt, of course, and some steak seasoning and a lot of butter.
Yeah, that's perfect. Great job.
That's it. Thank you.
Job, Clancy. That took me back. That him talking about Hondo going back to the barn before it was time. That is a vivid memory in my mind. There was nothing I could do to stop Sherry when she decided it was time to go back. We were done for the day. So Clancy, good job. Way to go. All right, let's go to Wyatt Smirkovsky from Fayette County 4-H.
Howdy, everyone. My name is Wyatt Smirkovsky, and I'm from Schulenburg 4-H in Schulenburg, Texas. Today, I want to talk about something that's becoming really popular: farm-to-table beef. Now that may sound fancy, but it just means buying beef straight from the ranch who raised it. I'm like going straight to the source. More and more families are choosing this option, and honestly, I think it makes a lot of sense. When you buy beef direct from the ranch, you can see the pastures, meet the ranches, and sometimes even meet the steer. But don't get too attached. Naming your future hamburger is not recommended. One of the best parts of farm to table is that it supports local ranches. Ranches work really hard. We're talking early mornings, late nights, and the occasional cow scrape that turns to a full family track meet. When you buy beef directly from us, it helps keep our ranch going strong. It supports our community, our animals, and our way of life. And the beef? Well, not to brag, but we've got a lot of compliments. People say our beef is a great value, full of flavor, and super high quality. It makes me proud to know that the work we put in, feeding, checking cattle, hauling hay, fixing things that break for no reason at all pays off in the end. In 4-H, we learn the responsibility. I mean, the importance of responsibility, leadership, and caring for animals. And farm-tail beef is all those things in action. So the next time you hear somebody talking about farm-tail beef, you can tell them it's more than just a trend. It's a delicious way to help know what's on your dinner plate. Thank you.
Wyatt, you did it. Was that a relief?
Yes, sir.
Well, we're proud of you. I hope you can feel the love that everybody's got for you in this room. Everybody, just like you, everybody in here and all the rest of the kiddos, everybody in here is rooting for you. And so we're very proud of you and for finishing that speech. You did a great job. Hey, I want to talk to you, Wyatt, about your cattle. So I was looking at the sheet, and you had one of the heaviest steers here on my first page. And so, and you also look like you chose maybe a Brangus, another one that's maybe got a little more of an Angus look, but might have a little character in them. Can you tell me about the size of cattle that we're feeding today? Are we feeding really big cattle in feedlots, or are we keeping them kind of small? And then share with me why you chose a Brangus.
We are feeding cattle a lot longer, which makes them a lot bigger and heavier for to sell them for more expensive prices and to put more beef on people's plates. And and I chose my Angus crosses because they are because people say they like Angus beef a lot. Also, they say it's more tender and flavorful.
That was outstanding. Two very good answers to my question. Good job.
Andale. Way to go. Way to go. And folks, that's why we do this right there. Thank you very much. Let's go to Pierce Wilhelm from Nazareth FFA.
I was given a 1986 short bed Chevy this year, and you better believe it commands attention everywhere it goes. My parents still seem to think that the 80s were some of the glory days. Talking on CB radios, No Life 360 to track your every move, and Mel McDaniel singing Baby's Got Her Blue Jeans on the radio. The classics. As much as I love that truck, it has needed a few upgrades to handle safely driving in 2026. And that's exactly the crossroads our beef industry is facing today. We've been told for generations that bigger is better. I've even stood here for the past 2 years preaching just that. Well, we've done it. We've grown the biggest cattle in history. But now we're trying to fit a 2026 size steer into a 1986 hallway, and the walls are starting to buckle. I'm Pierce Wilhelm with the Nazareth FFA, and I'll continue to put my money where my mouth is. To the Packers, the 80s were their prime too. But sorry to the Big Four and to mom and dad. But believe it or not, that was almost half a century ago. And it is time for an industry upgrade. Last year, I was asked what the perfect cow size would be. With our herd at its smallest point in over 70 years, no calf is insignificant when we take it to the packer. Every pound counts. The reality is that the average steer carcass is pushing 1,000 pounds, and many legacy plants were only designed for 750-pound carcasses. So when you try to put a 2026 sized animal onto a rail built back when my truck was new, the spacing is wrong, the chilling systems are overwhelmed, and the retail cuts become too big. We even saw Tyson Foods make the difficult decision in late 2025 to shutter aging facilities because the cost to re engineer that 40-year footprint was just too high, even though that wasn't the sole factor in the decision. The tension doesn't stop there. Dr. Glenn Dolezal, former assistant vice president of Cargill Proteins, explained that an 1,000-pound carcass can be fabricated just as fast as a 600-pound carcass. While larger carcasses put more meat in the box and more lean trim in the ground beef, that is not what consumers are asking for, especially in food service. In Missouri, American Foods Groups opened an $800 million facility designed to handle modern weights. JBS invested $200 million in fabrication upgrades. And in Amarillo, producer-owned beef, which is still under construction, will prove that cattlemen can stay ahead by owning the hooks that their cattle hang on. Innovation takes capital, and policy matters. Programs like the USDA's Meat and Poultry Processing Expansion Program, investing $300 million in regional upgrades, shows what real support looks like. That momentum must continue so that the product of the USA continues to keep American profits in American pockets. I think that it's fitting that I see the industry this way. Working on my Eagle Scout project taught me that tradition matters, but blind tradition can trap you. You don't just admire an old bridge. You inspect it, reinforce it, or rebuild it so that the next generation can cross safely. While I would love to leave here with the top prize today, what would mean more is leaving with an industry positioned to thrive. I do think my 86 is a classic that could still pull that trailer if I was lucky enough to win today. But our packing plants don't need to be classics. It's time that we modernize our thinking and move forward together. Thank you.
Pierce, excellent job. I remember your speech from last year, and I think you followed it up with even a better one this year. And so great job. I know that's hard to do.
Thank you.
And cattle size is definitely a topic that has been on the agenda for quite a while. And when we look at the endpoint, which is the cattle that we put in through a plant and on the rail, larger is making us more efficient. It's able to meet pounds that we certainly need because we have a reduced number of head supply coming in. How does that translate back to the cow-calf producer? What would be the ideal cow size to be able to get us the most efficient cow that gives us the most sustainability out there and still produce these 16, 50, 100-pound steers that are going into the beef processing plant? Do we have the ability to do both? That's probably the question. Do we have the ability to have that cow meet the need for the cow-calf guy and also have the large cows or large steers that go into the packing plant?
Most definitely. With the evolution of genetics, we've seen in the past even 10 years, continued improved genetics that come out. And even 10 years ago, we weren't producing cattle that could weigh 17 to 1,800 pounds, and you could slaughter it with 1,000 or 1,000+ pound carcass. So I definitely think that's possible to have a cow that can produce that large steer, but still is efficient enough in the pasture and it uses less feed than say a larger cow would, so that we do have more steers coming into the plants.
Thank you. That was an excellent answer. One thing I want to put you on the spot. What size would that cow be here for the state of Texas?
I would say that cow would be about 1,100 pounds and produces about 18 pounds of milk a day.
All right. Great job. Thank you.
Good job, Pierce. Thank you very much. Next, Coleman County 4-H, Mr. Ethan Hemphill.
On January 21st of 2025, I read a news article on Fox News stating that a major $500 billion project to construct AI data centers across the southwestern United States was coming into fruition, including one in Abilene, Texas, which was going to be the first to be built. When I read this, what came to my mind was this have to do with me and my way of life in the beef industry? Hello, my name is Ethan Hemphill. I'm from Coleman, Texas, and today I'm going to be talking to you about how AI, artificial intelligence, affects the beef industry today. When I was doing my research on these AI data centers, one major factor that I found was that they seem to affect major resources in the agriculture industry, one of these being our local water supplies. when these AI data centers operate, they tend to use a lot of water to run them through their servers to cool them down. Once this is done, the water evaporates and new water is continuously needed to be put in. In fact, data collection shows that when this happens, 300,000 to 5 million gallons of water is used every day. In addition to this, these AI data centers are using valuable farm and ranch land, causing land prices to spike. On the contrary to what I've recently mentioned, I still believe that there is a bright side to how AI is used in the beef industry. For example, AI can be used to help with the cattle nutrition and feed rationing. Pills or sensors in the form of pills can be used to be ingested by a cow, and while in their digestive system, can track data such as their eating habits, body condition, and even something as simple as their chewing patterns. AI algorithm monitors can also be used to have this data and recognize patterns to help ranchers with important decisions such as adjusting feed rations in real time and identifying underperforming cattle. Another addition to this is that wearable collars, ear tags, and video systems can be used to track their actions, movements, and even their grazing patterns to ensure proper grazing. Finally, they can be used to track a cattle's health, such as lameness, before they can be spotted visually, and ensuring that your cattle are healthy. Thank you.
Ethan, you did great. I think we got the wrong pair of steers in here, so we're grading these, and we'll bring yours back in. We'll grade yours, okay?
Yes,
No
sir.
big deal. Hey, I'm an old guy now. I guess I'm in that category. And I'm trying to figure out how to navigate AI in my everyday use and how I can, use it to make me better or the things that I do better, right? You gave a good speech about how we can use that in cattle. Can you explain to the other contestants how you might have used AI to assist you in preparation of this contest or in management of your own cattle in this project?
Well, will have to say that I didn't use much of AI to for my cattle. But what I did use is on my research, I did help me a little bit with what I was researching and give me the proper information. And so that's basically the gist of it.
So in your use of for preparation, because I do it the same way, Ethan, like I realized that the ability for, just chat GPT right there to assist me in my depth of knowledge instantaneously on a subject matter, it really, really accelerates my knowledge acquisition process, right? And so in your use of that, have you realized any shortcomings? I guess one of the things I'm most interested in, Ethan, is in through your experiences, you ever feel like you ask it questions and you maybe start to question the accuracy of the information that's provided to you when it's concerning cattle or its well-being or anything?
Yes, sir. I will say that AI is still in the process of being, I mean, you're working out the kinks of it. And so it's not always going to be accurate. So it's always a better idea to have a reliable source, secondary source to go to after doing that, which is what I did. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Jake Wrestler from Hallettsville, FFA.
A decade is defined as a period of 10 years. Seems like an arbitrary classification of time with no set beginning or ending date. But for me, a decade is a fitting reference to describe my experiences in the beef cattle industry. Howdy, I'm Jake Ressler, a proud senior member of the Howattsville FFA chapter, and today I would like to share with you how both the beef industry and I have changed and grown over the past 10 years. Over the past decade, the American beef cattle industry has been shaped by a variety of issues. Environmental sustainability and environmental impact have moved to the center of our industry's conversations, with producers working harder than ever to reduce emissions and conserve valuable land and water resources. Another trend that we have seen over the past 10 years is increased demand, market volatility, and the continued shrinkage of our domestic beef cattle herd. These changes have forced beef producers like us here to produce more beef with less cattle in an increasingly unstable economic environment. Additionally, there has been constant regulation and opposition to our industry. Country of origin labeling laws and the introduction of lab grown meat have forced industry leaders to be fighting endlessly to protect our businesses and ways of life. Although each of these aspects have been particularly hard on our industry, I have come to understand that the American rancher is resilient and determined to meet consumer demands by producing a safe, nutritious, and wholesome product for everyone to enjoy. Now, for me, 10 years ago, I got up here and walked into this room for my very first junior commercial steer contest. I wasn't quite sure about being here, but then again, I thought, how hard could it possibly be? I quickly learned the answer to that question when I sat down to take a test full of words that were way above my third grade reading level. I mean, seriously, how is a third grader supposed to know what polioencephalomalacia is? Am I right? The next day, I got up here to give my speech, and I absolutely stumbled my way through it. After that incident, I was pretty sure that this contest was not for me. But with some encouragement from my family members, I kept coming back year after year. Things slowly got better, and now, as I look back, I can confirm that this contest was for me. In fact, this contest is for everyone. The skills that I've learned as an exhibitor in the San Antonio Junior Commercial Steer Contest have shaped me into the person that I am today. Years of studying and learning have increased my knowledge of the beef industry as a whole. 10 speeches ago, I fumbled over my words. Today, I stand here as a confident communicator who understands that those of us who love the beef industry must be willing to share our stories and promote our values if we want the next generation to succeed. A decade. For some in the room, it feels like a long time. For others, the blink of an eye. For me, it's over half my life, and I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity to share it with this commercial steer family and all the beef industry professionals that I've met along the way. So today, let me leave you with this. It's the people that make our industry so special. Together, we are the future of the beef industry. Together, we can leave an impact. So learn, grow, and build relationships here that will last a lifetime, because I know that I have. Thank you.
Jake, a decade makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. A big difference.
That's a great job. That speech was slightly different than the first one I remember 10 years ago.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Hey, I really love the fact that you brought some awesome cattle and also talked about the cattle herd. Can you have two questions for you? One is, why did the cattle herd that we currently have, how have we let it get so small? So what are the factors that have created the smallest cattle herd in the history of America? And then I'm going to ask you the second question, which is, why have we not seen a rebuilding of the cattle herd as fast as we have in previous cattle cycles?
Yes, sir. So whenever I get a question like this, I like to start from way back, especially for this question. So from the last time, right now we have the lowest cattle herd since we've had in the 1960s or 1970s. So it's been a long time since we had this few of cattle. Whenever I look at why our cattle herd is so small right now, I look back to the COVID year and 2020 all the way back to there. That's when basically markets went crazy, COVID, people were scared all the time, and markets dropped, so the cattle herd started getting funky. After that, we had extreme drought in the western United States. Producers were having to sell their cattle because they couldn't afford to feed them and water them on what they had, so they had to get rid of those animals, and that's what caused us into a liquidation phase of the cattle cycle. Means we're liquidating the herd, selling more cattle than we're keeping back for replacements, and then moving through that as the economy got more crazy and inflation is hitting higher rates and the Fed is raising their interest prices, everything got more expensive. In turn, cattle got more expensive. And as we follow this sort of timeline, we get to the point where now beef prices are high because we're selling cows and we're not keeping replacement heifers, so our numbers are getting lower. Beef prices are so high at the grocery store level, so that means the packers are having to or the Packers are making a lot of money on all the beef that they're selling to the consumers. And whenever that starts there at the top, it filters its way down. And when the Packers are making a lot of money, that means our cattle that we are raising are worth a lot of money. And whenever our cattle that we are raising are worth a lot of money, you are more likely to sell that animal because why would I retain these 10 replacement heifers? Or if I could just turn around and sell these 10 replacement heifers and get about $3,000 a head for them, maybe more. Nowadays, replacement heifers are really expensive. I just bought some, so I do know that. But yeah, why would we want to keep those animals when we don't have the feed or we don't have the resources to feed them, pay them, water them, raise them on rangeland? We have less land that we're working with as cattle producers than ever before, and it keeps getting restricted. And whenever there's this economic value of just selling those animals away right now, why would we want to keep them as replacements? So the second part of your question was why we're not rebuilding, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the big reason why we're not rebuilding. While the past year we have seen a 1% increase in beef replacement heifers that are being kept, it's still to the point where the common everyday rancher can look at their herd and say, "Why should I keep these 10 replacement heifers when I can turn around and sell them and get a $40,000 check in my pocket?" And it's more economical and more advantageous for them to sell them to the feedlots because the feedlots need those cattle and the Packers really need those cattle because they need beef and because beef is worth a lot of money for them right now. And then that's why the markets are. So it's all linked together. It's all a chain event and it's all pretty crazy.
It's funky, right? Good job, Jake. Thank you very much.
What a way to go out. Good job, Jake. Okay, let's go to Adeline Corrales from Fayette County 4-H.
The future of this beef industry isn't waiting somewhere down the road. It's right here in this room. Every year, as we sit in these seats, we are told we are the future. Now, as I look among my peers today, I don't just hear those words, I believe them. Because sitting here are the next producers, leaders, and decision makers who will shape this industry. We are not here just to listen. We are here to learn, to compete, and raise the bar for what great beef should be. Because if we want a stronger future, it starts with producing better beef. Good morning, San Antonio. My name is Adeline Corrales, and this is my third year competing at the greatest show on earth, the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show. Today, I am so excited to discuss how we all can play a role in producing better beef. The American beef producer has been the best in years, with the American beef producer has been more efficient over the years by producing more pounds of beef and doing that with fewer cows. The national quality grade has been the best in years, with only 15% of it being select. That's one of the big reasons why demand is so high. One of the most progressive and fastest growing sectors right now is beef on dairy. For years, a straight Holstein could bring around $0 to $100, but now in 2026, an average day-old beef on dairy calf could bring around $1,300. That's big money going back to the dairies. Second, the person who buys and feeds out the calf gets more too. Beef on dairy cattle could gain more pounds per day and convert it more efficient. That means more pounds of beef with less feed. Third, the packers benefit. Producers have been harvesting cattle that not only hang a heavier carcass, but they do it quicker than a straight Holstein. And finally, the end user, our customers always win. The beef going on our plates have been known for more tenderness and higher quality. And according to Dr. Del Werner from Texas Tech University, beef on dairy cattle have a real advantage in eating quality. On average, they have more marbling, higher tenderness, and even better flavor than some beef cattle. When the dairy, the feeders, the packers, and our customers always win, that just doesn't just make beef better. It makes the beef business better. Thank you.
Adeline, that was wonderful. You provided so many good facts and were very confident. I really enjoyed listening to that. So,
Thank you.
hey, so for the average person just walking up and looking at your cattle, it probably is just a little hard for them to diagnose exactly what the breed composition of them are. So, share with everybody the breed composition. And then I want you to explain, because I know you're probably strategic in choosing these, how you think they fit the grid or the point system that we are assigning up here in terms of maximizing their point value or grid value for on the rail.
Well, my steers are Akushi and Holstein crosses, so I picked it because Holsteins are really good in quality and tenderness, and Akushis are high in marbling. So I think that's just a really good combo to choose.
Excellent job. I'm very proud of you. Good
Thank
set.
you.
Thank you, Adeline. All right, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so.
Thank you.
We do have a lot of donuts. A lot of donuts that need to be consumed. Exhibitors, head over.
All right, kiddos, y'all head back to your chairs. We're fixing to get started.
Buddy.
Hey, we're about to get started again, but I got a couple of things I want to show you. You might remember my lament this morning that I had to pray instead of Luke Gola, and I was sad that he wasn't here. Well, guess what? He is here now. Luke Gola came. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. All right. I have one more introduction that I want to do. In 1999, when we started this show, we were concerned about sponsors, and we didn't really have any sponsors. We started with 0 sponsors, and we talked to Gerald Eckel about being a sponsor of this show, and he said, I am in, and I will be in. We lost Gerald several years ago, but we have not lost Lissy and Eckel's support. They continue every single year to increase their support of not just our show, but the entire San Antonio Livestock Exposition. And Charles Eckel comes to listen to all of your speeches every year. Charles, thank you so very much for being here and for all you guys do for the youth of South Texas. Okay, let's get started. And I think we're going. Was right to Lincoln Bond at Falls City FFA.
Close your eyes and imagine this. You're on the biggest day of your life, and up until this point in the evening, everything's gone perfect. The lights are low, the menu doesn't have prices, and the waiter keeps calling you sir, which means the steak's already too expensive. You order prime filet, medium rare. You get your food expecting a perfectly cooked masterpiece, but when you cut into it, it's overcooked. That's the moment your hunger fades and your trust in the process completely falls apart. But what if I told you there's a way to get a perfect steak every time? Allow me to introduce you to sous vide. It's a method that takes the stress out of cooking and replaces it with science. Hello, my name is Lincoln Vaughn. I'm 12 years old and a member of the Fall City Junior FFA. And apparently, I know a lot about what it means to have the ultimate date night along with a perfectly cooked steak. Sous vide. Sousvide. Now, I know what you're thinking. Sue's who? Is that a new Marvel villain? Nope. Sous vide is French for under vacuum, which sounds impressive until you realize it means putting a steak in a plastic bag and letting it float in warm water like it's on vacation. Think of it like this. Instead of throwing your steak onto a screaming hot grill and hoping that your temperature gauge is right, sous vide is calmly saying, hey buddy, sit right there at 129 degrees until you're perfect. The steak can't undercook, can't overcook, and can't run away. It's locked in a plastic bag like it's in protective custody. Gordon Ramsay once said, cooking is about confidence and control. Sous vide gives you both. The steak comes out edge to edge perfect, and after a quick sear on the grill, you have flavor, tenderness, and consistency that's hard to beat. And essentially, that idea of control and consistency is what the beef industry is all about. Now let's pivot to the industry side of things. Cattle producers don't just wake up and hope their steak turns out good. They carefully manage genetics, nutrition, and animal health, all with the goal of delivering beautiful marbling and rich flavor, so that when a steak finally reaches your plate, as the flavor and tenderness people expect. Now here's where it gets really cool. Sous vide doesn't just help the most tender cuts of meat; it helps the tougher, cheaper cuts better, which matters a lot in the beef industry. Butcher and meat expert Tom Conyers explains that sous vide allows cuts that usually gets overlooked to become more flavor and delicious because time and temperature do the work instead of force. This means more value from every animal and less waste. The beef industry isn't just about cattle. It's about science, planning, and turning hard work into something we love. And if that lesson comes wrapped in a plastic bag, well, maybe that's just progress. So yes, sous vide may look funny and it may feel wrong to put a steak in a vacuum sealed bag, but teaches us something important about beef and agriculture. It's that great results come from patience, precision, and respect for the process. Thank you.
Lincoln, I'm glad I get to ask you a question. That was a great talk on how to compare steak. And sous vide is something that really a lot of consumers haven't started putting into the kitchen yet. And I would want to ask you a question. Do you think that you can cook a steak better with sous vide, or can you do it better if you're managing those steaks on your favorite grill or flat top? Which way would you prefer to cook your best steak that you would eat?
In my opinion, it just depends because sous vide, it helps you get consistency, but not always the flavor everybody wants off of the grill. And I can argue that it takes all the fun out of cooking. You get to hang outside with your friends and family and cook a steak on the grill. But sous vide, you just plop it in some warm water for a couple hours and just sear it for like 2 minutes on each side. So it just depends how you like it.
That's a perfect answer. Great job. Your knowledge level is awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lincoln. All right, let's go to Tilden FFA, Mr. Brock Sartwell.
Ben Franklin, Thomas Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, and Steve Jobs are very well known names.
We hear all the time about these pioneers. But what about the pioneers in commercial cattle feeding and this contest? First, let's tip our hats to a few product inventors. In 1799, Sir William Banks created the first ear tag for King George's cattle. It was made out of metal, but in 1963, Ritchie Manufacturing created the first permanent and flexible ear tag that we all use today. In 1905, Edwin Clary received a patent for the first float valve, designed to refill watering troughs. And in 1967, William Roper created the 5-gallon bucket with lid. Our world is full of unsung heroes that make our lives easier and our cattle healthier. There are also notable Texans who have revolutionized cattle feeding and made this commercial steer contest. Mr. Paul Engler, without a doubt, has made the greatest impact in the commercial on commercial cattle feeding. He founded Cactus Feeders in 1975 and utilized modern transportation methods to bring corn to the cattle instead of cattle to the corn. And this allowed him to feed large numbers of cattle on the West Texas plains. Sadly, he passed away in 2024, but his contributions to the industry and our education are significant. His commitment of more than $100 million to universities funding animal science and cattle research benefits everybody in this room. The commercial steer contest is instrumental in educating young beef producers. People ask me what I've learned through this contest, and I tell them that the most important thing that I have learned is what I haven't learned yet. I'm excited and proud that each year I get to learn something new. I'm also proud that my family saw the value of this contest long ago. My great-grandfather, J.D. Sartwell, founded the Houston Livestock Show commercial steer contest in 1952, with many family members of mine competing, like my father and my brother. In 1999, Mr. John Mack and Gerald Eccles started this contest at the San Antonio Stock Show. Being family friends with Mr. Eckel and longtime feeders of Lissy and Eckel feeds, I am proud to say that I am the first Sartwell to compete in this contest. No matter the outcome today, we all leave here as better stewards of God's creatures and advocates of the beef industry. And who knows, anybody in this room can be the next industry titan like Paul Engler. Thank you.
Brock, you did a great job, and we enjoyed looking at your cattle. Good set of cattle. Hey, what is your career aspirations? What kind of impact? You're talking about legends in the beef industry. And so I want to know your dreams, your vision. What do you want to accomplish in your life? What kind of impact do you want to have on the beef industry?
Okay, so I'm a junior in high school. I plan on finishing out in Tilden High School for the rest of my high school education. Plan on going to Kansas State and majoring in economics, animal economics. And I plan on going back to my ranch and just continuing my family's legacy that has been going on since the 1920s and learning from other people around me in college and in the Brahman and the beef industry. And so I just plan on bettering my cattle at the ranch and learning as much as I can and helping the next generation of Sartwells. Thank you.
Thank you, Brock. Good job. Okay, let's go to Kennedy Wilhelm from Nazareth FFA.
Christmas lunch at my house can look a lot like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. People everywhere, lots of food, and even more conversation. Much like Clark's cousin, Eddie, I have an uncle that can be a bit of a wild card. While he's earned his credibility in his cattle operation and farming, he doesn't realize that I'm not the blonde niece he still pictures from years ago and tries to push his opinions on me. But that all changed this year, as I wasn't about to let familiarity or a little arrogance get in the way to prove points with data, outcomes, and results. As he asked, so all this Walmart and Prime Pursuits plant talk, is it really worth the hype? I'm Kennedy Wilhelm, an eighth grader with Nazareth FFA. And as many of you remember, last year, when I first introduced Prime Pursuits to the crowd, I did it by singing a few lines of 9 to 5 by Dolly Parton. I know you remember because people still remind me. It got a laugh, but the message was serious then and still is today. Because in this market, hype doesn't pay the bills, performance does. And that's exactly where I want to focus on today. Why Walmart's new owned and operated beef packing and case ready facility is not only strategic, but profitable. From an economic standpoint, this facility addresses two inefficiencies in the current beef system: increasing carcass size and downstream handling costs. First, carcass size. And this is where my brother always has plenty to say. Today's cattle are simply larger. Hot carcass weights have increased substantially over time, yet most of our infrastructure was built for smaller animals. Plants not designed for modern carcasses lose efficiency through excessive trim, labor strain, slower chain speeds, cooling capacity, and inconsistent portion sizing. Walmart's facility is engineered with modern mill spacing, fabrication layouts, and automation to handle today's carcasses efficiently, maximizing yield recovery while maintaining food safety and product consistency. That efficiency translates directly into retained value across the supply chain. Second, downstream handling. By integrating case ready operations, Walmart reduces handling steps, shortens the cold storage, and improves shelf life predictability. Fewer touches mean less shrink, less waste, and a more reliable inventory flow, all of which drive costly savings at a scale. Now pair that infrastructure with Prime Pursuits and 44 Farms genetics, and the return becomes even clearer. I raise cattle with these genetics because they are designed initially for marbling expression, feed efficiency, structural soundness, and carcass uniformity. Traits that only pay when the system downstream is capable of capturing their value. Prime Pursuits closes that loop by returning carcass data to the producer, ensuring allowing genetic and management decisions to align with box beef outcomes. That alignment allows cattle to be harvested closer to optimal endpoints and ensures the plant is processing cattle it was designed to handle. So when my version of Uncle Eddie asked if it was worth the hype, I didn't respond emotionally. I responded practically. It's worth it when capacity reduces volatility. It's worth it when the plant design matches carcass reality. And it's worth it when efficiency protects value instead of leaking it. Thank you.
Kennedy, excellent job. And I think that the size of your steer so far, you have the biggest one we've had in here.
Wow.
And so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
1,645 pounder should hit it just about right. That is what the industry's bringing in today to the major packers. And so you did a great job with the feed bucket.
Thank you.
And I guess it was a great year to grow steers out there in West Texas.
Yes, it was. The weather was amazing.
So I thought your speech was really intriguing and awesome, just like it was last year. And so I would ask you if you were going to predict where we're going to go in the industry from an efficiency standpoint at the packer level and to be able to hit the retail market? Are we going to make cattle continue to make them bigger, or do you think that we're going to go smaller, or do you think we're going to kind of stay right here at about 1650? So those are your choices. Give you multiple choice, and then tell us why after you pick one of those three.
So, my point of view on where the industry is going to lead in the next few years is I think cattle are probably either going to stay the same or get larger. We have reached the highest point we're at in history, and personally, I really love how my cattle look today. And like my brother says, he's always preaching that cattle are better, bigger, and so do I. I think having bigger cattle and feeding them for even longer is better and more consistent. It allows your marbling to go up sometimes, and although your yield grade may increase, it also allows that, like I said, fat in the marbling to go up. So that's my
Kennedy, that's a great answer. We're going to find out, so you'll be back to tell us about it in a few years. Congratulations,
Yes,
great
sir.
job.
Thank you.
Good job, Kennedy. Hey, that little girl also is the meanest kettle corn I ever saw. Using her grandmother's recipe, she brought us all bags of kettle corn yesterday, and I may or may not have finished mine off at about 11 o'clock last night. So thank you very much for that. Great speech. Hold on to your hats, folks. We're going to Cade Busby from Hill County 4-H.
Imagine you're sitting in the truck listening to The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. The song ends and the midday market report comes over. The cattle market has begun to make a very volatile price drop. You sigh and just simply shrug your shoulders because you've used livestock risk protection to insure your cattle. Howdy, my name is Cade Busby from Hill County 4-H. Today, I'll be talking about a federally funded insurance program for the marketing and protection of beef and other meat producing species. Earlier, I mentioned the famous song, The Gambler. In this song, the gambler talks about how life is full of risks and decisions. This same mentality is true to us beef producers. With the cattle market as volatile as today's, you have to know when to hold them and when to make a move. However, if producers have taken out LRP, then they may not have to take these same risks. So, what even is livestock risk protection? Well, livestock risk protection is a USDA funded insurance program providing protection to beef, pork, and lamb producers from declining market prices. While it does not guarantee a profit, LRP allows producers to select a base price, providing protection if the market at the time of sale falls below the selected coverage level for a specific time period. This insurance can be crucial during periods of market uncertainty when prices are out of the gambler's control. In addition to being able to set a base price, producers still retain 100% ownership and marketing flexibility of cattle, meaning they can sell their cattle when and how they choose without being locked into a specific contract. In a cattle market as volatile as today's, LRP has become an increasingly popular risk management tool. While higher beef prices have boosted revenue potential for producers, they have also come with crazy downfalls as well. One quick shift in consumer demand or trading disruptions can lead to steep price drops for the American beef producer. In these cases, LRP helps protect today's higher betting levels, ensuring that a market downtrend does not erase months of careful management and investment. Some people say that investing in LRP is an additional cost to the producer. That is true, but investing in LRP allows the producer to select a coverage level between 70 and 100%, so it isn't an all in bet. While higher coverage levels do offer greater market price protection, they come with a higher premium as well. However, as a producer, you must ask yourself if you're willing to call a bet when you have a good hand so that you can see the flop that may lead to you still being in the game. When I was looking to purchase my commercial steers for this year, cattle prices were at a near record high. Between my county show, San Antonio, Houston, and a couple of calves to feed out for family friends, I was looking to purchase 10 head to put in my feedlot. This investment alone was going to set me back $30,000. Now, for a 14-year-old country boy, this was a bit of a scary bet to play. However, I went with it. The check was written, and the boys were hauled to my feedlot. In early November, President Trump decides he's going to save Americans money at the grocery counter by importing beef. Quickly, the market began to decline over a couple of weeks. Talk about making this boy nervous as to what I would be paid for my fed steers 4 months down the road. This is when I began to wish I'd used livestock risk protection not only to insure my cattle, but to ensure that I would at least recoup the funds that I had invested. After all, the cattle market is a lot like gambling. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to make a move, and if you use livestock risk protection, there'd be plenty of time for counting when the market was done. Thank you.
Kate, I always look forward to hearing you talk, buddy. You're so entertaining. And I am a big fan of Kenny Rogers and the Gambler. Uh, I got two questions. Number one, do you collectively think Trump has been good for agriculture?
Yes, sir.
That's probably a loaded question.
Okay.
Number two, you did a great job explaining LRPs. Traditionally, to manage risk, people you use the futures, and they play simple hedges. And so, you can explain one or both of those, whatever you like.
Okay. So on the second question, do you want me to explain the differences or explain which one I think is better? Okay. So, uh, so on the first question of if I think Trump has improved the cattle market, I think there are multiple different ways he has improved or decreased the cattle market. For example, stop trying to import the beef from Argentina. That also affected our prices quite a bit in early November. But not only that, I mean, whenever we shut down the Mexico cattle border importing to stop the screwworm from coming over, that also affected our prices. So there's a whole lot of factors that play into that. And on the second question of whether I think futures or LRP are better, I would probably say that for sure depends on how big or small your operation is. For example, taking out LRP or futures on one head versus 20,000 head. It for sure depends on the large scale of your operation, but for me personally, I would like to go with LRP more than a future contract. Thank you.
Never disappoints. Good job. Good job. Okay, let's go to True Creel from Young County 4-H.
Was it 2025? A wild ride? Hello, my name is True Creel. On New Year's Eve, my family paused to reflect on the year behind us. My mom asked 6 questions, starting with, if you could describe the past year in one word, what would it be? When it was my turn, I floundered in semantics and finally landed on the word roller coaster. Simple, but fitting. The highs were high and the lows were low. It was a year of success. My little sister and I studied all the studies and worked all the work. And the payoff was humbling. Buckles, banners, scholarships, and accolades. Those wins mattered. But what mattered more was the direction it gave us. I said yes to new challenges, failed just as often as I succeeded, and learned from both. I stepped into clearer passion and purpose and left the only school I had ever known and chose to homeschool through Texas Tech University. It was a year of changes. The year also brought heartache. It forced me to face big, grown up realities: death, grief, loss, and disappointment. And other struggles like a disastrous harvest and the financial fallout that followed. These moments don't build resumes, but they do chisel on our character. 2025 was heart wrenching and heart filling for me, and it was for the cattle industry too. From record high prices to historic lows in national beef inventory, to foreign animal disease threats, to the endemic of the New World screwworm and its threat on the American border, to massive market manipulation triggered by trade and tariff unpredictability, and a touch of a trauma response to when Trump talks. From damaging drought to rising input costs, labor shortages, and market volatility, to packing plant chaos and market consolidation, to increasing sustainability and ethical demand on producers. Struggles like labor shortages, policy and regulatory burdens, and an aging producer base reveal that the struggles likely outnumber the successes, despite our high prices. Lower supply, higher prices, greater uncertainty. Simply put, 2025 was a roller coaster year for beef. Yes, the highs were high, the lows were low, and if we move forward together, the best is still ahead. Looking back, I've learned this. I don't know nearly as much as I once thought I did, but I do know I choose to rest in faith, stay adaptable, and move forward with intentional stewardship. Psalms 30 reminds us weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning. My charge to the beef industry is that in these seasons of uncertainty, may we choose integrity over shortcuts, innovation over complacency, and stewardship over convenience, protecting our land, our livestock, and our legacy. Thank you.
True, that was an outstanding speech and very motivating. I was at in Omaha with a group of producers that represent a significant number of producers in the beef industry, and I was telling them a very similar message that there's never been a better time to get in or to be in the beef industry. The future is extremely bright for the USA. And love your speech. I think it does a great job of that. Your cattle are really good as well. So I guess one of the things with all that optimism and enthusiasm that you would have, how would you tell everybody in your contemporary group to get into the beef industry? So we all want to get in there, but with economics the way that it is, what would you tell them or what would you advise them on how to get in and be the future of this industry? Because that's probably the thing that scares everybody the most is how do we hand the torch on to the next generation?
Yes, sir. So the future is bright, as it's obvious all of the competitors in this room. And so I think that we've had a couple of challenges in the beef industry, and the $1 million question has been what's the solution to the challenges we've been facing, as I listed in my speech. And so I believe in the next 4 years, herds are going to grow and producers are going to grow their herds back. And so I do believe that there is a future and that it's going to be bigger and better than ever. And so I think with that message, like all the competitors are doing, they're sharing about the beef industry. And I think if we continue to do that, there will be tremendous outcomes.
I agree. Great job. Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Good job, True. Thank you very much. Let's go to Casey Connor from Jacksboro FFA.
Howdy, everyone. I'm Casey Connor from Bowie, Texas. Showing commercial steers at San Antonio Livestock Show has been one of the biggest parts of my life. When I look back on the journey, I don't think about a show. I think about the work, the responsibility, and the daily care that went into it. Long before we got here, I've been doing this for over 6 years now. That's something that early mornings in school and long evenings after everything else is done. Six years of feed buckets, checking water, watching weights, and paying attention to small details. It hasn't just been about activities for me. It's truly helped shape who I am. I still remember my first year when I was nervous and I didn't have much confidence. When people asked me questions, I could barely answer. Honestly, the only thing I could say was vertical mixer. That was about all I could get out. I didn't have much I did not know how to explain rations and talk about nutrition the way I do now. Looking back, it makes me smile because it shows how much I've grown. From barely speaking to standing here now, this growth means a lot to me. For me, this has never just been about a competition. It's always been about these animals. The steers depend on me every single day. That depends on me to feed them correctly, to make sure they have clean water, and to keep them healthy. They depend on me to notice when something isn't right. They can't tell me when they don't feel good, so I have to pay close attention. This responsibility is something I've never taken lightly. There are days when you're tired, and there's days when you can't give up. Then there's days when the weather isn't great. Days when balancing school, family, and livestock is overwhelming. But when you choose to take care of an animal, you don't skip a day. You show up anyways. You feed, you clean, and you check on them. You make sure they are comfortable. You stay consistent because they are counting on you. Raising commercial feeder steers has shown me that these small things matter most. It's sticking to the feeding schedule, it's watching how much they eat, it's adjusting to feed when needed. It's paying attention to their health and making sure they stay on track. The little details done every single day are what makes a difference over time. Results don't happen overnight. They come from steady care and practice. San Antonio means so much to me because it represents months of steady hard work. It represents the unseen hours at home. It represents the commitment. It's just being here reminds me of everything it took to get to this point. This experience has also helped me lead towards my future. Through feeding and caring for my steers, I found something I truly enjoy. Learning how different feed affects growth and how to build Learning how different feed affects growth and how to build rations and how proper nutrition keeps animals healthy made me want to continue in animal science and animal nutrition. What starts as a project turned into a career goal. I want to keep learning how to improve livestock and feeding and help producers raise what I've enjoyed. I also want to say thank you to Mr. Blair for helping me my first year whenever I was unsure of myself, when I didn't have much confidence and all I could say was vertical mixer. That was about all I could get out. He answered my questions when I needed them. He gave me advice and he pushed me to learn more. I didn't I didn't want to be here. I wouldn't be here today without the support and the advice, and I'm very thankful for it. Over the last 6 years, this program has helped me grow in confidence and responsibility. It has taught me how to manage my time and show commitment even when things get hard. It's shown me that caring for something every day builds character. No matter what happens, I'm proud of the care I've given my steers. I'm proud of the time and effort I put in. I'm proud to say that I am stayed consistent and gave it my best. And as hard as it is to say, this is the last time I'll be up here. It's bittersweet because this has been such a big part of my life for over 6 years. But I'll always be thankful for the memories, the lesson, and the responsibilities that came with it. Raising commercial feeder steers has been a very big experience for me. It's lead me to what I want to do in the future, and I'm excited to take what I've learned here and carry it with me to the next chapter of my life. Thank you.
Casey, that was outstanding. Thank you for your personal testimony on your growth and what this program's done for you. So you talked about how you like nutrition, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to ask you. So how do you take cattle, and everybody's got to do this, how do you take cattle that are, probably raised on grass or on the side of their mother on grass, and then transition them up to a hot finishing diet so they gain at a good rate? How do you do that from a nutrition standpoint, and why do you do what you do? Explain your answer.
So I actually mix my own feed. So that really helps with how to take them from grass, and you put more hay into their diet, into their feed whenever you start them, and then you gradually go into DDG, add that more, or the flake corn and add that more, and then at the end you pretty much feed them soybean whole pellets and DDG and flake corn, and the hay is maybe 100 pounds.
Outstanding. Thank you, Casey. Good job.
And we are proud of you too, Casey. Thank you very much, sweet kid. Okay, let's go to Kaylin Johnson from Bellevue FFA.
I don't know about anybody else's mom, but let me tell you, my mom loves rendering beef tallow. It all started when we went to go get our beef from the butcher. I heard my mom ask if they had any tallow for sale, and I thought that was a really weird word. I had no idea that later that night my hands would be covered in it while helping my mom melt it down and squeeze it through cheesecloth. I did not sign up for that part. And let me tell you, my mom's pork chops and beef tallow, you don't even know. They were amazing. Beef tallow is the fat around the kidneys of the cow. When that fat is melted down and squeezed, it becomes beef tallow. Cleaned, it becomes beef tallow. Our butcher sells it for $3 a pound. And when that beef tallow another important benefit of beef tallow is that it reduces waste. When it reduces waste. As FFA members, we realize and learn how important it is to respect livestock and respect livestock. And another important benefit of beef tallow is that it helps reduce waste. As FFA members, we learn how important it is to respect livestock and use as much of the animal as possible. Beef tallow shows that cattle provide more than just meat in agriculture, plays a big role in our everyday lives. There are also health benefits to beef tallow. Rendering your own tallow means it does not have a bunch of added chemicals, like some everyday cooking oils. It also contains important vitamins that help support your body. Thank you.
Kaylin, great job. You know, one of the things that is really awesome is when you see somebody adapt in a situation and turn it to really good. And you did a great job of that.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that. And I think that that's going to really serve you well in the future. Hey, I loved your speech, and I think that we don't really estimate or give enough credit to what we've done or what's changed in the world of beef fat. So 40 years ago, beef fat was the worst thing we could ever produce, and everybody was talking about how negative it was. And we're still doing that today to some degree. But beef tallow has become really, really valuable. It used to be worth about 2 cents, and now it's worth over $1.50 or more. What do you think has caused the change or the rise in beef tallow price? Why do we have a demand for beef tallow now? And you may not know any of that, but I think it's some good stuff to learn, even if you don't know. Where do we use some of the beef tallow, and why is it in such demand?
Well, beef tallow, it's like the newest big thing. According to my mom and TikTok, it's like the newest big thing. You can cook with it and even make skin products out of it.
You're exactly right. The demand for beef tallow to make skin products for us has just gone through the roof. And so that's a great answer. And you should always listen to your mom, right? Great job.
Thank you.
Good job, Kaylin. Okay, let's go to Emma Seiler, Bront FFA.
Did you know that your neighbors 100% could have the right to sue you because you have a loud, smelly, environmentally dangerous cattle operation? Do you want to know what stops them? A little chapter in the Texas Agriculture Code, Chapter 251, known as the Right to Farm Law. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Right to Farm Law protects farmers and ranchers from being dragged into court and sued over nuisance lawsuits. But what if your operation actually is doing harm? Good morning. My name is Emma Seiler from the Broughton FFA chapter, and I'm here to address the ongoing issue of the right to farm law in our one and only Lone Star State. Farmers and ranchers alike have been harassed for centuries by urbanites who slide into our open range under the name of urbanization. They move to the countryside looking for either the sereneness of the middle of nowhere or more land for their own companies. But some of them never seem to do their research before moving in next to a cattle operation. Before you know it, they're knocking on your door complaining about your cattle being too loud, too smelly, or you apparently just aren't doing it right. Without the right to farm law, these people could definitely take you to court over this. And if they played their cards right, they might just win. And you'd have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for being a quote unquote nuisance to the community. All because you have a smelly manure pond on your land. The right to farm law stops this by having specific regulations you would have to meet to be labeled as a nuisance and acting as a shield from these lawsuits. It keeps farms and ranches from going out of business from these lawsuits and the prices of them and being unable to afford the costs. On the other hand, we have to look at the neighbor's perspective. Imagine you buy a small farmhouse that you've been dreaming of having, the perfect little home for retirement. But you weren't aware of the extremely large cattle operation that stands only a few yards from your fence line. The right to farm law has very broad regulations that have the same effect for an operation of 200 head and an operation of 5,000 head. Due to the broadness, even if these farms were legitimately polluting your land, your water, soil, and air, you wouldn't be guaranteed a way to fix it if you were to bring it to court. You'd either lose or they might dismiss the case altogether because you don't have enough evidence showing the pollution, leaving you with the option of either giving up on your dream of a small countryside retirement or enduring the pollution of your necessary resources and risking your health to keep your property. This is where we start to see the negatives of agriculture being so complex and having so many harmful practices that are deemed as normal due to the large demand for food. Should the right to farm law be expanded, or would it be better to just add more restrictions and regulations to what qualifies as a nuisance under the law? Some might say that we should do away with it as a whole, but we have to look at the costs. Doing away with the right to farm law would cause more lawsuits, more farms and ranches going out of business, and everyone having to pay more at the checkout because we're having to import so many foods from other countries. Meanwhile, keeping the law as it is would result in higher medical prices and demand because so many people are enduring endless pollution from harmful operations that they can't stop. Stepping back and taking a look at this, we can only hope the Texas Senate will do the logical thing and add more boundaries to the law. Boundaries such as what qualifies as pollution when taking the size of the operation into account, and what agricultural practices should be protected under the law, ensuring a harmful large operation wouldn't be able to continue injuring its neighbors. In conclusion, the right to farm law is more than just a chapter in the Texas Agriculture Code. It's a fine line between protecting our farmers and protecting our neighbors. Texas was built by farmers and ranchers. Without them, our tables and our economy would be empty. But just as we value their hard work, we must also value the health, safety, and peace of those who call the countryside home. By setting clear, fair boundaries within the right to farm law. Oh my word. We can ensure that agriculture continues to thrive without sacrificing the well-being of our communities. After all, the heart of Texas lies in both its open fields and its open fairness. Thank you.
Emma, you did it. You remembered everything. It was great. Went really smooth, and I appreciate all the information you shared on the right to farm. So, on that same topic, do you think that are you aware of any legislation that's been passed in Texas or otherwise that's aimed at trying to protect our farm ground from foreign investors? So, like other countries, China, North Korea, Russia. Are you aware of anything on that light, or what? And even if you are or aren't, what's your thoughts on whether or not do you think we should pass laws that prohibits, non-American citizens from purchasing agricultural land in the United States?
I don't know anything about laws that protect non-Americans from purchasing land. Can you
So,
repeat the
what do you
question?
think? What are your thoughts? Like, do you think we ought to pass legislation that prohibits folks from other countries from buying our agricultural lands? Do you think that's important, or do you feel like it's not necessarily as big of a deal as maybe we make it out to be?
Would these people be selling what they produce on the land from their country, or would it be from America?
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, we've only got so much farmland, right, in the United States, or so much ground to run cows on. And so do you think it's in our best interest? Should we be worried about other folks from other countries purchasing this ground and owning it and producing, whatever they see as fit from agricultural standpoint? Is that a concern that we should have on our radar?
Well, it can be concerned due to invasive species coming into the United States that then take over all the water or soil that we need for other plants that need the nutrients that these invasive species are taking over. Not to mention that these, whatever they bring in on this land, could be inviting parasites and bacteria that necessarily our plants and animals don't have protection for. I don't think that it is a good idea to sell land to foreign countries or operations unless it is being sold within the United States and it is the United States that is making profit. It it doesn't make sense to me to sell land and only get the profit from the land, and then other countries and businesses are making so much money from our land and we don't get any of the profit because they own the land.
Yep. Very good, Emma. You had a great response. You did a great job today.
Thank you, Emma. Let's go to Buck Eubanks from Lubbock Cooper, FFA.
Prime, Choice, Select, and even Standard. It's hard choosing what steaks to buy at the meat counter. Thankfully, my dad normally buys the beef for our family, but after this contest, I think I'll be taking over, just as long as he's still footing the bill. All jokes aside, I asked myself if there really was a difference in the steaks that we picked out of the retail counter, and more importantly, what it takes for a producer like me to raise a prime calf. Hi, my name is Buck Eubanks from Lubbock, Texas, and today we are going to decide if prime is truly worth the price. But before we ever get into the retail counter, there's certain ingredients that it takes to raise a prime calf. The main ingredient is genetic capability. Some breeds and even animals within each breed have a greater genetic potential to marble, or the ability to generate intramuscular fat. We can measure these genetic markers through EPDs, or expected progeny differences, when selecting steers. As a rule of thumb, main marbling breeds include dairy cattle, such as Holstein or Jersey, Japanese breeds, such as Wagyu or Akaushi, and your typical beef breeds, like Angus. Cattle these breeds are more likely to grade prime than other breeds, such as Brahman-influenced cattle, though individuals do vary. The second ingredient for prime beef is the environment the animal is exposed to. Proper management is what allows that genetic potential to actually show up in the carcass. In my own pens, this meant focusing on the details. According to Brian Bertlison with U.S. Premium Beef, marbling is a lifelong process. It starts in cow health in utero and continues through early castration and preconditioning. But there's a technical side too, BQA, or beef quality assurance. There, I learned that every time I handle a steer, stress levels matter. And if I want that prime premium, I have to be a low stress manager. That means clean water, consistent bunk management, and making sure my steers are finished, meaning they have just enough external fat cover to ensure internal marbling is maximized. So after we have bred, fed, and managed a perfect prime steer, and the steak is in the retail counter, what do consumers have to say? Honestly, my family did not really eat prime beef before I started this contest. I performed my own experiment at home on my parents, and they chose prime every time. But don't worry about bias. Statistics also back me up. According to Farm Progress, consumer preference for high quality beef continues to trend upward. In the last 20 years, the percentage of prime beef on the market has more than doubled, increasing to 11.8% in 2025. The higher percentage of prime beef on the market allows the average consumer to experience it in the retail counter, not just at a fancy restaurant. People want that prime experience at their own dinner table, and they are willing to pay for it. This creates a value based target for us as producers. When we hit that target, we aren't just selling a commodity, we're selling a premium product. Is prime worth the price? For the consumer, the answer is in the flavor. But for a 14-year-old producer from Lubbock like me, the answer is in the future. Aiming for prime makes us better managers, more profitable ranchers, and keeps the Texas beef industry at the top. Now, personally, I think my cattle fit the bill, and that's why I'm aiming for prime. Thank you.
That was a great speech, and you came all the way from Lubbock to give that, right? Does the wind blow out in Lubbock?
It blows a lot.
It's been blowing a lot lately, hasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, you did a great job of feeding your steers. You know, they're moderate and balanced really well, and I think they really fit the middle of the category for the beef industry. But I want to ask you a question. You know, you're talking about prime and how have we increased the number of prime carcasses? So, what's the major driving factor on why you've seen the percentage prime increase? I know that you may not know, but give us a best guess. Why do you think that we've seen prime increase so much? There's probably three reasons, and so I'll ask you to maybe give us three possibilities as to why prime has increased.
Yes, sir, for sure. So the first reason the prime is increased is because people are breeding cattle for higher genetics. And so with the higher genetics, the quality is going to increase. And so with people breeding more and more cattle with great quality, the quality just keeps going up. And the second reason is because we feed cattle way longer in the feedlots now, allowing to put more fat on the carcass, which also puts intramuscular fat, not just intermuscular fat. And so that's another reason that marbling increases. And another reason is because we're using low stress strategies now to handle our steers. We're not using as many hot rods anymore, and we're using more strategies that keep the steers comfortable in the feedlots, and that just helps them grade prime even more.
Awesome answer. Thank you very much, and enjoyed your speech.
Buck, good job for your first time. Way to go. All right, let's go to Lana Hodgkinson from Callisburg FFA.
Hi, I'm Lana Hutchinson, and I'm going to talk about the process of feeding my black limousine steers. Me and my dad would travel to Marla, Oklahoma, which is 4 hours away. Isn't that far? Once I got my feed, I started my journey, feeding them 15 pounds in the morning and evening. After a little while, it got so cold, and my steers weren't eating everything in the trough, and was getting a little concerned. So we lowered the feed to 12 pounds, and they finally were eating everything. After a few weeks, we bumped the feed up to 22 pounds. They finally ate everything in their trough plus the hay we gave them. I felt successful. Thank you.
Lena, you did great. You got a nice pair of calves here. They're lean and clean in their composition. They look like they've got some frame and some future growth to them. So my question is just pretty simple. Tell me give me two things that you've found throughout your project this year that has it really hit home with you that you've learned. What are the two take home messages, educationally speaking, that you've most learned through this feeding project this year? You were talking about your feeding management, right? And kind of how they were a little bit inconsistent in regards to maybe their intake or anything like that. So it could be absolutely anything. Tell me one or two things that you've learned this year.
I've learned that the cold can increase on how much they eat. Based
Yeah, you're on the right trail. So that when it was cold, when they had when a colder environment, did they eat more or less?
Less.
Ate less. Okay. What about a hotter environment?
It was mostly cold when I was feeding them, so
Okay. Well, you did an excellent job. I'm proud of you. Good work.
thank you.
Job, Lana. Okay, let's go to Grace Seiler from Bront FFA.
I would like to start with a few questions. Who all is wearing a leather belt? I know I certainly am. Now, who likes marshmallows? I'm not gonna lie to you, I love marshmallows and I would eat them every day if I could. But what if I told you that some grocery store brands use parts of cattle in their marshmallows? You might have heard that they use cow hoof clippings, but that's not entirely true. Really, marshmallows contain a gelatin derived from the boiled skin, connective tissue, and bones of cattle. There are many different byproducts of cattle that we use every day. For example, leather products such as belts are made from the skin of cattle. The best place on the cow to get skin for leather is the rump, followed closely by the shoulder and back. The byproducts of cattle go way beyond fashion. If you've ever played a sport, you've likely held a cow in your hands. One single cowhide provides enough leather for 20 footballs or 144 baseballs. Hello, my name is Grace Seiler, and today I'm talking about byproducts of cattle and their impact on everyday lives. Now, you may be asking, what exactly are byproducts of cattle? Well, cattle byproducts are secondary incidental materials produced during the processing of a primary product. In simpler terms, it's the things that you don't eat, such as hides, fat, bones, blood, and internal organs. Each of these parts produce amazing things. Let's look at cattle fat, or tallow. Not only does it produce soap and candles, but it also is now being used to create sustainable aviation fuel to power commercial jets. It's even in your car tires. Stearic acid from cattle fat helps the rubber hold its shape on high temperatures on the highway. Perhaps the most important impact is in the medical field. Internal organs and glands produce life saving products such as insulin for diabetics and heart valves for surgical patients. Even the sutures used in surgery can be made from cattle. Catgut sutures are naturally absorbed by the human body, so they don't need to be removed later. Leather, made from cowhide, is used to create items such as fashion, furniture, sporting goods, halters, and saddles. So, technically, when you ride a horse, you're sitting on a cow that is riding a horse. Cattle bones can make gelatin for food, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, bone meal fertilizer feed, bone china, and bone tar for sugar refining. Cattle blood makes high nitrogen blood meal, fertilizer, and animal feed. Cattle hooves produce fire extinguishing foam, nutritious pet treats, and gelatin for foods like marshmallows. Cattle horns can produce items such as drinking horns, cutlery handles, combs, buttons, jewelry cufflinks, bangles, earrings, shoe horns, and bowls. Last and not least, the internal organs of cattle can produce sausage casings, tripe, liver pate, and in dishes like haggis, along with industrial medical items such as insulin, medical suitors, pet food, and instrument strings. Now, what would happen if you ate cattle byproduct that was infected, contaminated, or diseased? Well, it could lead to severe, and in some cases, life-threatening foodborne illnesses. Consuming spoiled cattle byproducts exposes you to pathogenic bacteria such as Salmonella, E. coli, and Staphylococcus aureus, which often can lead to severe food poisoning. Within hours or days, you'd likely experience gastrointestinal symptoms, including abdominal cramps, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which may become bloody in some severe cases. While many cases resolved within 48 to 72 hours within fluid replacement, certain bacteria release heat stable toxins that cannot be destroyed by cooking, potentially leading to the life threatening complications like hemolytic uremic syndrome, or known as kidney failure or sepsis. Beyond common pathogens, cattle byproducts contaminated with nervous tissue carry a risk for variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, a rare but fatal brain disorder linked to mad cow disease. From the marshmallows in your cocoa to the tires on your bus and the medicine in our hospitals, cattle provide us with much more than just a hamburger. We use 99% of every animal to maximize resource efficiency and reduce waste. The point is, you don't just eat cattle, you live with them every day. Thank you.
Grace, I'm so proud of you. I think that has to be the most detailed, informational speech we've had so far. And your research and delving into the details was really, really good. So great job. I can't know that I've ever heard a better speech on byproducts of beef cattle. So, one simple question for you. Is that your first speech?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was just a great job. I can't tell you how much studying you did to get to all that detail. So, if we look at the value of cattle, do we make the money, the packer and the cattle industry? Do you know how much value that all those byproducts you talked about add to the value of an animal? So do we make more money off of the meat, like the loin, the T-bones, the porterhouses, the round steaks, or do we make more money off all those byproducts you just told us about? Which one really contributes most to value in the beef cattle?
Um, I'm not really sure, but I would say if you were to sell one of every byproduct at like a garage sale, if you sold one of every one, you would most likely make more money off of those than one package of meat from
Love your
this
answer.
year.
Great job, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
Good job, Grace. All right, let's go to Graham Hale, Santo FFA.
Imagine spending thousands of dollars on a bull and having no idea what kind of calves will produce. Sounds risky, right? That's exactly the problem EPDs are designed to solve. Good morning, everyone. My name is Graham Hale, and today I'm going to be talking about EPDs, or expected progeny differences, and why they're one of the most valuable tools in modern livestock production. Expected progeny differences are genetic predictions. They estimate how an animal's offspring is expected to perform compared to the offspring of another animal of the same breed. In simple terms, EPDs help producers predict which animals are more likely to pass on desirable traits to the next generation. EPDs are not based on opinion or appearance alone. Instead, they are calculated using performance records, pedigree information, and in many cases, genomic data. This allows producers to make a more accurate, data-driven decision rather than solely relying on visual appraisal. There are many different types of EPDs, each representing a specific trait. For example, birth weight EPDs predict calving ease, which is generally important when breeding heifers. A lower birth weight EPD generally means smaller calves and fewer calving problems. Weaning weight and yearling weight EPDs estimate growth potential, which is critical for producers who are focused on performance and profitability. Carcass EPDs have become increasingly important in today's value-based marketing systems, where cattle are often marketed and compensated according to carcass merit, rather than simply live weight. These EPDs are genetic predictions for traits such as marbling, ribeye area, fat thickness, and carcass weight, all of which directly influence quality grade, yield grade, and overall profitability. For example, a higher marbling EPD increases the likelihood that offspring will achieve choice or prime grades, which can result in significant premiums. Ribeye area EPDs are associated with muscling and red meat yield, while fat thickness EPDs help manage excess external fat that can negatively affect yield grade. By strategically incorporating carcass EPDs into selection decisions, producers can align their genetics not only with performance objectives, but also with packer grids and evolving consumer demand for consistent, high quality beef. It's important to remember that EPDs are not based, are used for comparison. Comparison, not absolutes. An EPD does not predict exactly how an individual's calf will perform, but rather how that animal's offspring will perform relative to others. For example, if a bull has a weaning weight of plus 60 and another has a plus 50, the first bull's calves are expected to weigh 10 pounds more on average at weaning on average. In conclusion, expected progeny differences are powerful tools that help improve efficiency, profitability, and sustainability in the livestock industry. When used alongside good management and visual evaluation, EPDs help producers make informed decisions that will not just benefit their herds, but the industry as a whole. Thank you.
Graham, you did good, bud. You got through it. All right. So the topic that you're on EPDs is something that I teach a lot on, and then also through judging activities. So historically, Graham, I would say that you have kind of two camps. You got people that raise cattle, and they're what I call your numbers folks, whether they're raising registered Angus or they're going to buy a bull, boy, they just look at the numbers like you talked about, EPDs, right? And then you got the other camp that's like, those numbers, I don't believe them. I'm just going to look at the cattle and buy basis their confirmation. So that's kind of the phenotype guys, okay? So what's your opinion? What should somebody like a commercial cattleman that's going to an Angus bull sale, what advice would you give them on the degree of emphasis that they should use with the EPDs versus the actual confirmation of the cattle?
I mean, I think the genotype is just as important as the phenotype and the pedigree. But it's like EPDs help predict more about the cattle, but visual evaluation is just as important.
Excellent. That's an excellent answer. I want you to expand just a little bit more on the look of the cattle. If you're going to a bull sale, what are some things physically speaking in the animal's conformation that you need to pay attention to that maybe the EPDs, they do a great job, but maybe can't explain quite as well?
Probably some like their feet, like how well they get around and how good they can kind of eat, and just that's about all I got.
No, that was exactly what I was looking for, Graham. That was a great answer. Good job, bud.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Next is Mason Wolf from Randall County 4-H.
The Texas Panhandle has always been known for its endless horizons, where the sky seems bigger, the sunsets burn brighter, and cattle silhouettes stretch across forever long pastures. It's a place where land isn't just owned, it's stewarded. Now imagine driving past a pasture that you've known your entire life, land that your family has worked on for generations. But instead of seeing cattle graze under a wide West Texas sky, you see steel transmission towers cutting across the horizon. Concrete slabs poured where bluestem once grew, and buildings filled with humming servers where calves once bawled during branding time. Across Texas, technology is rapidly expanding. Data centers, solar facilities, and new housing developments rising up where corn and cattle once stood. And this progress requires resources. Thousands of acres of land, millions of gallons of water, and billions of watts of electricity. With this rapid development, for generations, Texas land has raised cattle. But with this rapid development, the question becomes, what will it raise next? Power lines don't stop at fences. They cross them. When this happens, it doesn't just change the view. It can divide pastures, disrupt grazing rotations, and interfere with water access. For cattle producers, this isn't just an inconvenience. This is operational disruption. Here in Texas, organizations like the Texas Department of Agriculture, United States Department of Agriculture, and the Texas Farm Bureau work to help these producers. But property rights are ultimately shaped by broader constitutional law and federal oversight when infrastructure and agricultural land use intersect. But for cattle producers, this land isn't just dirt. It's grass, water, genetics, investment. It's a legacy. As a senior in high school, I'm thinking about if there will still be opportunities in agriculture 10, 20, or even 30 years from now. Will young producers still feel confident investing in land? Technology will evolve, data centers will relocate, and servers will be upgraded. But once working pasture is permanently altered, once infrastructure reshapes working land, agriculture rarely regains that ground. The issue isn't about industrial growth versus agricultural stability. The issue is balance. Because once pasture turns into pavement, it rarely goes back. As exhibitors, we understand long term investment, genetics, nutrition, efficiency, and the patience it takes to build something year after year. But none of this matters without land. Land isn't just the backdrop for agriculture, it's the foundation of it. It's the grass beneath a calf's first steps. It's the water that sustains a herd through the August heat. It's families reinvesting in fences, soil health, and better genetics. But most importantly, it's protection. It's the confidence that if you care for the land, it will still be yours to pass on. Because when Texas land raises cattle, it raises character. It raises responsibility. It raises families who understand stewardship. And if we continue to pursue thoughtful balance, ranchers across this great state will continue to do what they've always done, caring for the land by day and sitting on their porch at sunset, watching their cattle graze under a wide Texas sky, knowing that the horizon still belongs to them. Thank you.
Mason, I love the speech, and I love the fact that we are in a challenging time of balancing agriculture and population growth in Texas. And so I think you're at the forefront of one of the biggest challenges in beef production and agriculture. Just thinking about the future, what do you think where do you think the area of beef production could grow the most based on Texas topography? How do you see us balancing that out? So you gave a great speech about what the challenges are, but what would be some of the solutions you might recommend to some of our legislators or cattle producing advocate organizations to try to really tune in to getting people to recognize we need to keep our heritage of cattle production in Texas?
That's a great question. I think a couple solutions could be enforcing policies so foreign entities would not be allowed to purchase agricultural farmland, as well as different types of production companies. Fermi America is actually building a plant in Amarillo, Texas. They've taken over 5,800 acres of once active farmland, and they're going to be using over 2.5 million gallons of water a day. So, as long as we're able to prohibit that from continuing, or as long as we're able to continue that industrial growth sustainably for the world of agriculture, I think we should be okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great answer.
Thank you, Mason. Let's go to Brock Bow from Cook County 4-H.
Let's take a step back in time to last September. A few weeks into feeding our first pen of commercial steers and trying our best to feed them at the same time every day. It's far from it some days. 7:30 turned into 8:45 when we got home from church. And let me tell you, these boys were not happy about it. Then we added automatic cattle feeder to our pens. First night it went off at 7:30 p.m. The next day, 7:30 a.m., followed by 7:30 p.m. On the third morning, the steers were announcing it was time for breakfast at 7:26. Before that day, I never knew cattle could tell time. I learned something very important that morning. At the feed trough, consistency is powerful. And if cattle don't know when feed is coming, they get stressed. And when cattle get stressed, the eating patterns can change. Hi, my name is Brock Ball. I'm 13 years old and from Cook County 4-H, where I live on my family's farm in Siblesman, outside of Gainesville, Texas. This was our first year raising commercial steers, and like all of you, our family is very busy. And feeding twice a day can be a real challenge. But our steers don't care anything about that. They only care about one thing: routine. Instead of trying to make our steers adjust to our schedule, we decided to build a system that would adjust to them. That's why my siblings and I decided to build a Feed Smarter Solutions automatic cattle feeder. It can be set to go off multiple times a day. Our feeder holds up to 4 tons of feed, and it can be set to go off at multiple times. Ours is set to be programmed at 7:30 in the morning and 7:30 at night, every day. And for commercial steers, that consistency matters. Studies in the Journal of Animal Science show that cattle develop strong feeding times whenever feed arrives at the same time every day. They spend more time pacing and waiting at the feed trough, compete more when feed arrives, and their intake patterns become less consistent. That's why our feeder is meant to go off at 7:30 in the morning and 7:30 at night, every single day. The main part on our feeder is the auger system. The auger moves a controlled amount of feed out of the hopper. It also helps it's designed to prevent bridging, which is when feed gets stuck and stops flowing. It also helps reduce waste, so more of it goes into the steer instead of onto the ground. And that matters because in commercial steers, we're not just feeding cattle, we're trying to maximize daily gain. And that's whenever you get consistency. Whenever you get consistency, that's whenever they grow best. This project taught me that good livestock management and good engineering skills have something in common. They both remove uncertainty. And when you remove uncertainty, you get good livestock. And when you remove uncertainty, you get good livestock management. The Feed Smarter Solutions automatic cattle feeder just didn't make things easier on our family. It helped us be more consistent. It also helped us feed smarter, play harder. Thank you for listening.
Brock, you did great. All right, I want to ask you a comparative question. You're talking about consistent feeding times for cattle, which is important. I want you to compare yourself and the consistency of your eating habits through the day. I don't know if you're a snacker or a big meal eater, but is it more important for you to be consistent to feel good in what time you eat every day, or is it more important for cattle to eat at a consistent time? And then why the difference? Why explain or defend your answer?
Well, you see, whenever I eat at a time, I get hungry and they do too, but I think it's more important for the cattle to eat at more consistent times because I'm not just worried about myself, I'm worried about them too because that's the main part of my project, not me.
All right, Brock, I agree with you. Let's continue down this pathway. You're doing great. The cattle, it's more important to feed them at a consistent time every day. And so, what's the difference in their GI tract versus your GI tract? What's fundamentally different about cattle and why that's more important? So I'm talking about their stomachs.
Oh,
What do you know about their stomachs?
They have 4 of them and we only have 1 or 2.
Okay, and what's the biggest compartment? I'm going to tell you, it's the rumen. So what's inside the rumen that's not inside your stomach necessarily?
Don't they process water and food at different parts in their stomach, so that one would process the water?
Old enough to watch football with my dad, I've wanted to be a professional NFL player, like Miles Garrett. But my genetics will not allow me to be a big, buff, 300-pound linebacker someday. But I'm okay with that, because my genetics will allow me to be good at things like showing stock, judging stock, and beef cow production. Good morning, San Antonio. My name is Joseph Corrales. I'm a 10-year-old beef over Texan from Fayette County 4-H. And for the past 2 years, I've done my presentation on the bovine digestive system, and I thought it was absolutely amazing how cattle can digest cellulose and we can't, and they turn it into delicious beef. So, once all the feed gets broken down in the small intestines, where does it go? Well, that might take me 2 more presentations to explain. Cattle need thousands of calories every day just to keep their body running. But what happens to all the extra calories when they meet all their daily goals? That's where genetics come in. And genetics will make each of us unique. And different breeds of cattle great at different things. Like Holsteins and Jersey cattle are famous for producing lots of milk. And on the other hand, Charolais and Angus are famous for packing a lot of muscle and gaining weight quickly. But the steer standing right behind me, what I think is the tastiest, most delicious beef, is called the Akaushi. When Akaushi cattle have extra energy, they store it as fat inside the muscle. That's called marbling. It's the secret to flavor, tenderness, and that juicy bite we all love in a steak. As cow producers, we want it all, don't we? We want muscle, growth, efficiency, and great beef quality. The steers behind me get great maternal milk from the Red Angus mama cows and an excellent carcass from the Akaushi sire. Heartbrand Beef harvested over 16,000 of these Guy brothers, and the average 82% USDA prime and only 1% select. We want strong. No. Knowing your genetic strengths helps you market your cattle as feeders, fast, or in the beef. So, you want to know how your cattle perform? That's easy. Genetics plus environment equals phenotype. Thanks.
Joseph, great job. I can tell you practiced that speech a lot, and you did an amazing job in that. Your cattle look really good as well. What would you describe the one thing that you might change about your 2 steers? What do you like about your steers?
The Akaushi sires.
Okay. And what would you change? What do you not like about your steers?
I don't know.
Nothing's okay.
I like them the way they are.
You like them the way they are. That's what I wanted to know. Love the confidence.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Good job.
You too.
Okay, Hadley Hemphill is next from Coleman County 4-H.
Where would we be today if the tools that we rely on a daily basis hadn't been updated in 60 years? Can you imagine still using heavy, corded rotary phones in a world that demands efficiency and precision? We'd be frustrated, less productive, and falling behind. Yet, in the cattle industry, that's essentially what we're doing. Howdy, my name is Hadley Hemphill, and I'm from Coleman, Texas. While genetics and production management have advanced dramatically in the last 6 decades, producing larger, faster growing cattle, the yield grade system used to evaluate them has remained unaltered. We never accept outdated tools in our everyday lives, so why should we accept them in our industry? The USDA yield grade system was introduced in 1965 as a way to estimate the cuttability or yield of closely trimmed retail cuts. It was based on research done on 162 beef carcasses, all representing cattle from the 1950s and 60s, which are significantly smaller framed than modern cattle. The original equation was based on data from a cattle population with an average hot carcass weight of approximately 600 pounds, while today the average hot carcass weight is closer to 900 pounds. According to research information presented by the NCBA and Beef Checkoff, advances in genetic selection and growth enhancing technologies have caused hot carcass weights to climb around 5 pounds annually. As a result, it's projected that hot carcasses will soon average approximately 1,000 pounds. That's about the same as the live weights of the cattle used to establish the yield grade formula initially. Another key limitation of the yield grade formula is that it assumes a linear relationship between ribeye area and red meat yield, which is actually not proportional. Recent studies have found that ribeye area is not a reliable indicator of red meat yield, as it does not reflect true carcass muscling. In addition to this, it overlooks the advancement seen in today's leaner, more muscular animals. One of the members of the NCBA working group, Dr. Dale Warner, had the perfect analogy when he stated, "It's like going to the gas station and paying for gas, but the machine only pumps out liters. It's not accurate compared to what you're paying for." Because of this, we need to develop a more accurate indicator of red meat yield for our yield grade formula. Current efforts to improve the formula are centered on adopting advanced imaging technologies that will more accurately measure carcass composition. Computed tomography, or CT scanning, allows researchers to determine carcass composition more precisely and is widely regarded as the gold standard. However, its high cost, safety considerations, and incompatibility with commercial chain speeds currently limit industry wide use. And 3D imaging still requires refinement to more reliably measure live animals and carcasses as well. Whatever tools we decide to use, it is imperative that we develop an updated yield grade formula that will more accurately predict red meat yield for our beef cattle. This is a wonderful opportunity to utilize modern technologies and understanding to bring our yield grade formula into the 21st century. Thank you.
Hadley, great job. All right, I got a question. So you did an awesome job providing the details on ribeye area and its lack of relationship per se with yield grade or red meat yield. So as I see it, in the coming years, basically ribeye area is going to become obsolete. We use that as our single proxy to describe muscle in a beef animal for decades and decades, but that's going to go by the wayside. So we need a replacement. We need some other trait that's going to describe the holistic muscle in the entire animal. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So what is your advice? We're looking at research studies right now aimed at that very question. So in your opinion, based on what you've learned through this project, what trait or how would we measure muscle to describe it in the whole animal as opposed to just right there over the 12th and 13th?
Yes, sir. So this is something we're still researching, but I was talking to Mr. Worrell yesterday about this, and he says that they are finding that one of the more accurate indicators would be a measurement of the shank or forearm. So I kind of agree with him on that.
That's great. I appreciate that. That is what some of that research shows. Just a tidbit on that. One reason I think is because it's an area of the carcass that doesn't have much fat laid over the top of it, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
so from a muscle indicator standpoint, like looking at these live cattle, if we can look at a muscle that's not influenced by fat, regardless if the animal's skinny or fat, we can make a truer estimate and not be biased on what the overall muscularity of that animal is. So nice job today. Good speech.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hadley. Brian Brown, you're next. Navarro FA.
Every cattle producer has checked the weather forecast and hoped it was wrong. But when extreme temperatures hit, the health of your cattle depends on how well prepared you are. Good morning. My name is Brighton Brown, and I am a 7th grade member of Navarro Junior FFA. Managing cattle in extreme temperatures, whether during the hottest days of summer or the coldest days of winter, requires planning and close attention. Producers must monitor weather forecasts and adjust management practices to protect the health and welfare of their herd. During the summer, extreme heat places significant stress on cattle. When temperatures rise, cattle will often seek shade, reduce feed intake, stand for longer periods, and show increased respiration rates. Signs of heat stress include panting, increased water intake, and loss of appetite. To reduce heat stress, producers must make sure cattle have access to adequate shade and plenty of clean, cool water. Shade can be provided through constructed shelters or shelter belts. Water troughs should be large enough and easy to access, especially when large groups of cattle are kept together. Producers should also avoid handling or transporting cattle during the hottest parts of the day, choosing early morning or late evening instead. Extreme cold presents challenges as well. Cattle work to maintain a core body temperature of about 101 degrees Fahrenheit. Cold stress occurs when their metabolism and winter coats are not enough to keep them warm. Cattle with a dry, heavy winter coat are able to withstand temperatures below 20 degrees before experiencing cold stress. Acclimation is critical for winter survival. Cattle that remain outdoors as temperatures gradually decrease are better able to grow thick winter coats and adapt to the cold. Wind protection is also essential, as cattle often seek protection from wind before food and water during winter. Body condition, nutrition, and water access play major roles during winter. Cattle with a body condition score of 5 or higher have enough fat reserves to stay warm. Additional feed provides the calories needed to maintain body heat, and water sources should be checked daily to prevent loss of intake and condition. In conclusion, weather challenges exist year-round and vary by location, because while we can't control the weather forecast, we can control how prepared we are. And that preparation can make all the difference for our cattle and our operation. Thank you.
Right and awesome. And I think environmental adaptability of cattle is really important, and you really touched on that. If you have the same breed, like Angus, and you have Angus from Montana and Angus that were genetically selected and raised in the South for 50, 60 years, do you think those cattle would be more or less adaptable to their environment? Like, for example, the Montana cattle in Wyoming, the Dakotas may be more adaptable to cold, and the southern cattle, Texas, Florida, may be more adapted to the heat. You think that's true?
Yes, because Angus typically do better in heat because their loose skin and big ears help release more of the heat from their body that they produce.
Right. So we hear the term that higher quality cattle are better in the north. Like those are better cattle in the north because they're bigger, right? And they're bigger because they transmit heat in a different way than the smaller cattle that have to transmit heat really more rapidly. So, do you think that would be an accurate term to say that those northern cattle that are bigger are higher quality than the ones we have in Texas and Florida?
I don't know. Um,
What's your opinion? Because nobody can debate it. So go ahead and pick one. You can't be wrong, so go ahead.
Like my opinion on the breeds up there?
Yeah, do you think that the cattle in Texas and the South, which are smaller, are lower quality? Or would they be equal?
I don't know.
All right, great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brighton. All right, we're going to take another quick break, right? 5 minutes or so.
For those calculators that we borrowed yesterday from families, we have them laying out here if you'd like to come and claim them. And if we don't claim them, we'll certainly use them next year. But those calculators that we borrowed are here on Trace's table, and you can come check it out.
List of the contestants.
or when he says quality to that area, he wasn't very hard to answer up there.
Well, no, the answer. No, saddle. Well, that's right. Turn book caps, but you know, are better than anything to buy.
Maybe just asking for any, for whatever your opinion was on. You're very humble. So I'm gonna. So like a lot of folks will catch the state, like a little bit of the northern cattle or the southern cattle. Probably the biggest difference is the southern cattle. We got, Brahman influence a lot of cattle. And up north, they really don't have those cattle that north. They end up grading better, kind of like prime fancy. Our cattle are out yielded, like when they have a red yield, and scratch the share of that end up with the saying it's good. That was kind of hard with the heat. I can't think of the heat. Like that. What exactly? So you're prepared. Anyways, I grew up in the next one.
Trying to get it. The first year.
Yeah. That was cash.
There's 7 for it. You and Ian are fighting over this one.
Time to get that breath out. Sometimes it goes through the years today for the very up to what it goes through. Did you show anything else or did you
I keep you this one. And what is your back?
Yeah.
All right.
My father-in-law, he was something big better. Like, I never get that. But most of you bring me work. He was wife and cash. He was around at work every day. After something like that. So he went over there just like that year ago. When he brought, when you have the speaker, most of the big things together. They had to like put them in quarantine. They put them blood tests out and all that blood tests. For maybe, 40 years. They put them on a big airplane. Flew about quarter of a different. For time. How do you get the idea that it's like that is anybody bring up the play? Right now it's like so that's doesn't happen. I don't like those working like that thing find other things right how to get rid of. Well, that they have is inside and everyone wants to go. They were what? I'm trying to remember. They were smoking. Yeah. So they were like they had straight Angus Carly drawn, but you know, they kind of looked like they were like like does she have black pants? They have black gals that could Charlie goes on.
All right, see you in a minute.
Okay, kiddos, start heading back to the tables.
Glad you're here. What number are you? That's like what's last? 88. Taylor was dead last first. Dead last. Like he was in fifth grade. Very last contestant. Imagine that. A long time to sit through it all. Oh, you remember I did speeches that whole time though? Ah. I wanted to text you where it's time for me.
Let's welcome Kaylee Scoggins to the stage from Lorena FFA.
Growing up, the only girl in a family full of boys, my summers consisted of two things: riding in the tractor on the buggy seat next to my dad, jamming out to the radio, and spending every Thursday and Tuesday at the West Cattle Auction Barn. Now, but my favorite thing to do was to skip up and down the catwalk with my paper and pencil in hand, writing down every number for every single Holstein baby bottle calf. As soon as I had collected my numbers, I went and proudly sat down next to my dad, presenting my findings and told him I needed a budget. That was met with a pat on the back and told to go outside and get some more numbers. Fast forward 15 years, and I was sitting at my dinner table with my family, enjoying a pretty good steak. As I took my first bite, my grandpa set down his forks and said, "That's pretty good, huh?" I said, "Yeah, it's probably the best steak we've ever raised." He said, "You remember that whole scene in the back?" "Yep, that's him." I was dumbfounded. "You mean that ugly, tall Holstein with a touch of Angus made this?" Light bulb. Howdy, everyone. My name's Callie Scoggins, and I'm from the Lorena FFA chapter. And today I'm here to talk about dairy on beef cattle. Today, the national herd is at an historic low at 82.6 million head per cattle, 300,000 head of cattle less than last year. That's 3%. And Texas alone is down 30,000. And with producers being hesitant to keep replacement heifers because the market is at an all time high, we must look for solutions to our future. Presenting the dairy on beef crossbred. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation, dairy producers, 72% of them are using beef sires in their operations to not only improve cost efficiency, but to get more pounds of product on the rail. When you take the leanness and marketability, marbling, and overall quality of meat that the Holstein provides, combine that with a good old American standard, you got yourself a pretty deadly pair. Now, consumers' choice isn't the answer, it's prime, and we as producers must meet their demands. Colorado State University has praised producers who switched over to using dairy on beef because it cuts down on greenhouse emissions. That's a buzzword right now, and the more limelight we can get in the media, the better it is for our industry. When you're able to raise cattle that produces less amount of carbon dioxide emissions, less amount of time, and less speed, Ding, 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 we have a winner. Closing my statement, sitting back, if I could able to talk to 5-year-old Callie, I think she'd be pretty proud, and I think Dad in the audience should listen. As I conclude my senior year of high school, I don't get to go back and change my breed of cattle, but I have 2 more brothers, and I think my opinion might push the envelope a little bit on next year. Thank you.
Kayla, you're incredibly talented. So, on the questions, do you want something intermediate or do you want something pretty aggressive?
No, we're going to go aggressive.
Oh, okay. All right. So, you brought up this conversation of beef on dairy.
Yes, sir.
So, I want you to provide the audience. A lot of kids in here may not really know what happens through the course of a lifetime for a calf that's raised out of a dairy cow. So, can you explain to everybody, kind of describe this lifetime, this life cycle, if you will, of a calf from the time it's born and through these growth or development stages that they go through that, excuse me, are unique versus a normal beef calf born on a ranch?
I like that question. So, the life of a dairy cow is much different than the life of a beef cattle. Once a dairy cow is born, it is removed from its mother once colostrum has been given and then placed on a supplement diet, usually in a little hut or igloo type building. After that, it's raised on creep feed and then sent to a feed lot just to be raised out the rest of its life. But it misses the fundamentals that mother's milk provides. But by crossing over the Angus side of it and the sire, you have more of those hardier, more terminal traits passed over to its offspring. So if we can help them out as much as we can, because they don't get the fundamentals like these cattle did, then in the long run, it makes them more profitable when you take them and hang them on the rail. Thank you.
Oh, way to go, Callie. That was great. All right, let's go to Gage Smirkovsky from Fayette County 4-H.
When people outside of agriculture think about beef production, they often imagine it as one single operation, from pasture to plate. But everyone in this room knows that producing beef is not a straight line. It's a chain, and that chain is made up of several distinct segments, each with its own responsibilities, risks, and rewards. Howdy, everyone. My name is Gates Murkowski, and I'm with the Schulenburg 4-H in Schulenburg, Texas. Today, I would like to talk about the major sectors of beef cattle production, cow-calf, stocker, and finishing, and the unique challenges each one faces. Because while our operations may all look different, we're all working towards the same goal. Everything in the beef industry starts with the cow-calf producer. Cow-calf operations are responsible for maintaining breeding herds, managing genetics, and raising healthy calves until weaning. These producers invest years in herd development, often without seeing immediate returns. Their challenges are constant and long-term. Weather and drought can drastically impact forage availability. Rising land, feed, and veterinary costs strain profitability. Calving losses, fertility issues, and predator pressure add risk. And market volatility often determines whenever a year is profitable or not. Cow-calf producers take on the longest timeline and some of the highest uncertainty in the entire industry, but without them, there's no next step. After weaning, many calves move into a stocker program. The goal of stocker operations is growth, adding pounds in the most cost-effective way possible before cattle enter the feed yard. Stockers focus on transitioning calves from a forage-based upbringing to more structured rations while improving health, frame, and weight. This phase is critical for setting up cattle for success later in the feed yard. Challenges faced by stockers include managing respiratory disease and stress from weaning and transport, feed efficiency during rapid growth stages, and price risk between purchase and sale weights. Stocker operators live in a narrow margin world where management decisions and timing can make or break a year. Finally, cattle enter the finishing phase, where many of you in this room play a major role. Finishers are responsible for converting feed into high quality beef, managing cattle health and efficiency until harvest. This is where genetics, nutrition, and management all come together. Challenges faced by finishers include feed cost and commodity swings, animal health in high density environments, labor shortages and regulatory pressures, and tight margins influenced by packer demand and market timing. Finishing is capital intensive and high risk, but it is also where value is ultimately realized. Each of these segments operates differently. Each faces unique pressures, and each depends on others to do their job well. Cow calf producers build the foundation, stockers add efficient, economical growth, and finishers deliver the final product to consumers. Remove any one link, and the entire chain weakens. So while we may sit in different seats within the industry, we're not competitors, we're partners. The success of beef production depends on cooperation, communication, and respect across every genre of cattle ranching. Because at the end of the day, it takes all of us working together to put beef on the plate. Thank you.
Karsten, fantastic job. And you did a great job on your speech and even a better job on your cattle, if that's possible. You have what Dr. Rathman and I refer to as the scale crushers right here. Both of those cattle gained obviously extremely well. And so, because of your excellence in your speech and that, we're going to go ahead and ask you 4 questions, okay?
Okay.
So, question number 1 is, your average daily gain, how would you evaluate that? Was it really good, like the average gain per day? Do you know what that number would be, and would you consider that to be a good number?
So these cattle were averaging 4.5 to 5 pounds a day, and I would say that's pretty good.
Okay, Gage. The second one is the feed efficiency. So they managed to get big so fast. How much feed were they consuming, and then how much did it take for them to get a pound of gain?
Each day these steers were gaining about, or they were getting fed about 44 pounds, and they were eating all that.
Wow, that's why they grew so well. You did a good job. The last thing is what technology did you use on your cattle? What sort of implants or other technology that we use in the beef industry? Did you use any on these steers?
Yes, sir. We implanted these steers 2 times. One when we started finishing them, and one about when they're like in the middle of finishing.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Job. Okay, let's go to Case and Cribs from Borden County 4-H.
Hi, my name is Kason Cribbs from Borden County 4-H, and today I want to talk to you about a nasty little insect called the New World screwworm. This dangerous parasitic fly has been a threat before and was completely eradicated from the United States and Mexico. However, it's back again and slowly moving closer and closer to our border. If this outbreak were to reach our border, it would likely cause significant economic, health, and agricultural challenges. But first, what is a screwworm? Well, they're not your everyday regular insects, and neither are their life cycles. The life cycle of a screwworm usually lasts about 21 days and can be even shorter in hot weather. The cycle starts when a female lays hundreds of eggs into the openings or wounds of an animal. The eggs then hatch in the next couple of hours, and the larvae begin to dig into and feed on the host's living tissue for 5 to 7 days. Once this time has passed, they drop onto the ground and pupate within the soil for at least 7 days. After the pupa stage is finished, they emerge as adult flies and repeat the cycle all over again. If left unchecked, these swarms can grow and spread throughout a herd extremely quickly, leading to infection, damage, and potential death, causing ranchers extreme financial loss and problems. The United States eradicated screwworm in 1966 and Mexico in 1991 using the sterile insect technique, SIT. This program released sterile flies into the ecosystem in order to break down the breeding cycle of the screwworm. However, recent outbreaks in Central America and Mexico have shown a revival moving north, and becoming an increasingly serious threat to U.S. livestock once again. Cases in Mexico have begun to multiply, with more than 13,000 confirmed cases, and one of the closest being in Nuevo Leon, which is less than 70 miles from the border. This threat could cause serious implications for the cattle industry, starting with livestock health and death. Ranchers stand to lose a great number of their cattle if a widespread outbreak were to reach the U.S. But that's not all, because the economic consequences go far beyond individual loss. Due to this, the USDA has temporarily stopped all live cattle imports from Mexico in an attempt to stop the spread. However, this also affects the supply of feeder cattle and disrupts trade relationships, which can cause beef prices to rise and market unpredictability. It is estimated that if this outbreak were to reach the U.S., it would result in billions of dollars in losses and treatment costs for the cattle industry, with border states like Texas at high risk. There would also be secondary costs, such as increased quarantines, production losses, surveillance, and impacts on feed and livestock transportation. As a result, officials have begun implementing aggressive measures to prevent a major outbreak, including the expansion of sterile fly production, with new facilities being built in Texas that can produce hundreds of millions of sterile flies a week, as well as strengthening surveillance, investing in new tech, and working with authorities in Mexico. But this fight is more than just the government's problem. Ranchers, vets, and all members of the cattle industry must stay vigilant and report any cases. Being prepared and ready is important to keep cattle safe. This growing threat is a reminder that the problems from our past can come back just as dangerous as before. Professionals in the cattle industry and owners alike have learned from their history to ensure we do not fall victim to the same problem we've already solved. Thank you.
Case, and I'm not scoring the speeches, but I thought you nailed it. All right, so you're talking about closing the Mexican border. How many cattle do we generally, on an annual basis, how many cattle live cattle do we generally bring from Mexico to the United States on an annual basis? Do you have any idea in your research?
I can't remember the exact number, but I know it's a lot, and it has affected the industry by causing some feedlots to close. Even though we're still getting the meat, but it's processed, since we're not getting the live cattle, it is affecting the feedlot industry, in meaning that there have been feedlots having to close because most of the cattle they get come from Mexico. And since they can't get that cattle, they have no source of income.
So can you give me a specific example here on a recent feed yard that shut?
There was one in Lubbock. I can't remember the name of it, but I know it shut.
Well, you got half as Lubbock feeders.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. So historically, that yard's depended on, a good chunk of the cattle they fed have been Mexican cattle. Do you have any idea what the advantages are of those Mexican cattle? Like why they fit? They're the type of cattle they like to feed the most. Like these folks that like to feed those Mexican cattle. What are some of the differences that you might find in the breed type, growth, performance, health, things of that nature that they may actually prefer in the Mexican cattle versus our native cattle? Do you have any idea?
In my experience, I would say they grow to be wider and have slightly more marbling, which is what we in the United States want.
Excellent job today. Great speech.
Thank you.
Good job, Kaysen. Welcome, Gage Burton from Jones County 4-H.
Sometimes I wish I'd been born 100 years ago. Back when cowboys weren't trying to get into the cattle industry, they were simply raised in it. Back when land was passed down, herds were inherited, and becoming a producer didn't require a business plan and a banker's approval. But we weren't born then. We are born now. And right now, the cattle market is strong. Prices are as high as we've seen in years, and for many established producers, this means a season of opportunity. But for young producers trying to get into the beef industry, high prices actually make things harder. As cattle prices go up, so does the price of breeding stock. As beef is profitable, land values climb. As demand is high, competition increases. Hi, My name is Gage Burton. I'm 14, and today I want to talk to you about a real challenge in our industry. How does a young producer break into the beef business when the road is full of obstacles? Being a young producer today comes with serious roadblocks. High startup costs like land, cattle, fencing, equipment, feed, and rising interest rates make it expensive just to begin. Limited access to land, urban growth, and lease insecurity make it even harder for first generation ranchers. And then there's market volatility. Even in a strong market, prices swing. Profit margins can be thin. Weather is unpredictable. Drought is always one season away. And beyond the physical work, producers must understand herd health and nutrition, reproduction, marketing, and financial management. It can feel overwhelming. But here's what I've learned: if there's a problem, there must also be a solution. And the solution isn't somewhere else, it's in how we prepare ourselves. Young producers today have opportunities that didn't exist 100 years ago. We have 4 H and FFA programs teaching us real world skills. We have mentors willing to guide us. We can lease land, share equipment, start small, and grow strategically. We can use technology, data, and better genetics to be more efficient than ever before. Instead of inheriting large operations, we inherit knowledge, and that may be even more powerful. We can learn record keeping. We can study herd health and nutrition. We can understand risk management and financial planning. Yes, the barriers are real. The cost of land is real. The competition is real. The risk is real. But so is our work ethic. So is our innovation. So is our determination. We may not inherit open ranges the way producers did 100 years ago, but we inherit something just as valuable: the ability to adapt, collaborate, and fight for our place in this industry. The future of the beef industry doesn't belong to the biggest operations. It belongs to those willing to learn it, earn it, and build it. If we choose to see today's roadblocks not as stop signs, but as challenges that shape us, then this strong cattle market isn't something that pushes us out. It's something that motivates us to rise. Yes, there is a problem, but there is also hope, and that hope is us. Thank you.
Gage, that's a great speech that addresses a huge problem for the beef industry. Do you know what the average age of a beef producer would be in Texas?
Yes, sir. It's probably around like 60 to 70 or 80 years old. And so,
That's pretty old
yes,
compared to
sir.
where you're at, right?
Yes, sir.
And so I asked the question earlier and I'll ask it again. How do we pass it on? When we really start addressing it, you gave a speech about what we needed to do, but how do we do that? What are some of the things that we could do to try to be able to bring the beef industry and carry it forward? Because another question I want to ask you is who is buying most of the ranches?
Yes, sir. The next generation. Yes. And
Go ahead.
so, like I said, 4-H and FFA programs, and like this program is just really good for um uh talking to the next generation, and like also those old like 60 or 7-year-old ranchers. They're good to like learn from, and they can mentor you, and you can learn just a lot from them. And like nowadays things have changed and gotten even better, and so like just you can learn from people, and the beef industry is always getting better. And so
Great job. Thank you
yeah,
very much. An awesome
appreciate it.
speech.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gage. Let's go to Leon County 4-H, Mr. Quanah Dudley.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Quanah Dudley from Leon County, Texas, and this will be my final year speaking here at San Antonio. And on the ninth day, God looked down at his carefully created paradise and said, I need someone who can take a gate with one hand and hold a heart full of hope with the other. Someone who can work in the shadows, not for ribbons, but for growth. Someone who can track a feeding program, measure every pound gained, learn the powers of teamwork, trust, respect, and understand the strength behind a firm handshake. So God made a commercial steer kid. And God said, I need someone who can endure hardships. You know, misplacings, sore muscles, dry bunks, bad markets, and moments of doubt. So I'll give them grit in their bones and fire in their belly and surround them with a tribe. Other commercial steer kids, parents, ag teachers, and volunteers. A second family that stands shoulder to shoulder through every high and every heartbreak. And God said, I need someone who will find their voice, not just for the speech, but for in life. Someone who will stand in this barn and say out loud, I have autism. And instead of being met with silence or with judgment, I was met with nods, with kindness, and with people who said it without using words. You belong here. And somewhere along the way, what started as a competition became something more. It became a family. The commercial steer family. And God knew there would be storms that you couldn't see. Screwworms creeping north, threatening cattle, wildlife, and the way of life that we have as we know it. So he gave this family the courage to learn the science, to back the folks flying sterile insects across the border, and to pray over every biosecurity plan like it was rain in a dry year. He knew there would be times when the herd would shrink, markets would shake, and supplies would become tight. So, whenever those graph lines and those markets and numbers started to look more like a roller coaster than a roadmap, he gave us steady hands, clear eyes, and a stubborn hope that holds on when the graph lines don't. Because God knew life is more than show day. There would be first blue ribbons and final goodbyes. And through it all, the commercial steer family would be there, ready with a hug, a meal, or a text, or maybe just a quiet presence when words weren't enough. You see, my commercial steer family was here the day I learned my grandmother had terminal brain cancer, standing beside me as my world turned upside down, proving that this family shows up for more than just the show day. They show up for life. It is a family that believes together, celebrates together, and grows together. A family that teaches courage, grit, and hard work the same way others teach math or music. This family proves that confidence can be built in the dust of these cattle pens and that life can stretch and the love that is found far beyond them. And God said, I need a people who will raise each other up, who will pass down faith, hard work, and heart from one generation to the next, who will stand here and say the names repeated in this barn year after year, like Luke Hale, who always returns to give us his time, Luke Gola, who says the best Lord's Prayer I have ever heard, and Tyler Bluta, whom we honor year after year and say, this is what it looks like when grit meets grace, when a contest becomes a community and that community evolves a legacy. So God made the commercial steer family, built by hard work, anchored in faith, bound by love, and just big enough to always welcome one more commercial steer kid. Thank you. What's up, Doc?
Bonnie, you got a standing ovation, brother. You ought to be very proud.
Thank you.
We lost Paul Harvey, I don't know when, a few years ago, but I think we found a replacement.
Well, I'm honored if you would consider me one.
Well, I don't make that decision. But I don't know what your destiny is, but have you considered radio?
Yes.
We'll pursue it.
I'll do my best.
What about being a pastor?
I haven't thought too hard about
a lot
that
more
one.
hesitation there.
Maybe.
A lot more hesitation. All right, you
Maybe.
think about those things. Think
Yes,
about
sir.
those things. Hey, Quan, I'm going to switch total gears and talk about your cattle. And Doc and I were up here looking at them, and they're two of the most impressive cattle that I think has stepped foot in the auction ring down here. And largely because they look like straight bred Red Angus, so I'm sure their genetic potential for marbling is exceptional, but largely because their composition is extremely impressive. Like they're lean, they're expressive, they're ripped up, they look like athletes. And so the question I have for you in today's industry, how important, and I want you to be very specific, how important is frame and muscularity in regards to how it translates to profit during the feedlot phase. And so, and you think for a second, you're a thinker as you're kind of thinking about what I'm asking you. So what I'm kind of getting at is we have feeder grading scores when cattle are younger and they're placed on feed, and they frame score them. We have large, medium, and small, and we have muscle scores 1, 2, and 3. And the market reports suggest price differences between them. And so, what price what is favored? What does the market favor between the frame scores and the muscle scores, and why are people willing to pay more or less for this differentiation?
Well, I think the current market would favor a larger like a larger frame score with a more medium muscling score, because we are still trying to produce a more lean beef. But as has been mentioned a few times today, the current trend for cattle carcass size has been going up, which a larger frame score would support more easily. But at the same time, still trying to keep that lean meat so that way we don't have any lower yield grades and kind of keep that quality up high as well. Yes, sir. And I just want to And Mr. Blair, I'm going to take your spot real quick. And I just want to thank you and your team. I want to thank Dr. Miller and Dr. Rathman. And I want to thank our speech judges and just everyone who's gone into this contest. Y'all have done a whole lot for me, and I'm sure a whole lot of other kids. And I'm just so thankful for y'all.
We're thankful for you, bud. Out of the park. Let's go to Palapinta County 4-H, Bowen Hall.
Windshield time with my grandpa is some of the most meaningful time I've ever spent. It's never about the destination, but the space we share as the road stretches out in front of us where his past meets our present. That time with him in the truck, along with our sale barn days, or occasionally while sitting atop a fence to avoid a mad mama cow, has taught me how much the beef and cattle industry have changed in the past 50 years. My grandpa cowboyed the sea and Dennis ranches in the early 1970s, where they ran over 500 head of cattle. The cowboys spent a lot of time riding fences and pastures to find and monitor the health of the herd. Pink eye and screwworms were common illnesses they needed to treat. They'd rope the affected animal, tie it off to a tree, or they'd apply topical medicines they had in their saddlebags. Today, many of the illnesses they saw in the 70s are mostly controlled or eliminated by the modern combination of pesticides, scheduled vaccines, and preventative versus reactive veterinary medicine. Today, many of the developments of these treatments have also allowed the use of feedlot management. Instead of cattle spread out over large tracts of land, cattle can now be held, fed, and transported in close quarters without the risk of spreading disease or infection. The size and composition of the cattle has changed significantly too. My granddad ran Hereford and Angus, which are known as the smaller cattle now. In the mid 70s, beef ranchers started incorporating larger, leaner breeds like Charolais, Limousin, and Simmental. These cattle produced more beef per cow in a shorter amount of time, allowing for a more efficient operation. It's easy to see that over the past 50 years, the beef industry has changed dramatically, leading to healthier cattle, stronger genetics, and greater production. Though the days of small farms and ranches feeding the masses are mostly behind us, it was the framework for today's modern, large-scale operations that now play a vital role in meeting the rising demand for quality beef. The windshield in that 2012 Chevy not only frames the road me and my granddad travel, but has also helped me frame the progression of beef and cattle industry for me. You can learn a lot when you give something your time, and my greatest teacher might just be a 76-year-old cowboy. Thank you.
Bowen, is this your first speech?
Yes, sir.
You did an amazing job. That was
Thank
a
you.
really good speech. I'm really proud of you. You also did a great job of feeding your cattle, and I just wanted to ask you about them. What would you say their breed composition would be?
Um, well, they're Angus.
Okay, no, that's good.
And,
They look the part there. And if you had changed one thing about them, what would you change?
uh, I don't think anything.
You
Like the
wouldn't
way
change
they are.
anything?
No, sir.
I like that. You have to like your cattle if you're going to be in a cattle business, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Hallettsville's Abby Wrestler.
And the award for the top beef producer in the world goes to Brazil. Howdy, my name is Abby Wrestler, and I'm a sophomore with the Hallettsville FFA chapter. And if you're like me, the only name you've ever heard on that list is the United States. In fact, the U.S. had predominantly been the world's top beef producer since the 1960s. So, what happened? In 2022, the U.S. was reaching record beef output numbers up to 12.86 million tons. Many factors contributed to this surge. One being the nationwide drought that caused U.S. ranchers to cull their herds. Young feeder cattle and mature cull cattle flooded the packers as the beef industry entered this liquidation phase. Over this period of time, beef was being more rapidly produced and exported than ever before. In contrast, the U.S. has fallen to production levels of only 11.8 million tons, which paved the way for Brazil to become the new world's top beef producer by the end of 2025, with production rates at 12.35 million tons. So, realistically, what does this mean for the outlook of the U.S. beef industry moving forward? The underlying fact still remains that the U.S. cattle herd size has reached a 75-year low. The effects of drought, input cost, and historically high feeder cattle and cull cattle prices has resulted in producers continuing to send cattle to the market rather than retaining replacements. This shrinking of the overall cattle herd size in America will result in fewer cattle available for slaughter. Another issue is the New World screwworm infestations in Mexico, which created cattle supply import issues as the U.S. halted the import of Mexican cattle to protect the domestic cattle herd's health. In general, there are just simply fewer cattle available to put into the fed cattle system right now. However, there are still some positive takeaways from the reduced cattle inventory issue. The value of all classes of cattle reached historic highs in 2025 and continue to be well above average moving into 2026. Whether you are a cow-calf producer in Lavaca County or a feedlot manager in Oldham County, you have been getting paid more than ever before. This has helped to offset some of the economic pain caused by increased input cost and inflation. In conclusion, America's beef industry is still in a strong position relative to the world. And while we have given some ground in overall cattle herd inventory numbers, consumers still trust and demand high quality American beef products. American producers will continue to produce a safe, healthy, and nutritious product for the category we want to be ranked number one for, anyways. Thank you.
Great. Abby, so when you're talking about the cattle market and the dynamics of supply right now, a lot of that has, major influence on the profitability in our specific segments of the beef industry. So when I say the segments, I'm saying you have the cow-calf segment, you have the stocker phase where they go out to grass, and then you have the feedlot phase, and then you have the packing industry, right? So those four segments. So right now, based upon what you've learned and talked about in regards to our supply, which of those four segments is in the most leveraged position? In other words, they're making the most profit while others may be, challenged a little bit to be as profitable. Explain.
So the Packers are making a lot of money right now. Obviously, cattle, beef's prices in the grocery stores are very high, so they're making a lot of money right now. But also, the cow calf producers are able to make a lot of money currently too because replacement heifers are at such a high cost. And like I said in my speech, the cattle herd inventory numbers are so low. And so the cow calf producers are having to try to replace those numbers as well.
Thank you, Abby. That was outstanding. Next is only FFA's Marley Lane.
Behind the herd. The hardest thing to see on a ranch isn't always in the pasture. In agriculture, we prepare for the storms that we can see. But what about the ones we can't? Hello, my name is Marley Lane, and I am a junior at Olney High School. This isn't often discussed in agriculture, especially with youth, but it's something that affects our industry, our families, and our future. The cattle industry is built on hard work, responsibility, and pride. Like most of us here, we raise livestock before school, after practice, on weekends, and every moment in between. You already understand stress, long hours, and pressure to succeed. What many people don't realize is that these same pressures are contributing to a serious mental health crisis in agriculture. Sadly, the shocking statistics that revolve around youth and suicide have become more prevalent and are almost numbing to our generation. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for our youth. Approximately 2.6 million youth have been reported in the past year to have had serious suicidal thoughts, and about 700,000 youth attempted it. Now, if these numbers shook you, listen to what is happening in our industry. Historically, farmers and ranchers have some of the highest suicide rates of any profession in the United States identified by the CDC, often 2 to 4 times higher than the national average. Men working in ag are particularly at risk, with an estimated rate of 43.7 deaths per 100,000 people. But women and youth are affected as well. There was a noted rise in calls to suicide hotlines and an increase in ag suicides throughout the past year. Why is this happening? People in the cattle industry face constant stressors: weather, disease, rising feed and fuel costs, and unstable markets. Many operations are family businesses, so financial losses feel personal. Add long work hours, exhaustion, and limited access to mental health services, and it can become overwhelming. There's also a cultural factor that values toughness. In ag, we're taught to tough it out, handle problems ourselves, and not show weakness. We're taught to push through pain, to solve our own problems, and to not burden others. But that silence can be deadly. Struggling in silence does not make someone strong. It makes them vulnerable. For many cattle producers, their work is more than a job. It's their identity, their family legacy, their livelihood. When things go wrong, it doesn't just feel like a business failure. It feels personal. It feels personal. One conversation can change a life. Small acts of connection will save lives. The future of the cattle industry depends on strong, healthy people, not just physically, but mentally. By speaking up, supporting one another, and choosing connection over silence, we can protect that future. Thank you.
Marley, you speak extremely well, and I loved your speech. Thought that it's an important topic, especially since both Dr. Rathman and I deal with young people, and it's something we don't spend enough time talking about. But let's get over to your steers, and I guess when you start looking at how what their final weight is, would you like to put more weight on them, or do you think that they're at their ideal endpoint right now?
I would have loved to put more weight on them, and when I purchased them, they were definitely on the smaller side. They were from the 500 to 600 range, and that's all I had the opportunity for because I was pulling out of my grandfather's herd, and they were the biggest cattle we had at the time. Um, But if I had more time or would have had the opportunity to buy a more mature cow, I would have done so.
Great. That's a perfect answer. Thank you so much and great job.
Thank you.
Marley, in 28 years, no one has breached that very important topic. Thank you for tackling that. Great job. All right, let's go to Kate Davis, Johnson County 4 H.
The New World Screwworm is something that we are not going to talk about today. No, we're going to talk about a far more dangerous pest, something that has and could continue to cause much more greater economic harm. And that pest is a talkative politician. On October 16th of 2025, President Trump stated that our beef prices were too high and that he had a plan to lower them by increasing our imports from Argentina. That same day, April live cattle futures hit $2.50 a pound. In the weeks that followed, cattlemen questioned this decision, not just because of supply concerns, but for animal health risks too, due to foot and mouth disease. As the debate continued, so did the political rhetoric. Eventually, the investigation had moved on to the Packers, but by then, the damage had been done, and it didn't just stay on paper. In the weeks that followed those comments, prices at Oklahoma City dropped 30 to 40 cents across all classes of cattle. For a 900 to 1,000 pound steer, much like we were all feeding in the fall, that translates to a real-time loss of $300 to $400 per head. That means that all of us in this room could have had a combined total loss of $75,000 in equity. Wow. Now, let's apply that figures to the entire U.S. cattle herd of 86 million head. Using those figures, we can estimate that the value of the cattle herd likely dropped $25 to $35 billion in just 1 month. That's crazy. Now, fortunately, since November, we have recouped 70 to 80% of that drop. But the lesson still remains. Record high prices also means record exposure to market volatility. The good news is, though, is that as producers, we can use tools to manage this risk. We can use forward contracts, futures options, and like Mr. Busby said earlier, livestock risk protection. And by using these, we can manage our equity and help prevent the risk of the market swinging. We understand the pressure that consumers are under, and we feel their rising cost every day through fuel, machine prices, animal health products, and more. And we are grateful that they continue to support us producers for producing the highest quality beef in history. I simply believe that it is unfair to single out beef for market manipulation. And I ask that our elected officials spend less time trying to influence our markets and more time on issues that they can truly help us with, like the New World Screwworm. Thank you.
Kate, I like wittiness, and you're very witty. That's my favorite kind of humor. Uh, hey, on the cattle market, tell everybody where the cattle market currently is. Like, where's the cash market? How does that compare to the board in terms of where cattle are trading, and what's kind of the forecast here for the remainder of the year?
So right now, cattle are trading about $2.39 per pound, which is thankful that we recouped from that drop. And the outlook on that is we're looking at continuing to stay at these strong prices just because we can't really fix this issue now. This is an issue that evolved from the drought from 2021, 2022. And to fix this issue, it's going to take us time to solve, take us time to rebuild our herd from suffering from that drought. So the outlook is that these prices will continue to stay pretty strong. Thank you.
Real good, Cade. Okay, Columbia FFA, Miss Kinley Kincannon.
Good morning. My name is Kinley Kincannon. I'm from West Columbia, Texas, and today I'm going to share a little about my experience with my commercial steer project for the San Antonio Livestock Show. Although I am a fifth generation beef producer and I've raised my own Santa Gertrudis cattle since 2007, this is only my second attempt at raising commercial steers and my first here in San Antonio. I have been here with heifers for the last 10 years, but this is a new, very meaningful experience for me this year. I have been laser focused on genetics and getting my cattle ready for the show ring for all these years, which we all know is fun and all, but not real profitable. This really refocused me on more real life beef industry standards like carcass value and profitability, which is what we really want out of cattle. The banners and buckles are nice, but that doesn't pay the bills. The commercial steer project taught me a different perspective of the financial side of the beef production industry. Although I have been involved in all of the financial discussions and decisions regarding my cattle since the second grade, I have never been given I've never been given the objective to specifically feed out my cattle the most cost-effective way possible. Typically, my goal with cattle is reproduction. So this presented a different goal and I enjoyed the analytical aspect and strategic planning. I'm headed to Texas A&M in the fall of 2026 as a business major, so this was a great lesson in protecting the bottom line. Feed efficiency should always be important, and this is something that I will be more careful to prioritize in my breeding program as well. Overall, the biggest lesson for me was to take a harder look at feed efficiency in my program. In regards to the beef production industry, there's a lot to learn even when you have been raised by producers. A commercial cattle operation must be sustainable, efficient, and consistent. Balancing effectiveness while producing quality beef isn't easy as one might think. There are many factors to consider, but most importantly, gaining the first-hand knowledge into the commercial aspect of the industry, even on this small, manageable scale, made me even more passionate about my future goal to advocate for agriculture in my future career. When I was preparing for this part of the project, I took some time to jot down a list of lessons to share with you all today. But mostly, I realized through this process that patience, consistency, goal setting, and measuring results is more likely to set one on the road to success in raising commercial cattle and anything else in life than luck. I am grateful for the opportunity to experience more of the commercial side of raising cattle and to learn more about the beef production industry. Thank you.
Kinley, you said this is your first speech?
Well, it's not my first speech in my life, but here, yes.
Well, it was great. Glad you came and decided to give us that, and appreciate you jumping into commercial steers just before you go off to college. And you're going to go to work on being a business major, right?
Yes, sir.
Great. Because do you think there's any business in the beef industry?
I think there's a ton of business in the beef industry.
Yeah, and we definitely will look forward to you coming back and being part of that industry when you finish your time at Texas A&M.
Yes, sir.
So one of the things that you probably learned the most is maybe about feed efficiency and average daily gain,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And so these two steers, how would you say they did as far as their feed efficiency and their average daily gain? Because they're two of the lighter steers that we have in the competition. And so, how do you think that you got to this point? Was it feed efficiency that was a problem, or something else that might have caused your steers to not be quite as big?
So going into the contest, I knew that their weight would probably be a problem, but I feel like they've been pretty good with their average daily gain. It's just I think we started a little late in the game, so that's why they wait.
Good. And did you use any technology with these steers, like implants or any other thing that could help them to grow faster?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Great job. Very proud of you.
Good job, Kinley. Let's go to Abigail Brown, Brazos County 4-H.
Hot carcass weight, ribeye area, or was it loin-eye area? No, it was definitely ribeye area. Okay, start over. Hot carcass weight, ribeye area. External fat thickness, kidney, pelvic, and heart fat. I can vividly remember sitting at my kitchen table back in the third grade, papers spread out in front of me, repeating those four factors over and over again as I began studying for my very first commercial steer contest. These are the factors that make up the yield grade equation. Predicting the percentage of boneless, closely trimmed retail cuts from a beef carcass. It is how producers determine how much of a premium or discount they take on the cattle they sell. Now, would you believe me if I told you that the yield grade equation was developed in 1965 and still to this day has not been changed since? Good morning. My name is Abby Brown and I'm from Brazos County 4-H. Behind me are my pen of steers. The overall goal is to feed them to the desired end weight with the least amount of back fat thickness with the greatest amount of marbling. While I might say these boys are a yield grade 3 high prime, there is no way to actually tell what these cattle will grade. That is why the yield grade equation was invented. One specific equation was developed to estimate the percentage of boneless, closely trimmed retail cuts from the round, loin, rib, and chuck, using key predictors such as 12th rib fat depth, kidney, pelvic, and heart fat, hot carcass weight, and ribeye area. This equation accounted for 91% of the variation in boneless retail yield. And as a result, a second equation, the calculated yield grade, was developed as a 1 through 5 index using the same four carcass variables to estimate ranges of boneless, closely trimmed retail cuts from the four key primals. Yield grading began as a 1-year trial in July of 1962 and was put into effect on June 1st of 1965. However, let's picture this. It's 1965 and a Hereford steer stands in the feedlot, thick-hide, short-framed, and weighing barely 1,000 pounds. He's been fed crack corn and hay for 90 days. No implants, no ionophores, and no beta agnes. And he is ready to head to the packing plant. Back then, that was considered finished. Now, fast forward to today. It's 2026 and a black-hided Angus cross steer stands in that exact same feedlot. He's leaner, longer, more muscular, and weighs about 1,500 pounds. For the last 200 days, he's been fed a balanced, finished ration of steam flake corn and cottonseed hulls. This steer was implanted, fed an ionophore, and finished with a beta agnes. And today, this is considered a finished steer, and it is now the new standard. These are two significantly different body types that were born over 3 decades apart and developed using entirely different feeding and management strategies. However, the same equation to predict their yield grade is used. The equation still assumes fat, muscle, and yield relate to each other the way they did back in the 1960s. However, that old relationship just doesn't hold anymore. We are asking producers to produce more beef than ever before, yet we aren't updating our system to accurately compensate them. According to the most recent National Beef Quality Audit, yield represents about 31% of lost opportunity in the beef industry, translating to a potential $720 million loss across 6.5 million fed cattle. To put it simple, it is not the same industry as it was back in the 1960s. Now, this still poses the question, what is the solution to the broken yield grade equation? With the ever-growing technology of camera grading, carcass imaging, and a huge database of modern cattle, there's a chance to build a new equation that rewards the right kind of cattle that our producers are being asked to feed today. If we look at our cattle industry, we are seeing record low cattle inventory since the 1970s, yet the demand for beef remains higher than ever. Therefore, producers are feeding cattle to record high carcass weights to produce enough beef to meet the growing demand. However, the yield grade equation is continuing to discount the heavyweight cattle. It is time to fix the math so it matches the cattle we desperately need, ensuring enough beef ends up where it matters the most, on the consumer's table.
Abigail, I thought that was pretty slick. While we were grading your cattle, you said they're probably yield grade 3 primes. You just kind of slid that in there at the moment I was trying to make a decision. I don't disagree with you.
Awesome.
Hey, you did a great job. Several people have given this same topic, right?
Yes, sir.
Several people have mentioned Dale. He's kind of going to get the big head just a little bit on this red meat yield conversation. But Hadley, I asked her a question, and I want to ask you the same one. And I said, hey, we're going to have to replace ribeye area. We need a new indicator of muscularity in the carcass, okay? So what's your suggestion? The answer that was provided by Hadley was, I believe, that the foreshank. And so don't answer that one. I want a new answer. That was a great answer, by the way. But I want your opinion on what do you think besides ribeye area we can measure and use as a selection tool to describe muscle in cattle?
Yeah, so I would probably have said the shank as well, but ribeye area is a really poor indicator of muscling, and that's because it is really biased compared to fat. So what we're really looking for is lean muscle that's not covered up with finish. And so I think that a muscle that I would probably look at would either be maybe in the brisket or in the chuck. I'm not exactly sure if that's correct, but definitely making sure and looking for lean muscle rather than fat.
You are a great speaker. That was an excellent job. Let me ask you just to add on to that, just to kind of bring things full circle here. What are the four major primals in the carcass?
So the four major primals are the round, loin, rib, and chuck.
Okay, out of those four, which one do you think weighs the most in terms of their contribution to the overall carcass weight?
I think in their contribution to the overall carcass weight would probably be the round, just because we get a lot of our primals and our subprimals from the round.
That was an excellent job. So that's where my mind is kind of at as we're kind of talking about how are we going to evaluate muscle. A lot of it's probably going to be centered on how we appraise their center round, just because of the exact answer that you gave. Excellent job today.
Thank you.
Andale. Good job. That was her first speech in this room, Dr. Rathman. My goodness. Okay, let's go to Alyssa Hale from Santo FFA.
Thank God for cows. Just imagine if we didn't have cattle. We'd be missing out on a lot of goods that we really enjoy, like cosmetics, candy, and handbags. Not to mention that delicious cheeseburger I have almost daily. Okay, I might have a chicken strip basket from time to time, but let's keep that a little secret. Howdy, my name is Alyssa Hale. I am 10 years old and I live in Santo, Texas. Today, I want to talk about a few byproducts from cattle that create some wonderful products. Now, some of these byproducts are kind of nasty, and I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to eat a gummy bear after this speech, but they sure do taste good. Beef tallow is one of these byproducts. It is used in moisturizers, balms, and lip products. A matter of fact, a company called Taylor Products has a moisturizer named Holy Cow. Now that's marketing genius. Tallow is produced by collecting fatty materials from the cow and rendering it by heating it to basically melt into a liquid. I'm not sure what they do with it next, but we probably don't want to know. Another byproduct is gelatin. It is derived from animal collagen. Gelatin is used for some candies. Jello, yogurt, and medicine capsules, just to name a few. The process of making gelatin is really sophisticated and takes extensive lab testing to ensure quality control, so don't think too much about the next time you have a yogurt. Okay, enough about gelatin and tallow. Tallow. Let's talk Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Chanel. Now we're talking. That's right. You guessed it. These handbags and many more are from hides. Cow hides to are used to make boots, furniture, softballs, gloves, and many more items. Cow hides go through this tanning process includes several steps to ensure quality control. So no. This process includes several steps, but tanning the hides uses chemicals to stabilize it so it stays durable. Typically, hides are the most valuable byproduct and without a doubt make the cutest handbags. Thank you for your time and go support the beef industry by buying your wife or daughter a new handbag today. Thanks.
Elissa, that was amazing. And your speech is really touching on a great subject that the beef industry is always profited from is those byproducts, right?
Yes.
And so let's move over to the regular carcass and let's ask about, what's your favorite steak to eat? If you had to pick a steak and you're ordering it in a restaurant or buying it in a grocery store or getting it shipped to you online, which one would you tell them to ship you?
Ribeye. Ribeye.
That would be my choice. I would go with the ribeye. And so if you are going to order a ribeye, what quality grade would you try to pick? Would you just tell them to send you a ribeye or would you tell them a little more about it?
Maybe choice.
Yeah, that's really good. Great job. I like the answer to your last question. Why wouldn't you order a prime? It's the highest grade. Why wouldn't you order the prime? Right, depends on who's paying, right? All right, great job. Good answer. Thank you very much for an awesome speech.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. Let's go to Groveton FFA, Hannah Page.
Good morning, and I am Hannah Page from Groveton FFA. Today, I want to discuss an agricultural technology that holds real promise for the future of modern farming and why it deserves consideration as part of our future food and livestock production system. First, let's clarify exactly what cloning is and why it matters. Cloning is a reproductive biotechnology that uses somatic cell nuclear transfer to create a genetic copy of an animal with desirable traits, specifically traits we already aim for through selective breeding but cannot replicate reliably or quickly by traditional means alone. In simple terms, a clone is like an identical twin born at a different time. So, why are farmers and scientists interested in livestock cloning? The core benefit is genetic consistency and improvement. Cloning allows farmers to replicate animals with superior characteristics such as disease resistance, high fertility, excellent body conformation, or exceptional milk production, and to use those clones as breeding animals in the herd to reproduce those traits more quickly. For example, think of a dairy cow that consistently calved easily, stayed healthy, and produced high quality milk year after year. Instead of waiting generations to reproduce those traits through conventional breeding, cloning can allow breeders to reproduce that genetic excellence more quickly. While cloning is an agricultural technology and is not without its challenges, research, including USDA risk assessments, shows that meat and milk from cloned animals can have shows that meat and milk from cloned animals and offspring of clones has the same safety as meat and milk from conventionally bred animals. This means that consumers can have confidence in the safety of these products. In conclusion, cloning is not a replacement for traditional breeding methods. It is just an advanced tool in the livestock producer's toolbox. With more responsible research and efficient consideration, livestock cloning can be a force for positive innovation in agriculture. Thank you.
Hannah, great job. Unique topic. You're the first person to talk about cloning. So, what was the first animal that had the most notoriety in the news of being cloned?
I do believe the first animal that was cloned was a sheep.
Yep. Do you know the name of that sheep?
No, sir, I'm not exactly sure.
That's fine.
But
It
I
was
do know there's a cow from, I think it was Ohio State University, that was cloned named Ginger.
Okay. So the sheep you're talking about, its name was Dolly, and I think it was a Finn sheep. I may be wrong, but that was back in the mid 1990s, and you weren't around then, but the scare then was that this was a technology that was maybe going to get out of hand, and there was ethical concerns, and people thought it was just really going to change, right? But now that's been whatever that is, 30 years ago, nearly. And so, like in the show ring, the people were concerned because they're like, well, as soon as we can start making identical copies, well, then that'll kind of ruin everything because we'll just, make an identical copy and clones will win all the shows. There's been one that won the Iowa State Fair, but other than that, I don't really know of any that have had the same success as maybe the original animal. Can you explain why that might be? Like, what's one reason why clones don't necessarily look exactly? Because I agree with you from a DNA standpoint. Said they're kind of like identical twins, but what's another factor that's in play on why clones don't necessarily look exactly like the original animal?
So sometimes whenever we're looking to clone an animal, we kind of focus a little too much on one specific trait and kind of lose other good carcass traits and desirable traits that we want in our animals, which makes, yes, the good trait will be good, but then you'll have worse traits in the animal.
Very good. That was a tough question, Hannah. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Nice work today.
Good job. Well, how about the first segment of Speech Day? My goodness. Y'all have done so great. We're going to feed these kiddos now. I don't know, folks, you may have heard something in some of these speeches about the high price of beef this year. So we just have enough to feed the kids and the judges this time. We're going to take about, I'm going to bet this break will be 20 to 25 minutes. So if y'all want to go get something to eat, you're welcome to. Kiddos, hang on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I know you're hungry. We're going to do this just like we do sign in. All right. Table 1, I want y'all to go ahead and go. And judges, as y'all are ready, just jump in the line with the kids. Y'all go ahead.
committee members, if there's any committee members that is yet to have lunch, uh, please help yourself. Can't hear it. Committee members, if there's any committee members that hasn't had lunch yet, please help yourself. Come get a taco.
Turns out our fajitas went a little further than we expected. Anybody hungry, you're welcome to go over to the table and get you a taco. We're going to start back here pretty quick. So if you'd like to do that, make yourself welcome, but do it now, please. Uh-huh. Yeah, we have. We're going to start back in about 3 or 4 minutes. So if y'all need to clear your plates and go to the potty, please do it now. Hey, here's your 2-minute warning. Place. Molly's there. Everybody, you good? Okay, here we go. We're going to go to Blooming Grove FFA, Mr. Colt Steele. Microphone. I charged it up for you.
Thanks, sir. Well, it sure is going to be hard to do a follow up speech after that good old lunch now, ain't it? And by the way, I want to thank everybody that provided us that meal today. So thank y'all. But you get thinking about it. You get thinking about it. Where did that meat come from? Or better yet, what if we didn't have that meat at all? Imagine your life without tender, juicy steaks or the ability to see cattle grazing on God's amazing creation. Hi, my name's Colt Steele, and I'm here today to discuss the importance of land conservation. In 1900, my great 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 grandfather settled in Pursley, Texas, on land where we still run cattle today. Back then, the land was really different. There was nothing but wide open spaces, really. But throughout the years, we've managed to run a good bit of cattle on this land. Now, this land is important to not only us, but to people across the world, same as other agricultural land that raises beef cattle. It's important due to the fact that this is the land that raises the beef that sustains our beef industry. Now, that being said, you need land to raise cattle, right? What sounds simple enough, have land, raise cattle, but it's not. This pasture land that cattle live on is diminishing each and every day at alarming rates. Not just pasture land, but crop and farmland are also being lost to the developments of new industrial sites, residential areas, and solar farms, and countless other types of non-agricultural land developments. The Texas A&M AgriLife today reported that since 1977, Texas has lost over 3.7 million acres of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses, with the Texas Farm Bureau adding that 1.8 million of those acres have been lost in their last 5-year period study alone. This loss isn't just a number. This is land that once fed families and sustained generations of agricultural producers. And this is very concerning for those of us in agricultural production. This isn't just open, useless space. This is land that is production ground for livestock to graze, wildlife to roam, and a place to grow food for over 340 Americans and over 8 billion people globally. And once this land is developed, it cannot be put back into agricultural production. So this isn't just a local issue, it's a global issue. This causes nationwide food insecurity and economic loss from imports and exports. These two Black Angus steers that you see here today were raised on our family land. These are the kind of cattle that we risk losing with the loss of agricultural production ground. This has really opened my eyes to the threat of not just losing land, but losing quality resources to feed our world. Agriculture is the backbone of our country. And if we don't protect it, we risk losing more than just our land. We risk losing the ability to feed ourselves and our world. Protecting this land today ensures that we can feed ourselves tomorrow and that future generations of producers can grow the crops and raise the livestock to feed our nation for generations to come. Thank y'all.
Colt, your speech was really awesome. It's near and dear to my heart. I teach a class called The Meat We Eat to a large number of students that are non-ag majors, so we get to preach the word kind of like you're doing. But just from an agricultural standpoint, you know, in your speech and everything you talked about, why would agriculture be the number one weapon that we have to be able to carry ourselves through trade negotiations as well as also being able to get things accomplished the way we'd like to get them accomplished around the world? So how would we be able to see that agriculture is a major tool that all of our administrations use for us to be able to get the way that we need to go with regard to the United States being the most powerful in the nation and the planet?
So really, everything revolves around agriculture basically because, ag is what brings up food. And if you ain't got food, then you can't eat. And if you can't eat, you can't live, right? So, really everything revolves around, you got to be alive to be able to do anything. So it kind of revolves around the ability to sustain yourself and sustain your country and keep it together so that everything don't fall apart.
Great answer. If you can't eat, you're not going to be alive, and so you won't be around. I thought that's a great answer. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Colt. Good job. Okay, let's go to Hallettsville, Miss Ashlyn Puska.
From the ranch to the dinner table, a sizzling steak, juicy burger, or tender roast reflects a journey that passes through people, markets, and borders. Along that journey, a silent but powerful force influences where beef is sold, how it moves through markets, and ultimately, the price you pay. Howdy, I'm Ashlyn Puska, and I'm a proud member of the Hallettsville FFA chapter. Tariffs play a significant role in the beef industry, affecting everyone from cattle producers to consumers. So, understanding their impacts is crucial. What is a tariff? A tariff is a tax placed on imported goods. When a country places a tariff on a product, it raises the cost for the buyer. For example, if American beef is sold for $100 and a 25% tariff is applied, the price would raise to $125. This price increase makes U.S. beef less competitive than beef from other exporting countries. The beef industry depends heavily on global trade. The U.S. market exports billions of dollars worth of beef each year to countries like Mexico, Canada, Japan, and South Korea. These exports increase demand for U.S. beef and help support cattle prices back home. When another country places a tariff on American beef, demand can drop. Foreign buyers may turn to cheaper alternatives, leaving excess beef in U.S. markets. When supply rises and demand stays the same, prices fall, and ranchers feel the impact first at the sale bar. When America places a tax on imported goods, prices can increase for consumers. Grocery stores and restaurants pay more, and that cost eventually works its way back to the producer. Tariffs affect more than just beef cuts. Hides, tallow, and other variety cuts are often exported. When tariffs reduce demand, packers lose value, and that cost eventually works its way back to the producer. Tariffs can also affect feed ingredients like corn and soybeans, raising production cost. So, why do governments even use tariffs? Tariffs can help support domestic industries by encouraging consumers to buy American made products and can serve as a negotiation tool in trade disputes. According to USDA projections, the United States is expected to export around $174 billion worth in agricultural products in 2026, while importing around $210 billion, creating a trade deficit. With beef being one of America's most valuable exports, with an estimated 2.4 billion pounds exported in 2026, tariffs play a significant role in trade and producer profitability. So, whether we're talking about feeder cattle, box beef, or the steak on your plate, tariffs aren't a distant political issue. They're a real decision that directly affects the beef industry and the livelihoods of those who raise America's food. By staying informed and engaged, producers can protect their livelihoods and help shape the future of American beef. Thank you.
Outstanding. Well delivered, well prepared. Nailed it. Can you expand a little bit more on specifically what types of products we export when it comes to our beef industry and what types of products that we import, and then how that influences the total value added to the price of each calf that we harvest here in the United States?
Yes, sir. So, for example, we might export retail cuts to other countries such as Canada or Mexico, as well as offal products, which are byproducts from the carcass, such as hides, tallow, and other cuts like that. Those could go to countries like Egypt, those like things like that, such as liver. Egypt imports those. And then we import products such as like trimmings, which we incorporate in our ground beef, and therefore it makes it cheaper in grocery stores.
You nailed that too. Good job, Ashlyn.
Good job, Ashlyn. Okay, all the way to Dalhart. Let's go with Baden Beavers.
Can you ever have too much of a good thing? There comes a moment when every addition adds less, when growth slows, and the pursuit of more begins to lose its meaning. That moment has a name: the point of diminishing returns. And it's not just some fancy economic term, but something that quietly shapes decisions in the cattle industry every day. Hello, my name is Baden Beavers from the Dalhart FFA chapter. Today, I'm going to show you how this turning point can save time and money in the cattle business. First, let's look at something simple: feed. When you first increase feed rations, cattle gain weight quickly. Each pound seems magical, turning feed into weight gain overnight. But if you keep adding, eventually the scale barely moves, and the extra feed here or there barely makes a difference. That's the point of diminishing returns in action. It's the moment when more stops being better. As Dr. Jason Smith, a beef specialist from Texas A&M AgriLife Extension, often says, more feed doesn't always mean more gain. There's a limit to what a cow can use. However, it's not just feed. Think about herd size. Adding a few cattle might increase profits or make your operation run smoothly. But as your herd grows, suddenly you're managing more mouths than you can handle, fixing more fence than you have time for, and paying more in feed than what the weight is worth. That's another example of diminishing returns. According to a 2022 article from Beef Magazine, many ranchers find that after a certain point, more cattle mean more headaches, not more profit. Even technology isn't immune to this problem. Maybe you're investing in automated feeders or fancy genetic testing. At first, it seems great. Efficiency improves, cattle health gets better, but over time, the improvements level off, and each new gadget brings smaller and smaller benefits. Just because you can buy the latest technology doesn't mean it's always the smartest move. As rancher and podcast host Amanda Radke pointed out on Ag PhD Radio, technology is a tool, not a cure all. You have to know when to invest and when to hold back. Now, let's not forget the real world side of things. Sometimes chasing more just adds stress and extra hours. The point of diminishing returns isn't a limitation, it's a guide. It's about making smart choices, investing wisely, and knowing when to hold back. In the cattle business, doing more doesn't always mean getting more. There comes a moment when the extra feed, more animals, or new technology don't bring the same benefits as before. Knowing when to stop helps ranchers save money, keeps their herds healthy, and make smarter decisions for the future. Thank you.
Way to go, Baden. That
Thank you.
efficiency speech that you just gave is critical to our industry. What would you say is the most critical component of efficiency that you would say will drive the profitability in the beef industry for the cow calf sector?
I would say feed is a big efficiency concern. That's where most of your expenses go after paying for the steers. And if you're wasting all of this feed, then you're just wasting money and you won't make as much money. Therefore, it won't be as efficient for your industry.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Baden. Let's go to Cassidy Dudick from Penelope FFA.
Good afternoon. Last year was the first time I got to be in the commercial steer program. I told my dad I would only do it if I had a black and white one, like Snoopy. But after learning more about what kind of steer is best for the beef industry, I ended up with the Brangus Angus cross. But what if I was actually onto something with the black and white ones? Hi, my name's Cassidy Dudick, and I'm here to tell you about dairy beef crosses. Studies by Texas Tech found that these dairy beef crosses are helping the beef industry a lot. Ag Daily says that mixing beef with dairy cows makes a calf that is beefier and maximize beef production. That means they grow fast and don't need as much feed as mega dairy cows, but still produces the same amount of meat. Crosses are making plateable meat. Dairy herd management says that Holsteins add super tender meat to crossbred cows. Some dairy beef crosses even make better steaks than regular dairy cows. In terms of quality grade, even though it sounds new, dairy farms have been using beef bulls for a long time, since 2011. About 10 years ago, it became more common to use artificial insemination, or AI. Producing beef with better marbling starts with choosing the right genetics in AI. When a farmer uses AI on dairy cows, they can get better calves without waiting many years to see herd changes. But how do they do it? Before a dairy cow can be bred using AI, the farmer has to choose a bull called the sire that the calf will come from. Farmers get catalogs with choices of bull semen from ranchers or breed associations. And there are a lot of choices. It can feel like too much. So farmers need to know what kind of calves they want to raise. Farmers look at production goals or traits. They want a calf like being born easily or growing fast. They check special scores called expected progeny differences, EPDs, which help them pick the best bull. For dairy and mixed calves, farmers watch for these things like calving ease, birth weight, weaning weight, yearling weight, average daily gain, meat quality and size, like carcass weight, marbling, or ribeye area. Once the farmer picks a few good bulls, they compare the EPD numbers. Usually, higher numbers mean better traits. Black Angus bulls are very popular. They usually make black colored calves that are strong and good for beef. If the calves meet Cretan rules, they could be sold for more money as certified Angus beef. That's why most bulls are black, and most dairy calves are black too. As the cattle herds continue to decline, they study non-seasonal supply of dairy beef crosses. We'll be here to fill feedlot pens. Could dairy beef crosses be the answer for sustainable beef production by providing benefits throughout the dairy beef sectors? Yes, I think so, along with 72% of dairy beef farmers who contribute to the beef industry. Thank you.
Boy, you were spitting the facts there, Cassidy. How old are you?
10.
You're 10 years old. What a wonderful job that was. Uh, uh, Cassidy, you were talking about artificial insemination, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain which sector dairies or beef cow ranches, so those that just have mama cows out on grass, which one uses artificial insemination more and why? You want a different question? Tell me about your steers. What breeds are they? Are they what you talked about?
They're Jersey Angus crosses.
Jersey Angus crosses. Okay. So when you're matching up the Jersey cow, well, do you think Angus is the best breed to complement them with, or do you have any other suggestions? And it's not a right or wrong answer. Do you have any other breeds that you think would complement Jerseys real well?
I think Angus is a good choice.
Okay. Excellent, man. Your speech, you killed it today. I'm so proud of you. Good job.
Thank you.
Next is Seth Hale from Santo FFA.
Did you know that a steer will drink roughly 15 gallons of water a day? Now, that depends on how hot it is that day, but let's just assume it's 80 degrees. Now, let's do a little math for just a minute. This bottle of water is 16 ounces. 1 gallon of water is 128 fluid ounces. That means it takes 8 of these bottles of water to make 1 gallon. Remember, a 1,000-pound steer drinks 15 gallons of water a day. Now that's nearly 120 of these Ozarka bottles. Hi, my name is Seth Hale, and I'm from Santo, Texas. Today I want to talk to you about water quality and how to ensure your cattle have access to good, clean water. We spend so much time talking about feed rations and not enough time talking about water quality. Daily gain can be greatly affected by the hydration of the steer because of the quality of the water. The 5 water quality characteristics most talked about are pH, sulfates, nitrates, bacteria, and total dissolved solids, or often referred to as TDS. Today, I will briefly talk about total dissolved solids and nitrates. All right, folks, take a look at these two different water bottles. I promise you, one of these is very good water, and the other not so much. Most of us would think the clearer one is better, right? Well, it's not. Like they say, don't judge a book by its cover. Nitrates are nitrogen oxygen compounds that can originate from several different components, but we typically think about water runoff from fertilized fields and manure runoff. However, stressed plants can also produce nitrates that can be harmful to animals, such as, you guessed it, Johnson grass. But here we go again talking about feed. Let's get back to water. When nitrates enter the rumen, it gets converted to nitrites, which reduces the blood's ability to carry oxygen. The most common water quality characteristic that affects us is total dissolved solids. This basically measures total dissolved salts like sodium, magnesium, calcium, sulfates, and chloride. Who likes it when you get a big gulp of salt water while swimming in the ocean? That's right, none of us. Well, cattle don't like salty water either. Try to keep the TDS below 1,000 parts of a million, and you will be in good shape. In closing, I'd like to offer a suggestion that could take the guesswork out of water quality. Go buy yourself an inexpensive digital water tester for about 25 bucks. It could save you a yearling worth 3 grand. Y'all stay hydrated and ranch it up. Thanks for your time.
Seth, congratulations. You gave an amazing speech that is on a big topic that we don't talk about. Just like you said, and water quality has such a huge impact on everything with regard to cattle. Just talking to a person yesterday that was running 4 miles of water line because the drought here in South Texas. They lost a lot of cattle because the quality of the water and a lot of the things you were just talking about. So, what did you do in raising your two steers to make sure that you had high quality water for your steers as they were growing and getting here to get to the show?
Well, we were pumping from well water at the start, and they weren't drinking that. So we took a line to our pond and took water from there. And
Did they drink that better?
yes.
Thank you very much. It's a great answer.
Thank you, Seth. Let's go to Tanner Puska from Hallettsville.
Overgrazed pastures, undernourished herds, and falling profit. Cattle producers know the struggle all too well. How many times have you gone out to check your cattle, and as you look across your pasture, you wonder, how can I get my cattle to perform better, or the grass to just grow faster? What if I told you there's a way to cut your winter feed cost by 60%, increase stocking rates, and build healthy, more drought-resistant pastures, all while producing better nourished cattle? Howdy, I'm Tanner Puskay, a proud member of the Hallettsville FFA. That's not a dream. It's the reality of using a simple technique called rotational grazing. Rotational grazing is a management system in which a large pasture is divided into smaller sections called paddocks, allowing cattle to move from one area to another. Cattle graze one paddock for a short period of time before being rotated to the next, giving previously grazed areas time to rest and recover. This system is also commonly referred to as pasture rotation. Rotational grazing offers several advantages over continuous grazing. In traditional methods of continuous grazing, cattle remain grazing on the same pasture for long periods of time, providing little opportunity for forage plants to recover. But in a rotational grazing system, grazed areas are provided a rest period that allows for optimal forage regrowth and helps prevent overgrazing. This recovery time is critical when maintaining healthy, productive pastures. This system also encourages cattle to graze more evenly, resulting in improved pasture utilization. Research shows it can reduce winter hay requirements by up to 20% because desirable forage plants are grazed more evenly. They are able to recover faster, while weeds and less desirable plants are naturally suppressed. Grazing efficiency can increase 65% under rotational grazing compared to just the 35% with continuous grazing. This improved efficiency allows producers to support higher stocking rates and reduce feed costs. Manure is also distributed more evenly, improving soil fertility across the pasture.
In addition to economic benefits, rotational grazing is more environmentally sustainable. It reduces soil erosion, improves soil health, and lowers greenhouse gas emissions, benefiting both producers and the land they depend on. There's some upfront costs when implementing a rotational grazing system for fencing, water sources, and additional time may be needed to move cattle more frequently. But the long term benefits far outweigh these costs. So it's time to get your pastures working for you, not against you. A well managed rotational grazing system increases productivity without additional land, leading to greater efficiency, reduced input, and higher profitability, making rotational grazing a practice worth investing in for today's cattle producers. Thank you.
Tanner, what a speech, man. You know your stuff here.
Thank
All
you.
right. So, what's the difference between warm season grasses and cool season grasses? Can you explain that and give maybe some examples?
Um, I'm not really for sure.
That's okay. Let me ask you a different grazing question. So, in your research, getting your speech together,
Yes, sir.
did you ever read anything about biodiversity? You ever see that word?
One time.
One time? Okay. All right. So biodiversity just means that out in a field, instead of just having maybe the entire field be, say, Bermuda grass, that we have a lot of different types of grasses. And so when you were researching, my question was going to be, do you think that a rancher or the health of the grass or the rangeland, or for a rancher for cows, do you think for cows we'd rather have just one particular grass out there, like a monoculture, or do you think we'd be better off with more diversity where we've got a wide array of different grasses or legumes?
I would say you try to find the best one so that your cattle graze the best on it.
Excellent. Good job. I really enjoyed your talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tanner. Let's go to Oliver Vaughn from Fall City.
Raise your hand if you have Instagram. It's okay, I don't either. But if the Texas Longhorn cattle themselves had social media, I bet they'd have a lot more followers than other cattle breeds. Big horns, cool colors, even that Texas swagger could break the internet. What's not to like? Howdy, my name is Oliver Vaughn, and I'm a member of the Fall City Junior FFA. And I love being outdoors playing sports, hunting, fishing, and anything else you could think a 10-year-old boy would like to do. Today, I want to answer the question: do Texas Longhorns still play a meaningful role in the modern beef industry? Go back to when you're in history class and your teacher mentions Texas Longhorns. What comes to mind? Big set of horns on the front of a Cadillac? Overrated college football? Or maybe a reminder of an old Western on TV? Let's rewind and take a short trip through history, because before fences, feed yards, and other cattle breeds ruled the land, there were Texas Longhorns. When the Spaniards first arrived in what we now call Texas and Mexico, there were no horses or cattle there, just buffalo roaming the land. The Spaniards brought cattle mainly as a source of food. These cattle were turned loose on wide open land, and with the help of European cattle, they evolved into the tougher, leaner, and smarter cattle we now know as the Texas Longhorns. The most important moment in history came during the 1800s, when Texas gained its independence from Mexico, and then later during the Civil War. Beef demand on the East Coast was sky high, but the supply was low. The problem? Beef was in Texas, and New York was not close. So how did they get the cattle there? They walked them hundreds of miles on cattle drives. These cattle were driven up to 1,000 miles to rail yards like Dodge City and Ellsworth in Kansas. These cattle were tough, hardy, durable, long-legged, and had horns to fight off predators. They could survive drought, heat, disease, and long days on the trail. Bet these steers behind me couldn't make that trip, but Longhorns could. However, in the late 1800s and early 1900s, things changed. Fences went up, railroads expanded, and transportation improved. Cattle no longer had to walk across the country. Purebreds from other countries became more popular because they grew faster, fed better, and had higher beef yields. From production standpoint, the Texas Longhorns are losing their value. That's when something almost tragic happened. The Texas Longhorn breed nearly disappeared. This is where my great 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 grandpa, E.H. Marks, comes into the picture. He saw the Longhorn breed fading away, so along with 6 other families, he began building a purebred Longhorn herd. Not because they were the most profitable, but because they still mattered. His goal was not efficiency, it was preservation. So, where do Longhorns fit today? Longhorns, in addition to their durability, are extremely fertile, calve easily, and produce small birth weight calves, which are valuable for first calf heifers. Many producers still use Longhorn genetics for calve ease, then cross those cows with beefier bulls. The result? Healthy cows that raise solid calves with fewer problems. They still matter, just differently. They may not be the fastest meat growers in the feedlot, but they are a living link to history, a genetic treasure chest, and a symbol of toughness and independence. That's the kind of legacy even a cowboy hat can't measure.
Oliver, you did an outstanding job on a great speech about Longhorn cattle. You took away my question. I was going to ask you in West Texas, personal experience, we have a large ranches out there off the Caprock, and those guys have all gone to using Longhorn bulls on their first calf heifers. And you described that that's because of calving ease. Is there another trait that those Longhorn calves, whenever they come out, those half-blood Longhorn Angus based calves, what else would be good about them besides just being easy calving? Can you think of anything else?
Could you re-word that? I don't really understand what you're asking.
So when the Longhorn cattle were out there ranging around, do you think they had a lot of survivability?
Sir.
A lot of vigor?
Yes, sir.
So that would be the major other reason is not many of them die after they're born. They have a lot of livability and vigor. And so those cattle are very hardy and robust in the way that they get up and move and go after they calve. So great job on your speech. Really liked it a lot.
Thank you.
Good job, Oliver. May I introduce Lillian Dudick from Penelope FFA?
Japan, the auction barn, and my house. I bet you couldn't guess what these have in common. No, they're not as loud as my house. Cattle. The answer is cattle. My name is Lily Dudick, and I would like to talk to you about the relationship between my house, the auction barn, and Japan, and a few other stops along the way. 6 countries consume 85% of all the exported beef, and Japan is the #1 importer of American beef. So, how does 650 million pounds of U.S. beef get to Japan? Let's start at my house, the VP Ranch, where we lay the groundwork for the beef supply chain from birth. We own a cow-calf operation with 70 mama cows, mainly Brangus crosses. Cows are selected based on maternal characteristics and then paired to bulls who are known beef producers. Our production goal is quality stalker calves. Heifers are typically kept for replacements, while steers are sent to the auction barn. Auction barns serve as a local marketplace where ranchers like us bring cattle to be bought and sold. Our auction barn, like so many others, get majority of their calves from ranches with 40 or less cows. Auction barns are a central hub for determining market prices and redistributing cattle to the next stage of their life cycle. Buyers might include stalkers or feedlot owners looking for cattle that meet specific criteria. Stalkers purchase most of the calves that run through auction barns, including steers like ours. Stockyard supply of calves depends on the 130,000 ranches in the state of Texas. Paul Beck from Oklahoma State says stalkers operate under the motto of buy low, keep them alive, and sell high.
Stalkers serve as a bridge between cow calf producers and feedlots, adding weight to healthy calves in a cost effective way. My dad says more calves go to the stalkers in the November-January timeframe to eat oats or wheat, which is cheap grazing. Once purchased, cattle often move to feedlots, where they are given a controlled diet to accelerate weight gain and feedlots are designed to manage and prepare a large number of cattle for the final stage of processing efficiently. The USDA recognizes all sizes of feedlots, from the small to hold 1,000 head and to the large to hold over 100,000 head. And Texas has over 25,000 feedlots in all sizes. The USDA recognizes all sizes of feedlots, from the small to hold 1,000 head and to the large to hold over 100,000 head. And Texas has over 25,000 feedlots in all sizes. The Panhandle is home to some of the largest feedlots, like Cactus Feeders, which can handle 500,000 head. Once cattle reach optimal hang weight, so around 800 pounds, they are sent to the packers. Packers refers to facilities that process animals. Processing refers to the workflow from slaughter to finished products. During the time meat is at the packer, it must receive an FSI certificate and complete all check marks on USDA export verification program for bovine before being exported. Packers like the Big Four ship across the U.S. and into 90 different countries, including Japan. Countries usually import when supplies are limited in their own country. Japan's own beef industry is limited by geography. The U.S. is a leading exporter to Japan and other countries around the globe. Don't worry, they're not importing our prime ribeyes just yet. Typical exports to Japan include tongue, short rib, chunk and round steaks, skirt steaks, and liver. In fact, Japan is the primary destination for all U.S. beef tongue. From the green pastures of VP Ranch to the bustling stockyards, towering feedlots, and finally, across the ocean to Japan, the journey of American beef from farm to fork is a complex, coordinated effort and begins at home. My home. Every stop along the way adds value, ensures quality, and connects ranchers like us to dinner tables around the world. It's pretty amazing to think that the cattle we raise with care on a small fair ranch in Texas can end up in plates in Tokyo. So whether you're standing in an auction barn or reading a menu of Japan, remember, it all starts with a cow and a whole lot of hard work. Thank you.
Lillian, has it been raining where you're from?
Not very much, no.
Not very much. All right. Well, the reason I asked that, I had several observations on your A steer. Okay. So I'm going to tell you what I saw, and then I want you to explain a few things. All right. So one of the things I noticed was the tag or the mud that's on his hind quarter. So I want you to talk about that and what impact that may have on dressing percentage in a feedlot situation, like if it's good or bad relative to dressing percentage. Are you familiar with what dressing percentage is? You can say no.
I know some, not very much of it.
Okay, no worries. We won't do that question then. So dressing percentage, that's the proportion of their live weight that ends up in the carcass. And so the mud won't be part of the carcass, so it kind of hurts their dress just a little bit. Let's move on though. So that calf is a little aired up on his left side. And so he looks like he's got a little bloat right now. And I also noticed that he's got a notch in his left ear. Can you tell me anything about bloat and what causes it, and why a calf that you purchase may have an ear notch?
So bloat is gas in the rumen, and we have had many problems with him of bloating. And we tried many solutions as we tried to change his diet to less whole corn, to even take away all their we give them more hay than we do feed, and we tried that. It didn't really work. And the other question?
You nailed that one. I was asking about the ear notch.
Okay.
Did you notice that he had an ear notch? Was that something you did, or is that something that he had whenever you purchased him?
He already had the ear notch when I purchased him, but I'm assuming it's a form of identification, because on swine it is used as a letter number and the individual number.
Yeah, that's correct. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Caden Joy's next. He's from Young County 4-H.
Envision this: an agriculture industry where producers are unrestrained by bureaucratic chains, ushering in a new beginning for American agriculture. Hi, my name is Caden Joy, and I'm from Graham, Texas. Every industry or sector that the government tries to help always ends up worse than before. Just look at housing, healthcare, pharmaceuticals, auto industry, and energy. Every industry that government tries to help always ends up worse than before. What always results is tighter supplies, higher cost, and centralized power. It is not the free market that causes these issues. It is the abandonment of free market principles over the past century that have led to the situation we are in. As Ronald Reagan said, that is the way of free markets and free trade. We must resist protectionism because it only leads to economic weakness. We, not just as the beef industry, but the entire ag industry, need a vision of being free from government subsidies, interventions, and burdensome regulations dictated from national level. Let's take the recent investigation into the Packers, price collusion, price fixing, and price manipulation. When they launched this investigation into the Packers, they were losing, on average, $165.96 per head. Furthermore, according to the research paper, U.S. Beef Supply Chain Issues and Challenges, the benefits to producers due to size and packing capacity largely offset any market power exerted by packers. Furthermore, some recent attempts by Congress to promote market transparency would have cost producers $2.5 billion in the first year and $16 billion over 10 years. Another way government intervention ends up hurting producers is the issue of subsidies. Subsidies reduce innovation, hinder the competitiveness, and hide the free market values. Although programs like farm insurance have no doubt kept many farmers in business, this has led to a guaranteed income for farmers, which in turn has led to conversion of many marginal acres that would have been excellent for beef cattle production, into the production of corn and soybeans. This has led to a dramatic oversupply of these crops with low prices, which has led to the government introducing additional subsidies in the forms of things like ethanol in order to fix the problem it created. It is time the ag industry found solutions for its own problems instead of looking towards the federal government. We don't need protection. We don't need more money. We don't need bureaucrats trying to dictate the best way for us to do things. We simply need them to allow us to produce a safe, nutritious product for the consumer. We need liberty in the ag industry, not a government safety net, because as Ben Franklin once said, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. The decisions made today in our ag industry could result in our demise or a new beginning. What I'm speaking of is not without pain, but from that pain we will grow stronger and more resilient, creating an ag industry that will last generations. Thank you.
Caden, that's great. I can't dream of that. That's the whole thing. You ask if I could dream, that would be it. And your speech nailed it. You did a great job. So let's talk about trade and the freedom of that, not only in beef, and you did a great job of showing how that the grain crops really impact our beef with ethanol. How would you say that the tariffs and then the ability to not be able to export into a nation, so let's just say nations that ban the shipment of American beef into those countries, how do you think that the government would aid us in being able to work at that level? That's not necessarily regulating, but it's how should our government be involved with opening markets for our beef that we want to export?
Okay. So one of the things right where we are currently right now in the Trump administration is a turning point. We've been living in a World War II era where we, as the United States, don't impose tariffs on other countries, but they impose it on us. And this has remained for the past 100 years. Under Trump, this has been changing. And since ag is the basis of the economy, we are often the main bargaining chip whenever he's trying to promote public policy abroad. The main thing to note is although some of the things he may impose may be difficult for us in the short term, the things that he is doing in the long term, which we may not see for another 5 or 10 years, is reversing globalization and will make America and American agriculture much stronger. For example, the recent removal of tariff for importation of beef from Argentina. Although at first it appeared that it would not be good for us, it's less than 1% of the beef we produce. And furthermore, we are able to support Malay and Argentina, which is one of the few countries in the world where there's actually freedom. And by that, we are able to use our power as the United States to promote freedom abroad. As we continue with tariffs, it's the main thing is that we need to impose reciprocal tariffs, which has been the main focus of the Trump administration. Because if we can make our tariffs go down into other countries, our beef is able to go there because we can compete, not necessarily on price, because we believe in the individual and the sanctity and the importance of the individual, unlike countries like China. But if we can use that, our quality will win and open up new markets abroad and making a prosperous industry for not just ag, but the entire country. Thank you.
Caden, great job. I have one addition, Dr. Rathman. Colin, you may need to have an intern, you know? Okay, good. But Caden, Dr. Rathman brought up the 9 most terrifying words that I think you should add to your speech. And those are, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. So there you go.
My goodness, I've had more what some might refer to as inappropriate outbursts over here celebrating these speeches today, and that was just one more. Nice job, Caden. Okay, let's go to Marshall Ball, Cook County 4-H.
Every evening in our farm, something happens around the same time. Before anyone says a word, before anyone grabs a feed bucket, our steers start walking toward the feed bunk like they have a schedule written down. And that's when I learned something important. Cattle don't need a clock to know what time it is. Hi, my name is Marshall Baugh. I'm 11 years old and a member of Cook County 4-H. We live in Silvers Bend, Texas, near Gainesville. This was our first year raising commercial steers. We were excited, but we learned quickly that it takes a lot of consistency. So our biggest challenge wasn't finding the steers or even feeding the right ration. It was making sure we fed them on time every day, even when life was busy. Because when feeding time changes, cattle notice. And research backs that up. A 2024 article in Applied Animal Science compared consistent and delayed feeding times in a finished steer and showed when feeding was delayed, cattle become more aggressive at the feed bunk and change their eating patterns. So we decided to build something that would help us stay consistent. My siblings and I built the Feed Smarter Solutions automatic cattle feeder as our ag mechanics project this year. Our feeder holds up to 4 tons of feed and can be programmed to go off multiple times a day. Ours is set to go off at 7:30 in the morning and 7:30 at night. And when it goes off, the feed comes out the same way at the same time, whether we're at home or 30 minutes away in town. Because that matters because the goal in commercial steers is to maximize the daily rate of gain. If cattle eat at random times or get stressed waiting for feed, their intake can change. To me, that means cattle grow best when feeding stays steady. This feeder also helps reduce waste. Instead of dumping feed and hoping for the best, it delivers it in a controlled way, so let's get spoiled. We're showing this ag mechanics project at several shows this year, including San Antonio later this week, because it solves a real problem for real producers like myself. A lot of farm families are busy. Cattle don't care if you're out of town
at school, out of town, working, and running late. They do care what time breakfast is and notice when supper is running late. Cattle grow best when feeding stays steady. Chores don't stop just because life gets busy. Our automatic cattle feeder was a hit. These guys give it 5 stars. FFA, also known as Fathers Feeding Animals, gives it 2 thumbs up. Mom's Taxi Service highly recommends, and I say feed smarter, play harder. Thank you.
Marshall, great job, buddy.
Thank you.
I'm interested in your automatic cattle feeder. I might actually be able to see family during the holidays as opposed to being shackled to my livestock at the house.
That's why we built it.
All right. I got a question about feeding cattle, and you talked about consistency. And so another factor here is choosing the number of times each day that you're going to feed your cattle, right? So some feed yards, they may feed once a day, some may feed twice a day, and some may feed 3 times a day. Can you tell me what you know about feeding frequency? Like what might be reasons or advantages and disadvantages to feeding once, twice, or 3 times daily?
So you can decide you want to feed once. We had ours break up morning and night, but it's just depending on your schedule, theirs, whatever you want. But ours was set that time, but consistency is also key because he might be bigger than this one and he might kick him off the feed, so he might throw his head out of it, and then that sets his weight off because he's not going to be getting what he needs to be eating a day to get this much weight on him, so he might be 100 pounds different than this one.
Awesome. And that was your first year?
Yes, sir.
Man, you really did a great job. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Way to go, Marshall. Hallettsville brought Jessie Whitley to us. Let's have her now.
Good morning, Hallettsville Retired Teachers Association. My name is Jesse, and with me today are my teammates. Oh, wait, wrong competition. This isn't the LDE Agriculture Advocacy Competition. This is the San Antonio Junior Commercial Steer Competition. But these two competitions have one big thing in common: advocating for the agriculture industry. More specifically, the beef industry. Like I said, my name is Jessie Whitley. I'm a senior at Hallettsville High School and a proud member of the Hallettsville FFA. And one thing that really catches my eye is misinformation being spread about the beef industry. So today, I'd like to talk about how we need to advocate for the industry and stop the spread of misinformation. Misinformation is being spread everywhere, every single day, with things like controversies saying that cattle spread global warming, which is false, and with confusing and misleading labels, with labels like all natural, hormone free, and organic, and with a very small fraction of people in the agriculture industry. There are a lot of people out there who see things on the internet and just assume that it's true. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation, farm and ranch families make up less than 2% of the U.S. population. This just shows how little people are actually involved in the agriculture industry. So, how are we supposed to stop the spread of this misinformation? The internet. Nowadays, almost everybody has a social media account, whether that's Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook for the old people in here. With a few clicks on your phone, you can reach thousands of people in a matter of seconds. Personally, I love reposting those funny TikToks, the ones you'll see by the Peterson Farm Brothers or Farm Stuff with Daryl, where they show the lives of people in agriculture in a humorous way. I also like going on Instagram and reposting Instagram posts made by the USDA, the Collegiate Beef advocacy program and the national FFA. But what do we do when we see misinformation being posted on the internet? Well, what I do is I like to leave a comment showing how this information is incorrect and then leave a link to an article written by a trusted source showing the true information. There are many programs that are dedicated to advocating for the beef industry. Some of those are the Beef Checkoff Program, the National Beef Cattlemen's Association, and Masters in Beef Advocacy, where their goal is representing the cattlemen, researching and educating the public, and stopping the spread of misinformation. So we need, and it is our job, and it is necessary that we advocate for the beef industry and make sure that it is fairly represented everywhere, because we need to take pride in knowing that beef is what's for dinner.
All right. Doc had a good question, so I told him, "Well, you ask it." And I said, "Well, I'll go ahead and ask it." But so the question was, I thought you had a good topic. You know, it's a unique topic, misinformation. So recently, the there was changes made to the food pyramid or the dietary guidelines, right? Kind of reprioritize maybe where meat stands and then our other food stuff. So tell me, how do you think that first? Are you aware of those changes?
I am a little bit.
Okay, so basically they've heightened the emphasis on red meat and de-emphasized carbs for the most part, right?
Yes, sir.
So how do you think that may change the narrative going forward in terms of maybe some of the misinformation out there that misrepresents our beef industry from a dietary standpoint?
So there's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of things with new trendy diets saying that vegetables are the best thing, like vegan and vegetarian, and saying that you don't really need meat. It's not that good for you. And that just helped prove the point that the proteins and everything in red meat is necessary to stay healthy. And that just helped show that this misinformation being spread about these new trendy diets is incorrect.
Look at you go. That was a great answer, Jesse.
Thank you.
Good job.
Okay, thank you, dear. Next, let's go to Sage Lee from Munster FFA.
Size, quality, cattle, America, grid, feed. When I hear these words, I think about the cattle industry. Hi, my name is Sage Lee. I'm a ninth grade officer from the Munster FFA chapter. These are my Angus Wagyu steers behind me, Frank and Ranger. Today, I want to talk about the big shift we are seeing in the beef industry. Cattle are getting heavier, and more of them are grading higher quality. That sounds like more beef and better steaks, but it's not always that simple. I began meat judging in 8th grade. While attending West Texas A&M meat judging camp, I then realized it's really about understanding the whole animal, how it grows, how it uses feed, and how early management shows up later on the rail. That's where commercial steers connected for me. It's not about raising the biggest animal possible. It's about raising one that grows efficiently and produces good quality beef. Bigger isn't always better. Too much fat or huge ribeye can actually lead to discounts. The grid rewards balance, the right weight, the right quality, and the right yield grade all together. The best carcass isn't the biggest, it's the most balanced. At the end of the day, the cattle industry is about making smart decisions and producing beef that fits what the market actually wants. Because in this industry, balance gets paid. Thank you.
Sage, you did a really amazing job, and I know that you probably have delved in and learned a little bit about meat science, right?
Yes, sir.
If you're able to go into judging camp and all those good things. On evaluating your steers, tell us from a yield grade standpoint, what would you yield grade your two steers since you went to judging camp and probably know yield grades? You know the numbers, so just pick one. So A, pick a number between 1 and 5.
4.
Okay. And what about B?
3.
All right, good. Because we were really admiring and thought that your steers, had some unique yield grades, and we were kind of on a bridge between two of them. And so thank you very much. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Good job, Sage. Okay, next is Lexi Gola from New Braunfels FFA.
How many of you have watched the popular Netflix series Stranger Things? It was a story set in the 1980s. That would be about the time Mr. Blair was in high school, a very long time ago. In this show, the kids of this town fight an evil demon in a parallel world called the Upside Down. The beef industry has been fighting a similar demon since the 1980s in an upside down world too, until earlier this year. For years, fat and red meat have been the enemy. Butter was a crime, and steak was suspicious. Basically, if your food tasted good, it was bad for you. Protein was allowed, but the recommendation was to eat only 0.8 grams per kilogram of body weight per day. And plant protein was much healthier than red meat. Cereal was what was needed for breakfast, and the more whole grain carbohydrates you consumed, the healthier you'd be. If you followed these rules, you would be healthy. Wrong. The food pyramid that was published in 1992 has guided us to the fattest, most unhealthy generation. Apparently, it has been upside down. And the waistlines of this country prove it. At 41% of Americans are obese, compared to 13.5% in 1960. The previous food pyramid focused on carbohydrate consumption, avoided fats, and limited proteins. However, if carbohydrates are what we feed these steers to fatten them, wouldn't it make sense that carbs do the same to us? History has proven so. On January 7th of this year, Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins introduced the inverted food pyramid, correcting the previous recommendations, focusing more on protein and fat consumption in our diets and less on carbohydrates. They turned the food pyramid upside down. The food pyramid recommendations of old were backward and have been inverted. It guided us wrong for decades through the obvious realizations that this country is obese. Protein and beef are the ultimate winners. Beef has proven to be healthy for you, and this time, there is no disputing the results. This is a major victory in the war against beef. Science shows we actually need 1.6 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight per day. This doubles the previous recommendations, and based on this, I need to consume 1 pound of beef per day. But this is where the real challenge begins. To eat healthy, we must double our protein consumption, remove away all ultra-processed fake foods, and return to traditional meat diet. The upside down strikes again. Decades ago, when beef was plentiful and cheap, it was evil to consume. However, now, the realization that daily beef consumption is healthy, beef is expensive and in less supply. Today's record prices for beef are good for producers, yet it is the most expensive and most popular protein. Folks, we've achieved the value of beef today more than any other time in history.
People now know the value of beef and are willing to pay for it. If there was ever a time to market beef, it is now. We must use the current momentum of public opinion to drive beef consumption as the healthiest protein and fat source worthy of today's prices. If we can do this, the beef world will no longer be upside down. Stranger things have happened.
Incredible. That was great, Lexi. Yeah, we were kind of waiting to hear somebody that gave a speech on that topic, and you really nailed it well. I think at the very end, you really touched on maybe a little bit of the conundrum is that, I think this is going to certainly help strengthen beef demand to have that guideline change. The flip side to that is if folks need to increase their red meat consumption, is what you talked about, is those record prices, right? And so that may squeeze their budget just a little bit. Can you maybe provide a little bit of vision for us as we kind of navigate those waters? How are we going to provide more meat or maybe increase per capita consumption of beef while simultaneously trying to balance the price side of that equation?
Yes, so as we can see, beef prices are very high right now. And with that, people are starting to think like maybe I need to go to pork or maybe I need to go to chicken. And so, in order to keep people from eating, other things, because beef is like the best source that has all the minerals and vitamins, the price is going to need to maybe drop a little bit for people to be able to sustain the quality. Thank you.
Lexi, great speech. I started to take that mic away from the docs and get back into my question asking mode for that one. But I tell you what, I'm going to do instead. This before we take a break. I've been waiting for that topic to come up too. I might ask Colin to comment upon the impact that what your speech and what you talked about has had on the beef industry and what he predicts in the future.
So I too have been waiting all day for this to come up as a topic because this is one of those issues that we consider as a generational issue for the beef industry. And what I mean by that is that we have spent decades ensuring that the science is there. This is science that has been supported and funded by the Beef Checkoff and conducted by many of our friends in land-grant universities and other universities around the country to show the value of protein in the diet. And for those of you who've been paying attention, you will know that it was in the previous presidential administration where meat was taken off the center of the plate and it was replaced with beans, peas, and lentils. Now, I doubt any of you got up this morning and pulled out your dietary guidelines and checked it before you had breakfast. And that's okay because most Americans don't. They don't spend the time, they don't worry about it. Why? Because we're Americans and we're not going to let the government tell us what to eat. Plain and simple. But it does have a very important impact on all of the federal feeding programs that exist out there. So think about school lunch. Think about the SNAP program. Think about the federal prison system. Think about military bases. All of them have to develop their nutritional plans and their menus off of the dietary guidelines. And I'm not one that's going to go out and tell our servicemen and women that they can't eat beef. So that's why achieving this win with this new set of dietary guidelines and not only bringing beef back to the center of the plate, but doubling the serving size and making it cool to cook and fry and bake in beef tallow is a big deal for all of us sitting in the room today. Because we can go out and we can say quite clearly that the war on protein is over. More importantly, the war on fat is over. And all that's going to do is just continue to build demand for our great beef and the result of all your hard work that we've been looking at here today. So, Lexi, thank you for bringing that up because a very important topic. And it took us, 3/4 of the day to get there, but a big one. So thanks for doing that.
Appreciate that very much. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. I do want to tell you before you get up and run that Dr. McAdams has brought some Texas Beef Council swag right over here on this side of the table. And Charles Eckel has brought 3 giant boxes full of snacks after that lunch. We'll have those for you over here in just a moment if you'll give us just a second. All right, let's take a break. Oh, you're just going to put them out. That's the better idea.
Sorry to back it up.
Okay. Okay, kiddos. Here, check this. I haven't taken anything out of it.
In the corner. There's more.
Kiddos, y'all start making your way back. I just got my least favorite news of the whole competition. Hopi has to go back to school. She has been here for 4 days and has been the finest assistant that we have had. Hope, thank you so very much. And I love you. Yep. Oh. Okay, Luke, are you ready? You've been standing up there waiting on us. Here we go. This is Luke Abner from Jones County 4A.
We all know that cattle prices can change in a minute. One day the market looks good, and the next day prices drop for reasons completely out of your control. Weather, drought, disease, feed cost, foreign trade, global events, and yes, even a tweet can affect our business. Over the past several years, cattlemen have enjoyed a strong market. But anyone who's been in this business very long understands that cattle prices tend to creep up slowly and fall fast. Right now, investing in cattle is not cheap, and it can be risky. Today, I would like to talk to you about protecting that investment. Good afternoon. My name is Luke Abner with the Jones County 4-H. Livestock Risk Protection, or LRP, is an insurance program that allows livestock producers to protect themselves against a drop in market prices. It began in 2000 as a USDA pilot program. Unlike traditional insurance that protects against physical loss, LRP protects against price loss. If market prices are lower than the prices you insured at the end of the coverage period, then the policy can pay the difference. This allows ranchers to lock in a minimum price for their animals. One important thing to understand about LRP is that it is voluntary and flexible. Ranchers can choose how many head to insure, what coverage level they want, and how long they want the coverage to last. This allows ranchers to customize their plan to fit their operation instead of being stuck with a one-size-fits-all plan. LRP is also partially subsidized by the federal government, which makes it more affordable for small or family-owned operations. So, why does LRP matter? For most of us, raising cattle is not just a job, it is our livelihood. A shift in the market can be the difference between a profitable year or losing money, or much worse, losing the operation. None of us have a crystal ball that tells us what we need to buy cattle at or where prices will be from 6 months from now. So the cattle industry is kind of like gambling compared to other industries. Instead, we rely on management tools to reduce risk. We already know that genetics, nutrition, record keeping, forecasting, and good stocksmanship all play a role in profitability. Price risk management is another one of those tools. Another way to manage price risk is hedging. Hedging involves using the futures market to lock in prices months in advance. While effective, hedging requires you to monitor the market daily to watch market swings, and you might have to put up additional money if the market doesn't go your way. This is where LRP stands out. For many producers, especially smaller or family-owned operations, hedging involves a great complexity and a lot of financial exposure. This is where LRP stands out. LRP offers price protection without added complexity. There are no margin calls, no brokerage accounts, and no daily monitoring of market swings. Producers simply purchase a plan, pick how many cattle they want to insure, and are protected if the market falls. In simple terms, hedging is a hands-on market strategy, while LRP is an insurance-based safety net. Both have a place in the cattle industry, but LRP provides a practical, lower risk option for producers who want protection without adding complexity. While no tool can eliminate risk in the cattle business, livestock risk protection helps producers protect their investment and stay in business when the market doesn't go their way. Thank you.
Luke, that was really good. You did a great job, and you're a good speaker. Very easy to listen to, and very good information as well. So when you start talking about being able to use LRP versus what we've used traditionally for many, many years, which is the board and some other ways to be able to try to get your prices locked in, what's one really big advantage for LRP versus using futures or contracts that we would get off the CME?
Well, LRP could be easier to use. There's fewer steps you would have to take to protect cattle, and it'd just be easier to use.
Yes, that's true. It's way easier. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Please make welcome Miss Haven Creel from Young County 4-H.
When I think about the cattle industry, I imagine a classic picture. A man horseback, calling the shots, trotting through the pasture, or pushing cattle up the alley in a feedlot, making tracks in the dust. A tradition passed from father to son. But that picture isn't the whole story. It leaves out women. Women who have always been here, working, leading, and shaping this industry with strength and grace. Howdy, my name is Haven Creel. I am 10 years old from Young County. And when I look around the barn, I see something different. I see women and girls like me working just as hard, learning just as fast, and caring just as deeply. Shakespeare said it best. Though she be but little, she is fierce. I'm short in stature and I may be young, but I know this industry doesn't run on size or strength alone. It runs on responsibility. It runs on early mornings, late nights, and showing up even when it's cold, muddy, and uncomfortable. Hard work doesn't care how old you are or whether you're a boy or a girl. In the cattle industry, I've learned resilience. When a calf gets sick, when the weather turns against us, or when things don't go as planned, quitting isn't an option. I'm learning to solve problems, to ask questions, to push through frustrations and sometimes tears, and to keep going. Every day in the barn teaches me lessons school can't. I've learned that women in this industry are leaders. I've watched moms, daughters, and grandmothers manage everything from herds to homes, make business decisions, mentor others, and still take care of their families. They show me that leadership is about being reliable, knowledgeable, and willing to do the work. Sometimes people are surprised to see a girl like me hauling feed or stepping into the show ring. But I don't see myself as out of place. I see myself as part of a legacy from my great 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 grandmother Hopping, who worked diligently in the days of chuck wagons and cattle drives, to today's leaders like the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins or the NCBA Vice President Kim Brackett. The cattle industry is stronger because of women, stronger families, stronger operations, stronger communities. And as we move forward, one thing is clear that the future of agriculture is in the capable hands of determined, hardworking, unstoppable women. To other girls like me, don't shrink yourself to fit someone else's idea of who belongs here. If you love this industry, if you care about these animals, and if you're willing to work for it, you have earned your place. Whether it's in boots in the barn or in a business suit in the boardroom, the livestock industry, the cattle industry is shaping who I am. It's teaching me confidence, grit, and pride. And one day, when someone pictures the future of agriculture, I hope they see a little girl like me, standing strong, leading with purpose, and leaving her own tracks in the future of agriculture. Thank you.
Haven, wow, that was good. I mean, as a father of two daughters, only girls, man, that made me proud. You really brought a smile to my face. I don't think you could have delivered that any better. God has equipped you with such immense talents. I want to know, Haven, what is your life goals? What do you want to accomplish in your life, and particularly in the beef industry?
If my dad were to answer this, my dad were to say that I would be the first United States president. The first girl United States president. But if I were to answer that, I would say that I would love to be like y'all guys and be a meat science professor. I don't know if I'd have enough patience to handle all those kids. But can I say something that I really love about the beef industry? I like good old fashioned country beef, something with a beat. I like a big old juicy steak with marlin in the lean. I like the smell of the smoker under a big old sunset sky. I like my rib, I like you like your trailer. Ooh, double wide. I put Betsy Ross from a bed frame. Put Jesus on my dash. Have a T-bone stick on my Traeger. Singing to the man in black. Put a brisket through an old smoker with bark and a real nice char. I like my filet like I like my country music. Ooh, big and rich. I've got more beef inside my blood than DNA. I was like my daddy, I was made in the USA. And if you don't like beef, take your city rear home. 'Cause I like the beef, I like because I'm country. Country to the bone. Rib loin, chucking round, playing plate, do your thing. Boots scooting boogie to the coyote sing beef.
I think the commercial steer contest just turned into America's Got Talent.
I know. Woohoo! What fun we're having today. Thank you, Haven. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go to Wade Hoffman from Rice Consolidated FFA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wade Hoffman, and I'm from Rice Consolidated in Altair, Texas. I want to thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to speak to y'all today about a topic that sits in the heart of our industry and our dinner tables. Consumers' demand for high quality beef, even though prices in stores and restaurants continue to rise. If you've been to any local sale barns lately or followed the market reports online or on TV, you have seen unbelievable prices being sold for cattle either ready for slaughter or as replacements for aging herds. Producers leave these sale barns with smiles on their faces. Their products are going for record high prices. But what caused the prices to be so high and will it continue? In recent years, the global demand has not just increased in quantity, but also in quality. Consumers today are being more informed, more health conscious, and more selective than ever before. They're not just asking, where's the beef? But they're also asking, where did it come from? What does it look like? What does it taste like? And is it worth the price? Consumers are still choosing beef, but not just any beef. They're choosing quality beef. When a family decides to have a ribeye for a weekend meal, or a chef hand selects for a signature dish, they're placing their trust in our industry. They're choosing flavor, texture, and nutrients, and are willing to pay a premium for it. They are increasingly prioritizing value over just price. In other words, quality is slowly becoming no longer a luxury, it's becoming expectation. Beef is one of the fastest growing segments in the meat industry. From Wagyu to Angus to locally sourced specialty breeds, quality has become a powerful driver in consumer purchasing decisions. As producers, processors, and stakeholders in the beef industry, we should not see this as a burden, but as an opportunity. An opportunity to invest in better genetics, feeding systems, and animal health care. This will increase the bottom line of our industry. So, what does this trend toward quantity versus quality mean for the future? It means producers must begin to see themselves as not just suppliers of beef, but as brand builders, stewards on land, and partners in the food chain. It means understanding consumers' demand and questions, and being able to tell a story behind the products they are selling. It also means collaborating across the supply chain from farm to fork to ensure consistency and quality. Technology will also play a critical role as we slowly move toward producing high quality beef as efficiently as possible for the consumer. From computerizing records to enhanced traceability, to precision feeding systems, genetic record keeping, data analysis, better decision making, to regulatory compliance, technology will help producers meet demands while improving efficiency and sustainability. In conclusion, the rising demand is not just a trend, it is a transformation. And yes, while it brings pressures, it opens up a new area of opportunities for producers willing to adapt, innovate, and deliver excellence. Let's work together to ensure the future of beef is not only profitable, but also ethical and delicious. Our industry depends on it. Thank you.
Wade, great job. Think you followed up Haven with an awesome speech that's near to my heart, technology and innovation in the beef industry. And I just want to ask you one simple question. A lot of our competitors, Australia and New Zealand, a lot of countries have complete traceability in the beef industry. Why, with all the technology that we have, doesn't the U.S. beef industry have ID and traceability in all of its beef cattle?
May you repeat that last part?
Why does the U.S. beef industry not have traceability of its animals completely through the industry?
It could be because of like money issues, because the U.S. is still in a lot of debt, and from issues with COVID and the New World Screwworm could also be a reason.
That's a great answer. Thank you very much. An awesome job.
Good job, Wade. Okay, let's go to Navarro FFA, Mr. Baylor Brown.
What if there was a way that you could track your herd's health, location, and behavior, all from the comfort of your own home? Well, thanks to smart ear tags, now you can. Good afternoon. My name is Baylor Brown with the Navarro FFA chapter, and I'm here to talk to you about the way of the future. With new innovative technologies, companies such as ProTag, Herd Dog, Movement, Series Tag, and many others are offering smart ear tags, which can monitor things such as grazing patterns, feed intake and efficiency, animal welfare, breeding, and even early illness detection. But these smart ear tags are far more than a shiny new earring for your cattle. They're a way to put you closer to your herd. By offering GPS location, you know exactly where your cattle are in the event of an emergency. In addition, you know exactly where exactly how much your cattle are moving and where they tend to graze. Breeding reports and feed intake and efficiency help you know which of your cattle are the highest performers. Breeding reports show you which of your cattle are in heat, with the heat detection features. These reports can help you better understand your cattle's gestation period by knowing the time they got bred to the time their calf hit the ground, which can also assist you in aging your cattle and knowing when you should pull and wean them. Grazing reports not only help you understand your herd's tendencies, but when and where you should move your cattle to ensure you are getting the most out of your land. These reports show you where your cattle like to spend most of their time grazing and what pastures should be given a break. If a pasture is grazed too hard, you risk things such as soil damage, weakened forage nutrition, and even health risks such as slowed weight gain and mineral deficiencies. Now, I know what you're thinking. These fancy ear tags have got to cost a fortune. Well, some can be as high as $200 per unit, and some can be as low as $75. So maybe the cost is a little on the higher side, especially for those large-scale ranches who have hundreds of cattle and acres. But the tags are reusable. So in the instance you sell a cow or a cow dies, you can replace the tag on another new cow, saving you from buying a new tag every time you have to replace a cow. On one hand, you have these high-tech, fancy ear tags that cost a fortune and could potentially put your operations behind. But on the other, you have a way to stay connected with your herd, monitor them closer, and even treat illness and disease before it becomes a threat to the livelihood of your livestock. While smart ear tags may seem like a big investment, the benefits they provide greatly outweigh their costs. From monitoring herd health to improving grazing management and breeding efficiency, these tags give producers valuable information right at their fingertips. These tags are not an added expense. They're an investment into the future success of your operation. Thank you.
Bailey, that's a great subject, one that I think a lot of people are very interested in, to figure out exactly what you're talking about. What is the true ROI on the investment in these tags? And so, based on your research, and you brought out probably the three core areas, it's grazing management, it could be reproductive benefits, or maybe health benefits. In your opinion, between those three, where do you think the greatest opportunity to actually pay for that tag or profit off of it is in terms of herd management?
Yes, sir. I think the biggest thing would be the grazing management, because if you don't have grass to feed your cattle, then you're spending more on feed, and then that's more bills you have to pay. Whereas if you have more grass to feed, you're not spending as much on the feed for your cattle.
Thank you, Baylor. Going back to Jones County, Truett Burton.
Good afternoon. I want you to picture a 750-pound feeder steer standing at the feed bunk. Now, what if I told you that his performance didn't start at the bunk? It started beneath his hooves, in the grass, in the soil, in the way that we managed his mother months before he was even born. Hi, I'm Truett Burton, and today I'm going to talk about a foundational component of the beef industry. We talk a lot about average daily gains, conversion ratios, and feed conversions, but long before the steer ever sees the feed yard, he is shaped by the health of the pasture that he was raised on. Because grass turns sunlight into energy, the cow turns that energy into milk, and that milk becomes muscle. If grazing is mismanaged or plants are grazed too short, root systems shrink, soil health declines, and the cows lose condition. But when grazing is managed correctly, when we rotate, rest, and respect recovery, roots grow deeper, soil structure improves, and water soaks in instead of running off. Cows are born stronger, those calves wean heavier, they handle stress better, and convert feed more efficiently. And here's something even bigger. Good grazing doesn't just build better cattle, it builds a better environment. Healthy native grasses improve water infiltration and reduce erosion. And through photosynthesis, they pull carbon from the air and store it in the soil. That is carbon sequestration.
It's not a buzzword, it's biology, and it happens every day on a properly managed rangeland. So, when someone asks you if beef production can be sustainable, we can confidently say yes. On the ranch we steward, we use a GPS collar. We use a virtual fence to take this stewardship even further. Through GPS collars and digital boundaries, we can protect sensitive areas and we can respond quickly to drought or changing conditions. Technology isn't replacing stewardship, it's strengthening it. As leaders in the feeder phase of the beef industry, we have more than cattle to advocate for. We have a story to tell. A story about clean water, captured carbon, innovation, and responsibility. Because the feeder stair standing in the feed yard is a product of land management. Here represents stewardship. Here represents sustainability. Here represents the connection between cow, calf, and consumer. So, the next time someone asks you about your feeder project, start with grass. Because good feeder cattle don't just come from good genetics, they come from good grazing. And that starts beneath their hooves.
Truett, that was an awesome speech. Great job.
Thank you.
Was that your second one?
I think it was like my third or fourth.
Third?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
well, you're doing really, really good.
Thank you.
And I'm really proud of you. It's good to see you again back this year.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to ask you about your cattle. You have two different steers in there. One of them has a white face.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that that steer will grade better or worse than the other one?
So I think he'll grade worse because at the beginning, whenever we chose them, they were both pretty even. They both had similar frame and both had similar body types. But that motley face right there got respiratory disease, and that really impacted his average daily gain and impacted how he was eating. And so it took us a while to get him back on feed. And so he's a lot less heavier than that other steer. He's a lot smaller. And so I think the other steer would have a better grade.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good job, Truett. Let's go to Oldham County 4-H, Miss Andy May.
What do you want to be when you grow up? By 10 years old, that's a question I've been asked a lot. At first, my answer was a ballerina, but after that, I've had my eye on being a vet. Hi, my name's Andy May. I'm a fifth grader from Vega Junior High, and this is my first year competing in San Antonio. As I've learned more about feeding cattle, I've also learned about the importance of veterinarians in feedlots. Through collaboration and communication with nutritionists, feed yard managers, and feed yard employees, veterinarians provide valuable input to feedlots in several ways. The main goal of a feed yard health program is to prevent cattle from getting sick. A veterinarian can help recommend medications to give once the cattle are received. They might be vaccinated against viruses such as bovine respiratory syncytial virus and bovine viral diarrhea, given a vector to fight off bacterial diseases, dewormed, and given an implant to maximize feed yard performances. These protocols may vary if cattle are considered high risk. After receiving, the cattle are moved to their pen to be fed. A veterinarian, nutritionist, and feed yard manager should work together to determine the feeding objectives of the pen. Sometimes it's a complicated relationship. A veterinarian and nutritionist may have different goals for things like metaphylaxis treatment or feeding MGA. But when they align on the feed yard goals, it's win-win for everyone. While the feed yard works hard to visit cattle, from time to time cattle still become sick. A veterinarian can help train cowboys to spot signs of sick cattle, such as decreased appetite, increased discharge from the eyes or nose, increased breathing rate, or diarrhea. She can also give directions on how to treat common illnesses. If a steer is not improving after treatment, a veterinarian make a house call to the feedlot, or in some cases, the feedlot may bring the steer into the clinic. The veterinarian must consider withdrawal times and make the feedlot aware of all treatments to ensure the feedlot's commitment to food safety. But unfortunately, a veterinarian must know when it's time to quit. If the animal isn't responding or is no longer economically feasible, a veterinarian will provide guidance on when it's time to quit treating the animal. So, sometimes, despite our best efforts, animals die in the feedlot. A veterinarian will often perform a necropsy to determine the cause of death of the animal. Posting deads may stop a small problem from becoming a big one. If she knows the suspect cause of death, the veterinarian will collect a few different samples. If the cause of death is unknown, several samples will be collected. In some cases, the veterinarian will examine the specimen herself, or in some cases, she might send them to a diagnostic lab, like the one near me in Canyon. So, from receiving to feeding to treating and posting, a feed yard vet is involved in many aspects of finishing cattle. She works together with feedlot managers and feedlot employees to help feedlots reach their goal of providing profitable, safe, and high quality beef that ultimately feeds families across the U.S. and the world. Ask me what I want to be when I grow up: a feed yard vet in the Texas Panhandle. Thank you. Any questions?
Andy, are you sure you're in the 5th grade? You sound more like a college student.
I'm sure.
Actually, I think you're more advanced than a college student. Maybe already a vet student. You did pretty darn good. I'm pretty proud of you. All the stuff you talked about. So you talked a lot about bovine respiratory disease. So my question for you is, if your job was to go out and observe cattle on a daily basis, just like it was for these 2 steers you fed all year, and look for signs of BRD, what signs or clinical signs would you see, symptoms in the cattle that you would notice and say, boy, that might be a calf that's getting sick?
One symptom you might see is them coughing and protruding their tongue.
Protruding their tongue. I like that. This is a 5th grader. All right. Now, let's say that this calf was protruding his tongue and coughing. And so you decided to get him in the chute, and you gave him put a thermometer in him, a rectal thermometer, and you took his temperature. What would be a normal temperature for cattle, and what temperature would be cause for concern and say, I need to treat this one with an antibiotic?
A normal rectal temp would be 101.5, and something that might be concerning is anything higher than that.
I'm telling you what now. That's pretty darn good. Yeah. Way to go.
Dr. Rathman comes by it honestly. Her mama was in this competition when we started so many years ago. What a great way to come back. Thank you, Andy. All right, let's go to Hallettsville. Miss Holly Wrestler.
Plant based protein. Let me say that again. Plant based protein. I don't know about you, but I sure look forward to eating plant based protein every chance I get. I'll tell you my favorite plant based protein too. It's beef. I mean, seriously, how much better can it get than from my favorite protein source to upcycle forage and plant nutrients into protein for me? Howdy, my name is Holly Wrestler. I'm an 8th grade member of the Houseful Junior FFA. Today, I would like to talk to you about how cattle convert plant nutrients into the beef products we know and love. When my steer eats, the feed travels down the esophagus and into the rumen, whose purpose is to break down the feedstuffs that the animal consumes. The microbiome in the rumen consists of millions of bacteria, fungi, and protozoa. Each organism specializes in processing a different nutrient group.
The three primary nutrient groups are fiber, carbohydrates, and protein. Fiber is found in plants in the form of cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. It works in the rumen by providing a scratch factor along the internal wall of the rumen and maintaining healthy gut function. Without fiber, cattle can suffer from metabolic disorders such as bloat and acidosis. When carbohydrates enter the rumen, they are digested, they are broken down in the rumen. The rumen microbes can break down the complex carbohydrates into simple building blocks called volatile fatty acids. The three types of fatty acids created in the rumen are acetic acid, butyric acid, and propionic acid. Each of these can be used by the animal and absorbed from the rumen and into the bloodstream to fuel the body. In the feedlot industry, propionic acid is the best for efficient growth and weight gain, while acetic acid is the least desirable. Proteins are the third nutrient group. Proteins can be divided into two categories: degradable protein and undegradable protein. Undegradable protein is also known as bypass protein because it passes through the rumen and into the lower digestive tract. On the other hand, degradable protein can be broken down in the rumen. The microbes in the rumen can utilize the plant nutrients and urea, which is a non-protein nitrogen source, to create microbial protein. The microbial protein can provide cattle with the amino acids they need for their cells to grow and flourish. I hope now you can see why cattle are known as the ultimate upcyclers. By using food sources that are inedible to humans, this steer behind me has produced a safe, nutritious, and wholesome beef product for us to enjoy. So the next time someone asks you, what's your favorite plant-based protein? You can tell them it's beef. Thank you.
Way to go, Holly. One of my favorite subjects. I always joke with my students and tell them that they say, "How do you eat all your vegetables?" And I said, "I eat them every time I eat my beef." And so they laugh and we have a good time. So I love that part of your speech. I notice you only have one steer, and so I want to ask you about your cattle. Obviously, what happened to the other guy?
Yes. So when we were feeding through this process, my other steer was a great eater, and 4 days before weigh out, we found him on the ground. And that morning when we went to go feed, we were lucky though, because that was the weekend it was really cold. So we decided that we were going to go, or when we found him, he was laying down. His feet was a little bit higher than his stomach. So we assumed that he died from acidosis and he couldn't roll over, which it causes him to bloat up and died from there. But since it was cold, we decided we would go and butcher him ourselves. And his pen mate was, according to Jake, a high choice. So 4 weeks adding on this hopefully will be a low prime for him.
Well, that's what we have. So you're exactly right. So he and his pen mate were pretty good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job, Holly. All right. So Graham FFA brings us Adeline Joy.
People keep complaining, saying beef is too high, then decide not to buy it. But is it really that high? You never hear people say, I'm going to quit buying Starbucks. It just costs too much. Howdy, my name's Adeline Joy. I'm 13 years old and part of the Graham FFA chapter. Now, don't get me wrong. People can spend their money how they want to. But as a kid who's grown up in and around the beef industry, I think it's a very important part of our diet and want to have it on my plate no matter what. But not all people grew up that way and realize that their Starbucks costs way more for less nutrition. There is a drink at Starbucks called a pink drink that costs $5.25. And even just a plain black coffee costs $2.95. Now let's look at ground beef for one serving. One serving of ground beef costs $1.49, and a tenderloin steak costs $4.48. That's a big difference. Now that we've looked more at the cost side, let's look more at the nutrition side. Each of the foods I'm about to talk about have 25 grams of protein and are in order of most calories to least calories. First, let's look at quinoa. Quinoa for 3 cups has 666 calories. Black beans for 1 2/3 cups has 379 calories. Edamame for 1 1/3 cups has 249 calories. And last but not least, beef for 3 ounces has 173 calories. Now, each of the foods I just talked about are considered to be high protein foods, but they're no competition for beef. With a smaller amount of just 3 ounces, you not only get 25 grams of protein and only 173 calories, you also get iron, chlorine, vitamins B6 and B12, phosphorus, niacin, riboflavin, zinc, and of course protein. To get the same amount of iron in just 3 ounces of beef and chicken, you'd have to eat 8 ounces. And the same amount of zinc, you'd have to eat 20 ounces. Beef has dozens of nutrients our body needs to stay healthy. Sure, there are other foods with some of the same positives, but not in the same amount. Bottom line, regardless of price, beef will always be on my plate, because besides, who wants to go out for a fancy dinner and eat chicken and drink a Starbucks coffee? In my house, we celebrate with beef, because when you're looking for a deal, beef's a steal.
Adeline, you nailed that. I don't really have a follow up question on nutrition. I don't know what else to ask you. I think you're very, very well versed. I want to focus on your cattle. There's a 209-pound difference between your pen mates. And so in the feedlot, one tactic that they use upon arrival is to sort calves into uniform groups. Can you explain why they do that? Because it definitely takes some time and some investment to sort them into groups that are more similar from a weight or composition standpoint. And you know, how does why take the time to do that? How does that reflect maybe a profit potential?
I think they take the time to sort them to make sure that cattle of the similar weight and similar composition and how they're built are together, so that you won't have a really little one in a pen with a really big one that's always eating all of the food.
Thank you, Adeline. Good job. Okay, let's go back to the Burton family. Cameron Burton from Jones County 4 H.
When I look at a live steer like mine, I don't just see pounds and average daily gain. I see potential ribeyes. I see brisket, and I even see some juicy hamburger. Hi, my name is Cameron Burton, and I've raised 2 feeder calves for this commercial steer contest. Most people think that the most important part of raising a steer is what happens in the pen. Although that's true, I've learned something different. What happens in the kitchen matters just as much. Because every cut of beef has a personality, and if you don't cook it the right way, it won't become what it is meant to be. For example, the ribeye comes from the rib section. It doesn't do a lot of heavy lifting. It's naturally tender with beautiful marbling. That cut needs just high heat, a short cook time, and maybe some salt and pepper. It doesn't need to be rescued, just respected. But the brisket? That's a whole different story. The brisket comes from the lower chest. That muscle works hard. It supports nearly 60% of that animal's body weight and has more connective tissue. If you throw a brisket on a hot grill like a ribeye, you'll get something that could qualify as, well, a chew toy. Brisket needs patience, low heat, time, moisture, sometimes even 12 to 16 hours of it. And when you give it that, it transforms. That transformation is what makes cooking beef so incredible. Raising beef is about managing nutrition, genetics, and health to create quality beef. But cooking beef is about understanding science. Collagen breaks down around 190 to 205 degrees Fahrenheit. Marbling melts and creates flavor and juiciness. Resting meat allows juices to redistribute. It's not magic. It's muscle biology and heat.
Here's what I've learned raising my steers. The way we manage cattle affects the eating experience in the end. Proper nutrition influences marbling. Low stress handling affects meat quality. Good health programs protect consistency. The decisions we make in the pasture show up on the plate. And that makes me take even more pride in raising cattle the right way, because I know that someone, maybe a family around the dinner table like mine, is counting on that steak to be worth it. So here's my challenge to all of us. We work hard to create quality beef. Let's also show consumers how to cut the cuts correctly, because when someone overcooks a ribeye or undercooks a brisket, they don't blame themselves, they blame the beef. And great beef deserves better than that. Every cut has a purpose, every muscle has a story. And when you match the right cooking method to the right cut, you honor the animal, the producer, and the industry. From feed bunk to fork, every cut and every bite deserves love. They may just require different kinds of love. Thank you.
Way to go, Cameron.
Thank you.
You know your meat.
Yes, sir.
And you know about cooking. So I'm going to put you in a competition. You've heard of barbecue cook-offs, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're going to go to the barbecue cook-off and you're going to have to take a brisket and you're going to have to cook it so you can present it to the judge and win the championship. Tell me what brisket you're going to select to go to that championship cook-off with.
Like
And then I want you to tell me why you selected that one. Because if you go to HEB, you're going to have multiple briskets to pick from. You're going to have select, you're going to have choice, you're going to have premium choice, you're going to have prime, and you're probably going to have some Wagyu and Agaushi briskets that are all in that retail case. And so which one are you going to pick to go do your competition with?
I would probably pick a choice brisket that's pretty lean because I don't like a lot of fat.
That's fantastic.
sir.
That was a great answer. Thank you very much. You did a great job. You have so much knowledge about cookery, and I'm really
Thank you.
proud of you.
Thank you.
Good job, Cameron. Penelope Soto is next. She's from San Marcos.
What comes to your mind when you hear the word meat?
Chicken.
Pork.
Or maybe even a steak. See, we talk about meat as if it is one singular thing. But biologically speaking, that couldn't be further from the truth. Because not all meat was created to be equal. And the difference that stands between that comes down to one word: ruminants. Good afternoon. My name is Penelope Soto. I am 15 years old from San Marcos, Texas, where I proudly represent the San Marcos FFA chapter. And today, I would love to talk to you about why beef is for dinner. Cows, sheep, and other ruminant animals have a digestive system so complex, it borderlines miraculous. Unlike pigs and chickens, cows have multi-chambered stomachs filled with microbes that ferment food before it is ever even absorbed. This process allows them to take something like grass, which humans cannot eat, and transform it into high-quality protein, vital minerals, and essential fats. In other words, ruminants don't just eat food, they certainly upgrade it. And that is why beef is one of the most nutrient-dense foods available to humans today. Our brains didn't grow on plants alone. They grew on high-quality, nutrient-dense foods, especially those coming from ruminants. Studies show that heme iron from beef is absorbed 2 to 3 times more efficiently than iron sourced from plant foods. That fact alone explains why our brains did grow on ruminant foods and not just plants. If you've been keeping up with the news like I have recently, you know that the Trump administration launched the new American diet. With an increased protein intake, the American Heart Association warned consumers that we should not be leaning towards red meats. This reaction reveals the exact issue every single one of us in this room is facing today. Instead of consumers asking us what red meat has to offer, what nutrients are in it, or how it was made, red meat is treated as something to fear. Last year, I talked about the new administration under Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and what expected changes are to come. This year, he went on an interview to say, "It is not our job to tell consumers what they can and cannot eat, but to give them accurate information and let them make their own choices for themselves." Now that is the right framework. No fear, just biological understanding. See, when we educate our consumers as beef producers, we give them the proper knowledge to know what is going into their bodies. And that is what they are looking for. They are looking for transparency. It is our job to be transparent with our consumers, inform them so that they can make these choices for themselves. It was never about forcing beef onto someone's plate. It was just about giving them the accurate information to inform them so that they can make that decision for themselves, whether that's beef or chicken. Certainly, I would choose beef, but that is up to everyone and their own decisions. So remember this: the next time someone says meat is meat, beef isn't just any other meat. It is a biological advantage. And when consumers are given the accurate information, they will see it too. Thank you.
Penelope, I remember you from last year. You really stood out in my mind. You're very memorable.
Thank you.
For all the right reasons. Last year was your first year, wasn't it?
No, sir, this is my fourth.
Your fourth year. Okay, I'm sorry. Now, was last year your cattle a little bit lighter than what you've got this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's maybe what I remember more so. So you did an excellent job. I want to compliment you here publicly on just the job you did feeding your cattle this year.
Thank you.
To be down here in this environment and get them finished and market ready and heavy as you did, that was an excellent job.
Thank you.
I'm going to go with a question on ruminant nutrition. So, can you break down the four stomachs that are in a cow's GI tract and kind of tell everybody just a little bit about what the differences are between those four stomach compartments?
Of course. So, the main one that everyone kind of knows about is the rumen. That's where the gas gets built up. That's where fermentation happens. And then we have the reticulum. That's where we kind of get that honeycomb kind of look in there. And what my favorite thing to make out of it is called menudo, which is a traditional Mexican dish. And then we have the omasum and abomasum. Thank you.
For job, Penelope. Okay, let's go to Dusty Powell from City View FFA.
Good afternoon, judges and fellow commercial steer students. Today I'm gonna be speaking about my personal commercial steer experience, and I'm also gonna be speaking about my livestock experience. My name is Dusty Powell. I grew up in Wichita Falls, FFA. I grew up in Wichita Falls, Texas. I attended City View my entire life. I was introduced to FFA when I was in the 4th grade. My first 2 years, I did rabbits, which I believe was a great way to start. Rabbits are easier to manage and taught me the basics of responsibility and animal health. When I reached my middle school year, I decided to try raising goats. My first year goat was rough. He was so stubborn. Would you believe he dragged my dad across the dirt? And even me a couple times. I swore I would never do goats again after that experience, but someone told me something that really stuck with me. Just because you fall once doesn't mean you give up. You never know what you could accomplish if you keep trying. So I continued. And now I'm proud to say I'm on my 6th year of raising animals. And I'm proud of how far me and both my animals have come. Raising animals isn't something you can fully explain to someone who doesn't do it. It's the late nights, the early mornings, the setting small goals for yourself, and learning new things. It's working just as hard as the animal you are caring for. Through FFA, I have learned that success doesn't happen overnight. It takes patience and hard work. This year, I decided to try to do commercial steers. I wanted to challenge myself and learn how to do a different type of animal. I'd be lying if I said it was easy. Raising commercial steers is more than feeding and watering. It teaches responsibility and commitment and accountability. No matter the weather or what's going on in my life, those animals depend on me. Through this project, I have learned the basics of animal nutrition and growth monitoring. I learned how each steer ate and how differently they grew. For example, my red steer would eat perfectly fine, while my black steer would barely eat and sometimes didn't eat at all. Balancing their feed was challenging, but it taught me patience and problem-solving skills. I also learned the importance of animal health. Both of my steers were rowdy and they like to fight. And we all know what happens when animals fight. We get injuries. For example, my black steer got injured on his hoof and it was hard for him to get up and eat. So I had to contact my FFA teacher, who then got in contact with the veterinarian. And thankfully, my black steer got healed up and continued on. The biggest lesson I've learned through my FFA experience is commitment. No matter what happens, you push through. Commercial steers is more than just putting feed in a bunk or numbers in a record book. It is about developing discipline and work ethic skills that I will carry with me in my future career and future in agriculture. Thank you.
Dusty, I'm so proud of you. You persevered. You did an amazing job of getting through your speech, and the courage and everything that you have. We're just all so proud of you. And everybody in this room is pulling for you, and we love you to death.
Thank you.
And I have to tell you that those two steers probably taught you more than you learned from them.
Yeah.
That's what's great about this program, and you're exemplifying that. We're really, really proud that you're here. And thanks for showing us all what it is to do something that's not so easy. And, I guess you talked about those two steers, and they're quite different. And the black steer, he ended up healing up and getting well. And so just wanted to ask you, when you talked to the veterinarian, your ag teacher, about healing him, what was your treatment that you used for your black steer?
The veterinarian said it was a spraying, and it was from the red steer, because the red steer, he's very dominant on the black steer. So the veterinarian said that medicine would most likely make it worse. So he said it's just gonna take time to heal. So we just had to wait a week or two, and he did finally start getting up and eating. So that's also why he weighs less than the red steer, because the red steer also pushes him around.
Awesome job. Thank you so much.
Thank
Good job, Dusty. Next is Julie Johnson from Bellevue FFA.
When people think about cattle, they usually think about beef or dairy products. But today, I'd like to talk about something most people don't think about at all, and that is how cow blood is used. Hi, my name is Julie Johnson, and I am part of the Bellevue FFA. Cow blood may seem strange or gross to some people, but it actually has many important uses. One of the biggest uses in the medical field. Certain parts of the cow blood is used to make vaccines and medicine for both human and animals. These products help fight diseases and save lives, which shows how important livestock is beyond just food. Cow blood is also used in science and research. Scientists use it in laboratories to test equipment, study disease, and improve animal health. This helps producers raise healthier cattle and increase food safety for consumers. Another important use in cow blood is agriculture. When cow blood is dried and processed, it creates a blood meal, which is a natural fertilizer. Cow blood meal is high in nitrogen and can help crops and plants grow better. Many farmers and gardeners use this to improve soil and increase plant production. Cow blood can also be used in animal feed and pet food in processed form because it contains protein and important nutrition. In some other cultures around the world, cow blood is even used as food for some people. While it may not be common here, it still shows how agriculture can be used, how livestock can be used in many different ways. So as FFA members, we need to learn respect and responsibility for livestock. And using cow blood instead of wasting it is just another example of how agriculture makes the most of every part of the animal. So this shows that cattle provide so much more than people realize and are a part of our everyday lives. Thank you.
Good job, Julie.
Thank you.
Hey, I was noticing your calves are still a little lighter maybe than some of the other pins, but they're a nice set of calves. One thing I noticed about them is they're kind of calf-headed, meaning that they look relatively young. Can you maybe speak to their age, like when they're born, and then maybe also speak to what do you think the average age is for animals harvested here in the United States for the average steer?
Well, I don't know the average age for a harvested. Well, actually, 6 months is mainly it, but these look relatively young because it was kind of a late choice when I bought them. Because it was last second when I bought these pen of steers.
Yep. So, like, what season or month were they born in, do you think, Julie?
I don't know.
Not sure? Okay. That's all good. You did a great job. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Let's go to Tommy Gleghorn from Motley County FFA.
Imagine driving down the road on a cold winter's day. Everything is going fine until you hit a patch of ice on the road. Your car starts to spin, and you have no control on where you're going or where you will end up. This is how it can feel to be unprotected in the cattle market. Howdy, my name is Ted Gleckhorn, and I'm from the Molly County FFA chapter. Today, I want to talk to you about risk protection using futures contracts and options. Cattle producers face a lot of uncertainty. Feed cost change, weather that affects pasture conditions, and most importantly, cattle prices can swing wildly from month to month. Because of this uncertainty, ranchers and feedlot operators can use futures contracts and options to protect themselves against unpredictable market changes. One major benefit of futures contracts is price certainty. Producers can plan ahead, knowing roughly what they'll receive for their cattle. This helps with budgeting, loan planning, and managing operating costs. Hedging also reduces risk to unexpected market decline caused by events like disease outbreak, economic downturn, or changes in export demand. Hedging with futures also has risk and limitations. If cattle prices rise after a producer is hedged, they miss out on higher cash prices. Futures contracts also require margin money, meaning producers must maintain funds in their account to cover market movements. This can create cash flow challenges, especially during volatile markets. Additionally, futures contracts are standardized, meaning the price may not perfectly match the local cash price, a risk called basis risk. Now let's talk options, which give the producer a different type of risk protection. A put option gives the producer the right but not the obligation to sell a contract for a specific price. This acts like price insurance. If prices fall, the option gains value, and if prices rise, the producer can still sell cattle at the higher market price. One benefit of options is flexibility. Unlike futures, options allow the producer to protect against the downside risk while still benefiting from rising prices. There are also no margin calls, which lowers financial stress. One major drawback of options is cost. Producers must pay a premium upfront, and if prices never fall, that premium is lost. For some producers, especially smaller operations, this cost can be a barrier. In conclusion, both futures contracts and options are valuable tools for managing risk in the beef cattle industry. Futures contracts provide strong price certainty but limit upside potential, while options provide flexibility at a higher cost. The best choice depends on the producer's risk tolerance, financial situation, and market outlook. By better understanding these tools, producers can make smarter decisions and protect themselves against unpredictable markets. So you have more control on where you're going or where you will end up. Thank you.
Tommy, outstanding job. I think that you're a great speaker, and you put a lot of it together in a way that's really easy to listen to and understand. I want to ask you about your cattle. What do you think about the steer that does all the digging? Does he do all that back home?
Yes, sir.
He does. He's been a digger since you got him, right?
Yes, sir.
You think that has any relationship to anything in the production of him? Did he gain better than the other steer, or do you know that he consumed more?
I can say that if they were maybe fighting over the feed, he would he would definitely have more control over the feed intake, but also that I'm not completely sure on what it does production simple.
No, that leads me to another question that I wanted to ask. We've had a lot of participants today talk about their pair steers and how one dominates the other, and that's why this one's smaller and this one's bigger. What could you do to be able to prevent that from happening in a pen of two, and how does that relate to larger pens out in the industry where you have animals that outcompete the others? What are feed yards able to do to manage that competition between animals in a pen? That's really the question.
Well, separating them would be the first point, but also just making sure they're getting the right amount of feed and adequate feed can help them out.
Great job. No, that was a really good answer. Separate your two, and then you have to make sure your bunk management is there for all those steers to get what they need to eat every day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you, Tommy. That is the first time that the docks have gotten sprayed with shavings in all these years. I rather enjoyed that.
Yeah. I told Doc we graded him prime threes, but after that deal, I dropped him to select fives. I'm just joking.
Okay, let's go to Lottie Abner from Jones County 4-H.
Cattle are fed first thing in the morning. Okay, now let's think outside of that box. My name is Lottie Abner, and I am a member of the Jones County 4-H. Today, I'm going to tell you why on our operation we feed cattle during the heat of the day and why that works best for us. I want to start by saying I'm not trying to tell everyone here to feed cattle the way we do. Every operation is different. What I'm trying to encourage you to do is to think outside the box and find what works best for your operation, even if it goes against the norm. Most people feed cattle early in the morning because that's the way it's always been done. And sometimes the traditional way really is the best way. But just because something is common doesn't always mean it's the best choice for every situation. At our place, we pay close attention to how our cattle act throughout the day. We watch when they eat, when they rest, and how they respond to the weather. I have learned that digestion creates heat inside the animal, and cattle are most comfortable when they are digesting feed during the coolest part of the day. Because of that, we feed cattle during the heat of the day, so our cattle are digesting their feed at night when temperatures are cooler. This helps keep them comfortable and encourages them to eat multiple times a day. When cattle are comfortable, they eat better, and when they eat better, they perform better. Feeding this way has helped increase feed intake and feed efficiency because the cattle are digesting their feed when it is cooler. This supports better performance, health, comfort, and even mood. Happier cattle tend to be healthier cattle. Because we are a family operation, we don't have people feeding and riding pens at the same time. So we ride pens about 30 minutes after daylight. After that, we do other jobs around the yard. When it's time to feed, we follow the feed truck around in our Ranger to watch for any cattle that aren't coming to the bunk and catch things like pink eye early. By checking after feeding, if we notice something that needs attention, we go back and pull those cattle to doctor them. By checking cattle multiple times a day while they're doing different things, we have been able to lower death loss and reduce the number of cattle that need to be treated more than once. Now, all of this does not mean feeding in the morning is wrong. It just means what works best for one operation may not work best for another. Weather, land, cattle type, and management style all matter. Thinking outside the box means paying attention, asking questions, and being willing to try something different when it makes sense. It means learning from experience instead of something just because that's the way it's always been done. Instead of doing something just because that's the way it's always been done. In agriculture, we cannot always do things the same way as everyone else. Every farm and ranch is different. And successful producers are the ones who are willing to learn, adapt, and improve. Feeding during the heat of the day is just one example of how thinking outside the box can make a big difference. Thank you. Are there any questions?
That was great. Wonderful speech. So, can you highlight for the audience maybe the one thing that sticks out to you so far? You said you learned through experience. So through your experience of feeding these cattle for this project, tell me, give us a testimony on something that you experienced and you learned from.
Well, we fed our cattle with the feed truck, since we own a feedlot. So, and since I'm not old enough to drive yet, I haven't been able to experience that much about feeding my steers. But I have learned that if you when I go with my brother or my dad to feed our cattle, I usually pay attention to how much they have grown and how much they have ate, and that's about it.
That's great. Thank you, Lottie. Good job today.
Thank you.
Way to go, Lottie. Lottie, I got to tell you something. My little bitty baby is watching you on the live stream right now, and I want to read you something she just said. She said, "Tell this little girl I think she has done amazing, and it's been the best part of my workday watching her live." From young Sarah Kate. Good job, kiddo. Okay, let's go to Fayette County 4-H, Mr. Crockett Ginther.
Last year, I discussed the hazards associated with slaughter. But have you ever considered what happens after they leave the carcass chill cooler? These carcasses will be rolled into the processing room from the chill cooler, and they will then be broken down into one of two categories: raw intact or raw non intact. Hi, my name is Crockett Ginther, and I'm a proud member of the Schulenburg 4 H Club. Once in the processing room, these carcasses will go through many steps, with the main three being 1. Deboning and cutting, 2. Possible grinding, and 3. Packaging. At each of these steps, these plants must address, prevent, and control the possible hazards associated with their plan. At the deboning and cutting step, a plant typically chooses to address biological hazards such as Salmonella and E. coli, including O157H7. To control these hazards, an intervention step may be applied, such as spraying the beef carcasses with an antimicrobial agent, such as a 50-50 water vinegar spray. These plants will also be required to address any SRMs by removing the backbone of cattle aged 30 months or older, if not done prior to processing. The second main step is grinding of the trim for ground beef. This trim consists of any of the product that was not able to be used for higher end cuts. That was not able to be used for higher end cuts. At this step, some plants may choose to apply an antimicrobial spray to the trim before grinding to address outgrowth of bacteria, and it is not uncommon to see physical hazards such as metal from the grinder to also be addressed at this step. The final step is packaging for raw products. It is likely to see a control in place by this point, due to the product, especially ground, having an ample opportunity to rise in temperature. If this product is warmed to above 45 degrees Fahrenheit, a plant may use support, such as the Bruce Tompkins scientific data, addressing time and temperature correlations, to bring the product's temperature into a safe perimeter in an allotted amount of time, to guarantee that a safe product is being shipped. Locating the process steps for reasonably likely to occur for physical, chemical, and biological hazards is of high importance to continue to guarantee that the beef we brought here is delivered to the end consumer in a safe manner. These steps and parameters will vary from plant to plant, but the deboning and cutting, grinding, and packaging steps are the most commonly seen critical control points in raw intact and raw non-intact HACCP systems. Remember, the standards for producing a safe, high-quality beef product did not stop when we unloaded our cattle here at the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show. It will continue on until the beef product has reached the end consumer. With cattle prices at a record high, if these processes are not followed during the slaughtering step, it could ultimately tarnish us as the producer. And with beef prices at a record high, it could send the beef industry into a downwards turn. Thank you, and do you have any questions?
Crockett, that was outstanding. Wow, you are a wealth of information and you've done your homework. safety of our product is number one, right? And
Yes, sir.
you did a great job of outlining a lot of that in your speech. You said the initials SRM. Can you tell the audience what that is and why it's important?
SRM stands for Specified Risk Materials and would be the backbone of the cattle that are over 30 months of age, along with the head, to prevent against BSE or bovine spongiform encephalopathy, that is better known as mad cow disease.
Couldn't have said it better myself. You did an amazing job. Awesome answer.
Thanks, Crockett. We're going to go to Brigham Barnard from Hale County 4-H.
I need to take a poll. Raise your hand if you prefer vanilla ice cream. Hands down. Now I need to know where all my chocolate ice cream lovers are. Now I think Bluebell hit a home run when they created the Great Divide by combining best of both worlds into one carton. Hi, my name is Brigham Bernhard. I am 10 years old from Hale County 4-H. Today we are going to discuss heterosis. In 1914, G.H. Schull coined the term heterosis and defined it as the increased performance of a crossbred animal compared to the average of their purebred parents. Research trials of crossbreeding cattle started in the 1950s at Fort Robinson USDA Research Station in Nebraska. Over the last 75 years, crossbreeding cattle has become a vital piece of cattle breeding programs to improve traits like reproduction, longevity, and performance. In this region of Texas, the F1 Tiger Stripe cow is a great example of maternal heterosis. But heterosis can also be utilized in terminal crossbreeding systems One approach to maximizing heterosis is to crossbreed cattle that are more genetically different. Behind me are a great example of that. These are Jersey Limousine crossbred steers. Beef on dairy crossbreeding isn't new, but has really started reshaping the beef landscape the last 3 to 5 years. Cattle Facts reported in 2025 that the U.S. harvested about 3 million beef on dairy crosses and 2 million straight bred dairy calves. Collectively, dairy influenced calves make up almost 20% of our fed beef supply. Breeding beef bulls to dairy cows dramatically increases the calf's value at any stage of life. According to EBJ Livestock Market in Wisconsin, a one-day-old Jersey calf is worth about $200, while a one-day-old Jersey Limousine calf is worth about $1,200. This is because the beef genetics will provide significant improvements in muscling and growth, while the dairy influence will contribute a high degree of marbling. Speaking about marbling, Frontera Feedyard, where I purchased these steers, reported that 25% of their fed beef supply grade prime and only 3% grade select. These beef on dairy crosses are a great example of capitalizing on heterosis while producing a high quality final product that consumers desire. Now let's wrap this up. I know G.H. Schull coined it heterosis, but if you ask me, only God can explain how the mixing of genes can allow progeny to outperform the average of their parents. Knowing my parents, I sure hope there's a lot of heterosis in my future if I want to play professional sports. Thank you for your time today.
Brigham, outstanding, buddy. You really killed the talk. I'm really proud of you. You got the jokes, the humor, and the facts. And pretty soon here, I may miss a class in the fall in genetics. When you may need to step in and give a guest lecture on heterosis. There, you did a fine job.
Thank
All right, so your two steers are, you said Jersey times Lemmy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so talking about heterosis, first off, what do you think the Jersey contributed in regards to their strengths, and what do you think the limousine contributed in regards to their strengths?
The Jersey contributed that they gained better and they had more muscle, and the limousine contributed that, and the Jersey contributed a high degree of marbling, so they would grade better.
Excellent. That was a fine answer. Good job today, Brigham. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Nice job, Brigham. Okay, next is Addison Goodwin from City View FFA.
Good afternoon. My name is Addison Goodwin. I'm a senior with the City View FFA chapter. It's unreal being up here. I didn't grow up in ag. I wasn't raised on a ranch. I didn't know cattle. I started from scratch just trying to learn, and that has been the hardest and best part of my journey. My ag teacher told me once that the only cattle in our part of Texas that are making money are the ones that are standing in the shade of an oil well. Well, we don't have that benefit. I have learned environmental conditions play a big role in how cattle feed out. I'm not just talking the weather, I'm talking about shade. At City View, we started a placement program for commercial cattle. We have 2 pens here, 2 going to Houston, and 4 others we're feeding out for locals. Something that really stood out to me was the best steers that came from our mini feedlot are the ones that are going to Houston. They gain better, they look better, they're more consistent. And I believe that's because they were provided shade throughout their entire time on feed. Our steers without consistent shade average 2.8 pounds per day, while the Houston steers with full shade average 3.5 pounds per day. That's a difference of 0.7 pounds every single day. Over a 150-day feeding period, that adds up to more than 100 pounds a gain. And if steers go for $2 per pound, that's more than $200 difference per head, just from providing shade. The mohair shade structure we use may not fit every operation, but some sorts of shade system can absolutely have a measurable impact. Most large commercial feedlots don't provide shade. A big reason is cost. When you're working thousands of head, providing shade takes materials, labor, maintenance, and space. When you're working with tight margins, every dollar counts. So, many operations rely on genetics and management instead. Just because something is common doesn't mean it's the best option. In Texas heat, shade makes a difference. When cattle are standing in the sun all day, especially during the summer, they become heat stressed. And when that happens, they don't eat the same. Their energy focuses on cooling themselves down rather than them gaining. They breathe heavier, drink more water, and their feed efficiency drops. But when they have shade, they're cooler, they're calmer, they're more consistent. Their energy can focus on gaining rather than trying to survive the heat. And over time, that shows up in performance. I didn't grow up in ag, I had to learn it, and I'm still learning. This experience has showed me the difference between average cattle and really good cattle isn't something complicated. Sometimes it's something simple. Sometimes just showing up every day and caring enough to give them shade makes the difference. Sometimes the small decisions make all the difference. Thank you.
Addison, awesome job. And small decisions do make a lot of difference, don't they?
Yes, sir.
On your 2 steers, this your second year
No, sir, this is my first.
First year. Okay. Well, fantastic job on your speech. Just did an amazing job. You have the lightest steer in the entire feed out for the whole group. How do you attribute that he's that light? What happened to him? Why didn't he gain as much as some of the other steers?
Throughout his time on feed, we think he had chronic bloat. So every 3 days, he would be bloated from the feed, and then he'd stop eating and then go right back down, start on feed again, and it just bloat every time. And there was nothing we could do to contribute to it. So he ate what he could and then just had that weight.
You'll need to check on this and see if maybe you fed a probiotic, because that might have helped that. And so you did an amazing job. I'm really so proud of you, and can't wait to see you back here next year. And I know it'll be a fun time. And you did an amazing job on your speech.
Thank you.
Thank you, Addison. We're going to take our last break now. And this is a short one. This is a short one. Okay, kiddos, head back to your tables. We're fixing to rock and roll. Final stretch.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Waiting on me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in trouble. Cash Cribs wants to give his speech. Let's do it.
Hello, my name is Cash Cribbs from the Borden County 4 H chapter, and today I'm going to be talking about the nutritional challenges of cattle. Now, as we may all know, there are many different nutritional challenges for cattle, so I'm only going to give you a few. The main one we in West Texas really have trouble with is drought. The frequent drought leads to reduced pasture availability, which can really start to become a problem after a while. And with knowing your cattle need the proper nutrition to keep living and continue to grow, you have to bring in the nutrition they need. This can also sometimes be a battle depending on the current prices and the increase or decrease in growing crops or imports around us. Then we have the challenge of mineral deficiencies, which can be caused by rapid forage growth in early spring and late fall after dry periods, resulting in low magnesium and calcium levels, or also grass tetany. Grass tetany is a frequently fatal metabolic disorder in lactating, usually with older beef cows. Also, we have the challenge of trace mineral deficiencies. These are caused by forages in Texas that are often deficient in key micronutrients, including copper, zinc, selenium, iodine, and manganese, which are all crucial for immune function. But these deficiencies can also cause reduced fertility, a rough coat, and a much lower weight gain. Another crucial challenge that adds on to drought is water quality and quantity. Limited rainfall and high heat can reduce water availability and its quality, which can also directly affect the feed intake. And with poor water consumption, it can lead to poor nutrition absorption and reduced production. Lastly, we have the challenge of high heat. With high heat, cattle tend to eat less to reduce metabolic heat production. which can cause a decrease in milk yield and a much lower daily gain. But the other part that goes on with high heat is the huge increase in water consumption, which helps make drought the huge problem it already is. So, in conclusion, proper cattle nutrition is a constant challenge, especially in areas like West Texas where drought is common. Issues such as limited forage, mineral deficiencies, and poor water availability can greatly affect cattle health and production. And by understanding these challenges, producers can spot these problems and make decisions to support their cattle's nutritional needs. And addressing these challenges is essential for maintaining healthy, productive herds. Thank you.
Good job, Cash. You're talking about grass tetany. So, can you tell me what the clinical signs would be that you have a calf infected with, or not infected, but with grass tetany? And then also, what would be a treatment plan if you caught a calf that wasn't dead yet but had those clinical signs?
Well, I'm not exactly sure about the exact part of grass tetany, but I know it relates to what they eat and it relates to the minerals that they were eating. So, what you have to do is you have to figure out which mineral it is, and you have to provide them with those minerals to help them get better.
I agree. You're on the right track. Do you know in your research what mineral specifically would be the causative uh, you know source behind grass tetany?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, you did an excellent job. It's magnesium, but you did a really good job answering the questions. A nice speech. Good job.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Cash. Now to Comal County 4-H, Mr. Zane Kelly.
Welcome to the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest. My name is Zane Kelly, and today I want to talk to you about two things that might not seem related at first: baseball and cattle. If you know me, you know I love baseball and a good steak. These two red Angus cross steers behind me crossed the scale weighing a total of 2,960 pounds. They gained 1,480 pounds and they started the feeding program weighing 1,480 pounds. Just like baseball, raising cattle is a numbers game. When raising cattle, the more weight you can put on for the least amount of money means the more profitable you will be. Call me crazy, but I think it's impressive that each steer exactly doubled their weight during the 150 days they're on feed. These steers gain on average 4.64 pounds per day and finish very well in my opinion. The numbers worked in my favor, and as a cattleman, that is like winning their World Series. I am proud of the quality of cattle I have brought to you today. There is no doubt these steers will grade well and provide quality nutrition as they hit the dinner plate. But how do these steers have anything to do with my love of baseball? Believe it or not, without cattle, baseball as we know wouldn't exist. Let me explain. When you pick up a baseball or grab your glove, you're holding something that came from cattle. Leather, one of the most important materials in the game of baseball, comes from cattle hides. Let's start with the baseball itself. Each of these steers behind me has enough hide to make approximately 144 baseballs. It takes 2 pieces of leather and 108 hand-stitched laces to make just one baseball. Now let's think about your glove. A baseball glove is made almost entirely out of cattle, or out of leather. Cowhide is used to make gloves that are tough but yet flexible. The leather is what makes the glove warm to your hand and last for years. The cattle industry provides more than just leather. Cattle byproducts are equally as important in the game of baseball. Tallow. Wait. The oils I use to soften and care for my baseball glove contain tallow, which is a cattle byproduct. The cattle industry truly makes baseball as we know it possible. Off the field, the nutrients for beef are crucial when it comes to fueling athletes like me. As a young growing athlete, my daily protein goal is 125 grams. Like my steers, as my body grows, the amount of fuel needed increases. Like my steers need more corn to get bigger and stronger, and I need more protein. I eat a lot of beef, which helps improve my performance while on the field. I'm thankful for quality beef to eat and the contribution cattle make to the baseball industry. I get to see firsthand the importance of beef on and off the field. Baseball is my passion, but the cattle we raise are helping young athletes like me pursue our passions while on the field through quality nutrition. The next time you pick up a baseball or grab your glove, take a moment to remember the animals that make our favorite game possible, because without them, baseball as we know wouldn't exist. Thank you.
Way to go, Zane. I guess you enjoyed feeding these two steers a lot.
Yes, sir.
So, if you were going to tell us about them, what do you think their quality grades would be?
Probably a low prime
Okay. And why do you think that?
because of how fat they are and the muscle they put on in the days they were on feed.
Okay. I have one more question because you obviously know a lot about what you're doing here, right?
Kinda.
I was going to ask you, how many days do you think that you would like to feed them further or are they perfect right where they're at?
Probably like 25 to 50 more days.
Okay. Thank you very much. Great answer.
Thank you, Zane. Let's go to Cy Weber from Slidell FFA.
In previous years, my set of steers for this contest have come from the bottom end of the ranch's steer crop. Their mamas are usually the oldest on the ranch. They are normally cold calves that don't make the cut and go onto the feed yard. My set of steers are sometimes only a year old when we unload here at San Antonio. They always grade well when the hide comes off, but during live valuations, they have been called the short and squatty steers. This year is different. All the number ones that didn't fit on the pods, and I got to bring some of the ranch's best San Antonio this year. Hi, my name is Cy Weber, and I'm from the Slido Junior FFA. The steers behind me come from several years of DNA testing and learning what genomes we have available on the ranch. Heifers have been tested every year along with sires and dams by Eogen. Eogen is renowned for its DNA testing genetic backgrounding for cattle traits. Their identity system allows select heifers with traits that continue to make our calves desirable to buyers. Eogen allows us to track up to 17 traits and 3 indexes. We may want to seek heifers with maternal traits like calving ease or docility. We may want to seek performance in carcass standards like average daily gain, marbling, and fat thickness. Genetics selected for my 2 steers for performance driven and quality proven. These 2 steers are from heifers. Pretty impressive to have 1,500-pound finished calves off first calf heifers. But through the use of DNA testing, we knew these heifers had genetics to produce top quality carcasses. Eogen makes it possible to mate our bulls or AI sires to create that top animal to meet our ranch's production goals. These 2 steers were developed to be carcass animals, terminal animals with top traits. According to our carcass data for the last several years, the genomics in these 2 steers should produce 2 prime carcasses, one that shield grade in the 2s and one that shield grade in the 3s. That is what makes the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest so great. I'll see carcass data from both animals, and we'll be able to see how DNA testing has helped me bring higher quality animals to the contest. Maybe this year they won't be called short and squatty. What do you think, Dr. Miller and Dr. Athman?
Who said they were short and squatty in the past, Si?
You did, sir.
I did. Oh, okay. Maybe they were. All right. Si, you did a great job, buddy. I enjoyed the humor and enjoyed the precision of your talk and the subject matter, genomics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very important, and it's been a great tool to advance our genetic bases. Your pair of steers, and they aren't short and squatty. They're just the right size, and they're perfectly market ready, I feel like, for their weight and composition, and they certainly look the part.
Okay.
Very nice job.
Thank you.
So my question is on genomics. Can you explain a little further what is the real value when it comes to, let's say, going to a bull sale? Let's say you go to an Angus bull sale. What is the value? You're sitting there trying to find the bulls that you want to source for your ranch and made up, just like you talked about. As a buyer, what's the real value that you put in seeing, emphasizing bulls that maybe, well, let me give you a scenario. Let's say we got two bulls, and for the most part, their EPDs are exactly the same, right? But one of them has been genomically tested, the other one has not. What's the advantage there in your mind as the buyer that's looking at those two bulls?
So we can get better, so we can make better steers to get better profitability.
Okay. So, but does the fact that he's been genomically tested, does that actually make him better genetically, or does it increase our confidence in the description of the EPD?
It makes it more reliable overall.
Yeah, that's the key word right there. You hit it, reliable. Excellent job. You've done your homework.
Thank you.
Good job, Cy. Let's go to Cash Backus from Navarro FFA.
And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a farmer. 48 years ago at the National FFA Convention, Paul Harvey gave this iconic speech. I wish I had time to read it today, but I want to talk about the way of life he described and how this topic affects families like mine across the U.S. and here in Texas. I'm Cash Backus representing Navarro FFA. My family started this project after hemorrhaging money in the show industry. I wanted to learn the real life challenges of farming and ranching. In 2017, my grandfather was forced to sell our fifth generation cattle herd after a heartbreaking standoff with his siblings, keep the land or take a life-changing buyout. Before selling, he and his sister salvaged what they could, knowing everything would be demolished. His dream of starting over ended in 2021 when cancer took him, but my dream never did. This is a common story, the quiet decline of the family farm. For generations, farming and ranching were passed down like heirlooms. Now that legacy is slipping away. The cost of entering agriculture is nearly impossible unless you inherit, and even then, it's no easy road. A tractor can cost more than a house. Fencing, feed, fertilizer, fuel, it adds up fast. And land prices have skyrocketed, outpacing what working family can earn. Economic pressures, high costs, developers, and monopolies are all squeezing small producers. Industry consolidation drives down prices even as consumer costs rise. Environmental challenges and rural to urban migration make it worse. Poor family planning and land offers pit sibling against sibling. Meanwhile, the national beef cow herd has dropped by millions, hitting a 75-year low. Add the labor crisis, aging workforce, low pay, and the elephant in the room, immigration, all putting domestic food production at risk. We've lost over 40% of beef cattle producers from 2012 to 2022, according to the latest Census of Agriculture. We're pricing out the next generation, and subsidies and loans don't always send the piggy to market. Farmers and ranchers don't want handouts. We want stability and sustainability just like everyone else. What agriculture truly needs are policies that lower costs and regulate middlemen and big corporations. The recent call for heifer tax credit is a step in the right direction. My family was fortunate. We inherited the land, structures, and the spirit for this project, the belief that this land matters. So what do? We create realistic succession plans for our children, land, and businesses. We educate the public and elected officials, pushing for legislation that lowers costs and prioritizes domestic production. We mentor young people. We teach them to be stewards of the land and guardians of our herd. We honor our inheritance, not just by using it, but by teaching it, by making sure the next generation inherits not just land, but opportunity. Farming and ranching isn't just about food, it's about faith in the future and remembering the land does not belong to us, it belongs to those who come after. Because I believe in the future of agriculture with a faith born not of words but of deeds. Stewardship, land, legacy. That's the best gift we can leave behind. And now you know the rest of the story. Good day.
Great job. And legacy is really a big name for the beef industry. And I guess whenever you start thinking about your future, what would you say would be the best way that you would try to recommend for someone to be able to get into the beef industry as a young person?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know.
I think that's exactly the right answer. I mean, in all honesty, I think Dr. Rathman and I have talked about that, and I think you gave the best answer we've had all day on that question. Let's go to a question that we can talk about, though. Whenever you put your steers on feed, what was your biggest concern on them? Did you have something you're really kind of thinking you really need to manage in order to get them here to San Antonio to be just right?
Um, no, not really. I just trusted in the process and hoped that we'd get there.
You had a good process, you trusted in it, and that got you here today.
Yes,
Great
sir.
job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cash. Next is Landry Whitley from Hallettsville.
Calves in the living room? Can you believe it? Howdy, I'm Landry Whitley. I'm in the 8th grade and a proud member of the Hallettsville Junior FFA program. Just a few weeks ago, I had calves in my living room to keep them warm during this cold January. My family runs a cow-calf operation back home, where every calf is important to us and counts. I'd like to talk with you today about a management strategy we use on our cow-calf operation that makes a huge difference. That management strategy is using EPDs to make selection decisions. What is an EPD, you might ask? An EPD is an expected progeny difference. They are the comparison of traits within a breed for genetic potential of an offspring. EPDs are a combination of information, including full pedigree, genomic data, progeny information, and the animal's own performance records. When we are choosing the next sire or bull for our herd, trait selection is a big deal. If we are looking for a bull to put on first calf heifers, we focus on finding a bull with low birth weight EPDs for hopes of reducing dystocia or calving difficulty. For our mature cow herd, we focus on weaning weights, yearling weights, and carcass traits. If we are breeding for a heifer replacement calf crop, we focus on milking traits, mature female weights, and heifer pregnancy data. Many producers mistakenly put too much emphasis on raw individual measurements instead of using EPDs. Raw individual measurements include specific genetics of the animal and the physical environment they live in. The weather and nutrition of this animal may create an unfavorable impression if, of their performance, but using EPDs expresses great genetic potential if that animal has the proper nutrition available. In conclusion, it is critical to understand how EPDs can help a producer.
sound management decisions has made using expected progeny differences can possibly influence an operation for years to come. Setting goals, knowing breed averages, selecting the correct EPDs to focus on, and identifying the individual right for your operation will surely help the bottom line for your future. After all, every calf matters. Thank you.
You did it. You got through, Landry. Way to go. It was a good speech on EBV. So what does EBV stand for?
Expected progeny differences.
EPD. You were saying EBV or EPD?
EPD.
EPD. Okay, I'm sorry. Because we also, another synonym acronym, if you will, is estimated breeding values. So that's why I was asking. I was just getting clarification. They mean the same thing. So let me ask a question. So on a registered cattle operation, where do we get the starting point for an animal's EPD? So, like, let's say we've got these two Brangus calves. I don't know, are they purebred?
No, sir.
They're crossbreds. Okay. Well, anyways, let's say that they were purebred, and we're gonna, he's born, and we want to, somewhere we got to start somewhere. We got to initiate. What is his birth weight EPD? What's his weaning weight EPD? Where does that come from? How do we start it? Do you have any idea?
Does it come from his parents?
Yes, that's exactly right. And we take an average of them. So you got the correct answer. Good job today.
Okay, thank y'all.
Way to go, Landry. All right, let's go to Riley Dudick from Hill County 4-H.
Hi, my name is Riley Joe Dudick. I'm here to tell you how I set to find Shirley steers and end up with a lesson, a cabinet s'more, and a plan to prove my case. So when we started planning for commercial steers this year, I told my dad I wanted Charolais steers. But when we got to the big, all I could see were black steers. No white steers anywhere. That guy does not listen sometimes. A few years ago, I was taking cows with my dad when he said he was going to take my favorite cow, Marshmallow, our one and only Charolais cow at the time, to sell because she hadn't calved yet. I cried and begged him to give her a little more time. I just knew she was going to be a good mama. He agreed to wait a little longer, but warned me if she didn't calve soon, she had to go. So when I started this project, I told my dad I want Charolais steers, but he told me that brand called steers, that's what the black steers are called, are good steers. He said that they'll help me get a prime grade. That just means that the meat will be tender and they'll taste good when we get to eat them. I had no choice. I trusted him and his research for this year, but don't worry, I have a plan. So these brand called steers are living up to his expectations. They're good at their job, putting on the pounds. They eat about 70 pounds per day. They weigh about 900 pounds when I first picked them, and now they weigh about 1,500 pounds. That means they gain around 3.5 pounds per day. They like to eat, but my dad is not always right. Just ask my mom. Back to my story earlier. Because my dad gave Marshmallow a little more time. Thanks to me, Marshmallow had a beautiful calf, a smoky calf. A smoky calf is when you breed a Charolais to a black bull. I named it S'more, and Marshmallow turned out to be a great mama. She had several strong calves since then, too. I was right. So these brand steers have been working out for me this year. I've learned a lot about them, but I'm learning how to research too. I'm going to figure out what makes Charolais or Smoky strong steers, so I can prove it to dear old Dad that I can get prime grade with them too. Thank you.
Fantastic job, Riley. So if you were to have your perfect steers, and of course these are your ones that are the favorite this year, right? What would you want them to weigh when you put them on feed? So if you want to get them to the end point that you like for here, what would you want them to weigh whenever you put them on feed?
About 1,600 pounds.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go to Penelope FFA, Eric Dudick.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the cartel. Whether you know it or not, we are all members already. Mules to the kingpins that dictate our operations. Good afternoon. I am Eric Dudick of the Penelope FFA chapter, and I may not look like your typical mob boss, but look around. Neither does any of you. And yes, I meant that as a compliment. Despite our appearance and hopefully a reluctance to do so, here we are, right in the thick of one of the most blatant mafias the agricultural industry has ever seen. As producers in the beef industry, we have become enlisted into a system dominated by four major players of the game, so to speak. By Webster definition, a cartel is an association of manufacturers or suppliers with the purpose of maintaining prices at a high level. Likewise, a mafia is a closed group of people in a particular field with a controlling influence. Now, label these companies however you want, but the Big Four, as they're known, and yes, they even have a mob boss like nickname, fit the description. Tyson, Cargill, JBS, and the National Beef Packing Company. Think I'm exaggerating? These four companies I mentioned currently control 85% of the beef market. Like the cartel, the Big Four are able to overcharge consumers while giving our cattle ranchers just a minuscule margin of their profit. Cattle ranchers are now left scratching their heads, wondering what, if anything, can be done about it. So, how did we get here in the first place? No one just woke up one morning and decided, it seems like a good idea to join the cartel. No, there must have been a series of circumstances that led people down that path. In this case, meatpacking companies began to steadily lower their price to the point that smaller and independent companies could not keep up or compete, thus forcing them to close their doors. With the little guy out the way and cattle ranchers left with nowhere else to turn, they're able to raise prices and dictate profit margins. Since 2021, there has been a $140 increase per hundredweight in steer prices. Although cattle prices have been at all-time highs, cattle ranchers are only getting 30 cents for every dollar the consumer spends. Now, just a year ago, that number was 39 cents, and 50 years ago, it was a whopping 70 cents for every dollar the consumer spent. Now, I'll let you rise to your own conclusion about where that other 40 cents went to. So, what can we do then? What can the mafia do to retaliate against the mob boss? The only way to do so is by gaining alliances with those much stronger than the Big Four: retail giants, fast food chains, and the US government. The only entity that has the power to enforce the rules already in place. The good news is, help is on the way. In 2024, McDonald's legal team sued both JBS and Tyson for their high fixed prices. Also, President Trump has called out the Big Four, labeling them a monopoly, and ordering the Department of Justice to launch an investigation due to the violation of a list of acts and laws, including the 1921 Packers and Stockyards Act, as well as the Clayton Act. Cattle ranchers in the Great Plains and Midwest are not standing by and waiting on help from others. They have started their own project called Sustainable Beef, where local producers are able to sell their cattle for a much more reasonable price. With this new packing plant in operation, they're able to process 1,500 head of animal every day. And their first major customer, Walmart. We have completed our list of targeted allies, but we need so many more to make a stand and make a difference for cattle ranchers across the country. After all, when you live in the country known as land of the free and home of the brave, you cannot let any kind of cartel control you. Can you? Thank you.
Eric, so you were comparing the big packers to the cartel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I don't know if any of the big packers are in here, but it kind of raised some eyebrows here.
Probably a little bit of a cold sweat going on right now.
Hey, you better watch your back. You're going to need some security going to the car this evening. Hey, I think this is a good point. This has been kind of brought up a few times when we ask questions about where's the profit in the industry, who's leveraged, and that's been asked to a few of the participants. and it was, hey, well, it's the cow calf, or the Packers are making money and the cow calf segment is making money. I'd like to clear that up, and I'd like you to do it, Eric. So, rarely, and listen closely, rarely are all segments making money at the same time. Generally, one of them is in a stronger position. They make the most money while the other ones lose money. So, can you clear up for all the participants that have had this question before, kind of what does the profit landscape look across these segments right now?
So, starting from like ground zero, where it all starts, the calf is born, and once that calf is brought to the feedlot and it is brought to that packer, yes, that rancher may make, say, $2,500, $3,000. Then once it reaches that packer, they it takes about a day to process that. It typically takes about a day to process that animal and get it to and a little bit more time to bring it to retail. But that packer is making about anywhere from $3,500 to $4,000 in total. That is before they pay they pay their workers and all the electricity bill, light, water bill, and everything else. So after all that is said and done, they're making about $500 per carcass that is brought to the supermarket. And yes, the supermarket may make their $10, their $10 per steak, which that could be good money for them. So in all reality, yes, some people may think the cow calf producers are making a lot of money, but in all reality, compared to the packers and the retailers, they are not making as much money as them. So in my opinion, I think the meat packing companies are making the most amount of money.
Okay, so you're saying they're making the most, you're talking about in the current conditions of the market?
May you repeat that again?
So Eric, I just want to clarify. You think right now that the Packers are making more money than the cow calf segment?
Yes, because they are able to because they still sell that meat to the retailers, so they are making yes, like I said, the cow calf producers may make their $3,000, but you also got to think about what did those cow calf producers put into that animal.
For sure, I agree with that. All right, excellent job. You covered a very good subject today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And then there was one. We'll end it with Stephen Page from Groveton FFA.
Do you want to make more profit off your calves instead of selling them to large processors? If so, now is a great time to consider the idea of starting your own independent meat packing plant. Hi, my name is Stephen Page from Groveton FFA. For many cattle ranchers, selling calves to large processors often means accepting lower prices and having little control over how their product is handled or marketed. An independent processing plant offers an opportunity to take back that control and increase profitability. By starting your own independent meat processing plant, you can gain more profit off your calves because you will be capturing the processor margin. This means you make money not just from raising cattle, but also from processing and selling beef directly. This additional income can make a significant difference in the long term success of a ranching operation. An independent meat processing plant is a business that operates outside of the big four meat processing companies that dominate the industry. These four companies have enormous control over pricing and supply, which often limits competition. Independent plants, on the other hand, give producers more freedom and flexibility. There are four main types of independent meat processing plants. These include custom exempt, USDA inspected regional processing plants, value added beef operations, and producer owned cooperatives. Each of these options offers different benefits depending on your goals, location, and target market. First, in order to start your own independent meat processing plant, you have to choose the type that will be the most profitable for your situation. This decision affects everything from startup costs to how you sell your product. Choosing the right type ensures that your business aligns with your goals and market demand. Next, you must make sure that your independent meat processing plant can process enough cattle to be profitable and survive. Processing too few animals may not cover operating expenses, while processing more can help spread costs and increase efficiency. After that, you have to choose an inspection status to help your business that will help your business the most. Inspection status determines where and how you can sell your meat. For example, USDA inspection allows you to sell across state lines, while custom exempt limits sales but may reduce costs. After you pick your inspection status, you have to make a budget to help get your business running smoothly. A strong budget helps manage expenses such as equipment, labor, utilities, and maintenance. It also helps prepare you for unexpected costs. After that, to reduce debt, use grants when available and focus on making your business as efficient as possible. Hiring the right team, adding additional services, and carefully tracking costs can all improve profitability. In conclusion, starting an independent meat processing plant can be a powerful way for ranchers to increase profit, gain control, and strengthen local food systems if it is done with careful planning and patience. Thank you for your time.
Excellent job, and you waited all day. You did an amazing job. To me, the hardest position is the one that you're in, and I can't believe you did so awesomely in that presentation.
Thank you.
And so, if we're going to, look at Packer concentration and our industry, and we have these different segments, it seems to be a reoccurring cycle that's probably not working for our industry. We've talked about everybody making money and losing money, and we tend to be in a segment, we want to blame everybody else. For right now, the Packers have lost money for 3 years in a row. Today, they're losing about $750 for every head they harvest, and so they're on target to lose $50 million each this year. And so, a few years back, our cow calf guy was losing a ton of money. That's why we liquidated the herd, and we have such a small herd right now. This is a tough question. So you're going to solve this issue for us today as the last speaker, okay? How do we do away with these major swings of profit for different segments of the industry that continue to make us shrink? Like we lost a packer and a half so far in this cycle. We lost a plant the last cycle. The last 3 cattle cycles, we're down 3.5 packing plants. That means that we're down that many numbers of live cattle as well. And so how do we do that? Without government intervention, how can we get to a point to where people can make money across all segments?
By owning the processing stage, ranchers are less affected by sudden price changes set by large corporations, which means they can earn more money off their calves instead of having to sell them for lower prices and having little control over how they can earn their money because they earn less money selling them to large processors rather than processing it themselves.
That's a very hard question, and your answer was dead on. We have to vertically have relationships, right? To
Yes,
make
sir.
it spread through the system. Great job. Way to end the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How about that? There's your 2026 commercial steer speech contest. Let's give all these kiddos a big round of applause. I got to tell you, I don't remember a speech day that was any better than this one. I'm going to walk over. Dr. McAdams, I'm going to offer you the microphone so that we can get your thoughts on the day.
So, Mark Miller was my major professor in my PhD program. So, Dr. Miller, I've always felt like I was a fairly decent public speaker. Decent, not, I'm not going to say I'm the best. Can you imagine if I would have started when I was 10 years old, like these kids? It's incredible what you guys have done. And here's what I've seen this year versus previous years. I've been doing this for a while now. I think your parents and your ag teachers and your coaches in the back of the room are taking notes. I think you're looking at the feedback that Mr. Woodall and I give you. I think you're paying very, very close attention to these questions. And the one thing that I think you've done such a good job of, I call it the difference between being prepared or planning, right? So you guys all planned to get here. Well, plans go awry, right? So you plan for something and you've got it studied down to the nth degree. And then you stand up here and you forget a line. Preparedness is what will get you through those tough times. I saw a lot of preparedness. Some of you did stumble, and then you quickly regained your self-confidence. It has to take a second to figure out what you're going to say. That's normal, and it happens to the best of us. But you were well prepared enough that you were able to regain your confidence and complete the assignment, which is really what today was about. It's all about this hard work. It culminates in this long day watching your friends. And then if you're the last guy, you've heard all of these great ideas and you got to stick with what you came with. I'm just so impressed with the work that you guys do. You're getting better every year. And hats off to all of these parents, ag teachers, coaches, extension agents, whoever is helping coach these kids up. You guys are doing a heck of a job. Made it very difficult to judge this year. So good job, y'all.
Colin?
I would agree with Dr. McAdams that it was extremely difficult to judge this particular round of speeches. And in the past, I've always had a pretty good idea of who was going to win by the time we were done. Gang, I have no idea who's taking it home tonight. There were just so many great speeches where you absolutely nailed it. And the thing that impressed me the most, build off of what Mr. Blair said, is from a technical standpoint and the topics that you brought forward and the speeches that you created, this was the best slate of speeches I've seen in the time that I've been here. A lot of times we hear you kind of talk about your project. This time you got into some meaty subjects. You got into some hard subjects. You got into some controversial subjects. And it's really good to see because we have to be able, as producers, to understand what's going on within our industry, to make sure that we have a position on all of these particular issues that we're dealing with, and to go out and tell others about it. At the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, we're the oldest and largest national trade association representing all of you as cattle producers. And when you have members in all 50 states, not everybody agrees with what the challenges are. But one of the things that we have to do is be willing to step up and advocate and fight for our position. And all of you did that here today, and you are well prepared to be leaders of this industry moving forward. So congratulations. Excellent job.
I'll tell you what, as you might imagine, there are several things that compete for these two folks' time. And they give this time to you guys every single year, an entire day where they do nothing but focus on you. Thank you both so very much. Dr. Rathman?
Yeah, awesome day. This all of us say it's our favorite day, right? I mean, other than Christmas when our Savior was born and Easter when he rose, this is my third favorite day because on full display, he's got his children out here and they're showing off the talents that he's equipped y'all with, and I'm so darn proud of y'all. And I know that's been said many times today, but that can't be underscored. Hey, on the cattle, I just ran a few statistics, and I challenged you before. Hey, maybe in the future it'd be fun to see some descriptive statistics on how the contest trends over time in regards to mean weight or proportion that grade prime or whatever the quality grade breakdown is. Doc and I, we were probably like Santa Claus up here because we threw out a lot of primes because y'all did a fantastic job feeding them. Based on my count, we actually scored about 32.7% of the contest prime. And what is the give the kids a round of applause. And that's I don't know if that's inflated or not. Obviously, we're optimists and we want to give the kids the benefit of the doubt. But for us, you guys across a state that can be challenging to feed in some areas more so than others, man alive, y'all did a great job getting them market ready, putting weight on, and getting them in a position where at least they have the appearance of cattle that certainly have a prime look about them. Right now, at the end of the day, about 12% or so of our industry is going prime, but y'all have done a good job hand selecting cattle. Some of y'all talked about genomics and other tools, so we certainly have a high expectation for how that will manifest itself. On the weight side, I counted as well. There were 45 out of 153 cattle that were at or above 1,500 pounds, so 29.4% of the contest. That's pretty impressive to get them at that weight and to really parallel with where our industry currently is. And so, man, it was just a fantastic day. Really enjoyed the kiddos. I wrote down a lot of my favorite quotes on the day. One of my favorites was, according to my mom and TikTok. That was one of my favorite today on a peer-reviewed source there. But man, all of you kids, y'all just did such a wonderful job. Haven, I got to spotlight her on America's Got Talent up there. The job you did up here, showcasing your talents, and you said hard work doesn't care how old you are. And how great is this contest to have a setting where from the 9-year-olds to the seniors, y'all all get to compete head to head. Doesn't matter what age you are, you're laying it on the line. That's what you guys did today. We're very proud of you and we love you.
Dr. Miller?
Yeah, not much to add beyond the four things we've already heard. I have to say that I've been doing this for over 20 years, and it's the best set of cattle by far. Depth-wise, you guys are amazing. Everybody in the room deserves the greatest credit for that set of cattle you brought in here. And even though, you know, the percentage prime seems really high, phenotypically it's not. And no one can predict which one. But overall, that group of cattle is by far the best we've ever had. And the speeches as well, we've already heard. The thing that I like most is the things we heard today. My favorite quotes were family and hard work, and that we're all in it together, and that you care and root for each other. And I think that's what you carry out of here. And I think you take it back to your communities and you shine the light, because there's a lot of light that needs to be shined out there. And so we have high expectations of you, that you take everything you get out of this program from all these volunteers and you go back and unselfishly create more people and help them to bring a set of steers with you and to be able to help them in whatever they're doing. And so I consider it the best day of the year. Love it when we get to come here and see you guys, and we'll look forward to seeing you back here next year. And if not, the rest of you guys will look forward to seeing you help to make sure people get here. And God bless you guys and have a great year. Good luck to all you guys tonight.
How fortunate are we to have these four individuals that give so much to you? Let's give them all a big round of applause. What a contest. Well, that's it, folks. We're gonna go shut the door and start tabulating scores. I can't promise you what time we are going to get finished. I know that the premium book says that we're going to have an award ceremony at 6:30. Y'all are welcome to kind of start gathering outside about 6:30, but I think it's a little optimistic to think that we will be ready to go on mic at 6:30. We are gonna start by 7 o'clock. So y'all be back here. Is there anything else that needs to be announced?
Yes. Don't go anywhere. They're just about to start transitioning this to turn it into an awards room, and back there they're setting up for what they're preparing for, which is the big sale. So everything needs to leave this room. Everything needs to leave outside there too. A lot's going to be moved. So just make sure you're taking everything out of this area. We won't be storing any of it.
Okay, thank you guys. We'll see you in a little bit. Juana.